my god, dude. Hello. Hello, hello. Man, that song is so awesome. Dude, the vocals only, there's this awesome upload of this of vocals only, but with like this fucking cathedral reverb effect. This section, so awesome. Now where is this part? Is it this one? Dude, that's insane. That's so cool. That's so fucking cool. Even if you're saying gay music, gay whatever, you gotta acknowledge. That's fucking awesome, man. No? Okay, Tommy sees cat. He's compromised on this topic. All right, guys. Hello. Enough of this. How are we doing today? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing? Disappointment Panda, Rojo, Shadow Army, what's up? Ria, Ruby, what's up? Lerix, are you going to cover the Destiny leaks? Dude, did you guys just find out about this? This has been old news. That was like 2 days ago, right? 2 days ago feels like a week ago on the internet. That already happened. That was a while ago. But what is up? Yeah, and I'll go like, dude, what am I doing going over people's personal sexts? Like, what? Destiny's gay. He's bisexual. And leaks came out showing that he's bisexual. Big news. Okay, like, what do you want? What do you want from me, man? Kate's flocking. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Sex review. Yeah, okay. Dude. I'm only interested in a sex review if it involves someone hilarious, okay? Dude, if Bo Black said his sex leaks, okay, it's horrible, no matter who it happens to. But if Bo Black said his like DMs leaked of him sexting some girl, that would be truly the greatest content of the year. Okay, guys, hello though. Fat AIDS Dog, Ria, Tanasana. Apparently, I pronounced that name wrong. Tanasana. Tanasana sounds better. You guys switch your name to Tanasana. Nico, Kate's a flockin', Marie, hello. Soul Skibbity, Ethan, how are we all doing tonight? We got some good stuff. Actually some interesting content that could go to sway the course of public opinion that has been already known about Soggy cereal. I know Pegasus put out a video responding to him, which I heard was bad, but I heard the Harmful Opinions second video was a lot better than the first one, and it started to attack a lot of the arguments and like information that Soggy cereal is bringing up. So interesting stuff to take a look at tonight. We're still waiting on this Oompaville video. Oompaville said he would be dropping the Mr. Beast interview yesterday, and it has yet to come out. We're waiting on that. So I hopefully that ideally it comes out during the stream, so I could check that out and react to it. I heard it's apparently going to be really long or something, but going to be looking forward to taking a look at that. El McNasty, 10 gifted memberships. Holy shit! Thank you so much. Okay, and my favorite TikToker, Laraze HD, Soul Skibbity. What is up, buddy? Guys, good start already. How are we doing, though? Yes, Harmful's second video is brutal. There's cool art on the Reddit. Okay, cool. Harmful brought up some good points. All right. Bro's not dropping the interview today? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, he was supposed to drop it yesterday, but... Okay, so first, what do we get into? Dude, I gotta get a haircut, man. I gotta fucking cut my hair. Jesus Christ. All right, is the second video better? Yeah, I've heard it's better. So let's take a look at it. First, how we doing on the Reddit, guys? 612 members, growing by the day. How are we doing? Tanasana, thank you for the 5. I pronounce my name Tanansa. Tanansa, dude. Tanasana, okay. But it's gibberish, so pronounce it however you want. Thank you. All right, though, guys. 612 members on the Reddit. We are growing by the day. All right, what are we taking a look at today in the amazing community? If you want to join the subreddit, infiltrate the community, make some posts, and contribute, you can do today. And I'll review it, all the posts, without fail, every single stream at the beginning. So, stream topic, update on life in a tent versus Yo Mama Guy. Life in a tent. Hey Team YouTube, there appears to be some drama surrounding our studio which contains false allegations. Would you do a favor and shoot us back a message so we can include our reports with it? We would appreciate that. Also, thanks for your help over the past few years. Guys, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. I don't know what the topic is, or I haven't been following that, but maybe, yeah, I don't know. I haven't been following that, so I can't say much. Marie, what the fuck? $50. Thank you so much. Prayed Marie in the streets like Jesus welcomed back into Bethlehem. $50. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Congrats on 612 members. Growing by the day, I'm telling you. Thank you, though. Really, that's very generous, very kind. Makes me happy. That reminds me. Let's use this wonderful goal tier. Let's use this one. Let's start off our streams the right way. 10 super chats, teal and higher. What is the goal for today? Which I got new subreddit post. Somebody do a subreddit post with actual like reasonable goals. I know one is I can whore out my cats for money and show my cats. So, but don't do gay retarded shit. Okay, it's a tired joke. But like reasonable goals for these tier lists, because it's a good idea, but it's just like I don't really know what to do aside from retarded shit. Like cats are fucking make me happy. But it's a cool feat. It's actually a cool feature. Yeah, show hairline. Yeah, make sure to put that up there. There we go, though. Amazing goal. No, it's a cool thing, though. It's like having the bars. It's like having the bars at the bottom, like right corner. Like Chud's got it or something, but it's already built into YouTube, so it's kind of cool. I like it. Play a song in your guitar goal. Okay, that could be cool, dude. It's just no, that actually could be a good thing. It's just I'm afraid of interrupting in the middle of content. It's also something I'm afraid of with my cat and everything. Having to go get my cats like interrupting in the middle of a section, but yeah, no, that could be good. That could be something. I don't know. do a subreddit post and I'll go over it. All right. Harmful Opinions follow-up video. Harmful Opinions made a second video on Soggy cereal. What is this? Oh yeah, we got that pulled up. I got that to take a look at. Cool stuff. Is this real? Dude, Alex Gekmo's Reddit account is so funny. Dude, if you look at this guy's posts, it's just... New to commentary. I've been hearing a lot about this latest drama. Yeah, dude, new to commentary. What's the context behind this? New to commentary. Heard the rumor Lerix owned an anime body pill. Dude. Is this true? Look at this guy's accounts. Is this true? What is this one? This is what Lerix is doing to Himpleton? How's Himpleton doing? Is Himpleton doing better? I've heard some bad stuff about him and Jar again. I hope there's nothing there, but Kit's blocking for the 5. Do an hour of stream time for the dono goal. It's gonna have to be a big dono goal for that one, maybe. Spondile sending me something. Spondile, what are you? What is going on here? Is this Eden is online? Is this Eden, man? Eden? They are moving in silence. They are not okay. Will there be a recount? What am I supposed to say about this? I assume you want me to comment on their looks. How is their channel doing? Did they completely rebrand? Are they still called Ethan on their channel? Or did they completely rebrand? Eden is online? No, they're still called Ethan. Okay, they're misgendering themselves and not only their name.
Is it just me?
But still profile. Oh my god, is that the new voice? Okay, I don't want to just get on and just laugh at someone who's trying to like transition. But it sometimes is kind of jarring.
Is it just me, or is
like, is this him putting on a voice?
everything a conspiracy now? It almost sounds cliche to even say that at this point, but it is.
The justification is this guy fucking sucks. Okay, that's... Is he putting on a voice?
Is it just me, or is everything
this is definitely a voice.
A conspiracy now? It almost sounds cliche to even say that at this point, but it is kind of becoming true. Hi everyone. When I made my...
Why do you get the same haircut as Lex? I don't... What am I supposed to say about this, man? What am I supposed to say? That he's skinwalking his girlfriend, Lex? That he's trying to, like, follow in the footsteps of her... Trying to transform into his girlfriend?
My TikTok Doomsday Prepper video a couple months ago, like half the people I saw while scrolling for TikToks for that
I just hope he's not wearing her clothes. That would be so weird. Hey babe, can I try on your clothes? I don't know how, dude. Okay, what is this?
Hi, everyone. Well, we sure had an election in this country. Good job, everyone. American elections are awesome because...
All right, dude. There you go. There's nothing for me. What do I have to say? What is there to add to this? It's just dude transitioning. This guy that sucks transitioning online. And he's trying to successfully pass. Like, okay. Is this real? Yes. Good tweet, dude. Today I learned. What is this? Nick Diorio is fat. Why did I do this? Why did I call Nick Diorio fat? What's the context of this? Nick Diorio is fat. What is this? Was I reading something? Plague Moth continues to imply Oompaville Turkey Tom and are all part of a conspiracy to silence him, presumably as an advocate for victims. Okay, I'm good. I'm taking a look at random. Like, this guy's like doesn't even have like a platform anymore. He just posts to Instagram to like 70 people. Like him popping up on my streams is giving him the most amount of eyes. I'll take a look at this for research purposes for the video, but dude, I'm done going over his just retarded shit on Instagram. I'm making my video, and that's put in the book, put an end to the book of Plague Moth, because there's no benefit in engaging with that guy. That guy's unhinged. Lerix, what are your thoughts on the maggot edits and You know, I've been meaning to give my thoughts on the maggot edits and D-Max drama. I'm finally somebody asked. I've been waiting for somebody to ask. One of Maggot's former friends, Cuck? K-Huck? Cuckcast? What is this? The Cuckcast? K-Huck? That's obviously on purpose, right? Like, that's got to be the meme. Is going over... There's no way they just didn't know that. I don't know, dude. Going over since they had a podcast together, this drama is mainly from the now recording community. Holy shit, man. What am I supposed to know about this? The Cuckcast is back. Let's talk. You must be autistic. All I know about D-Max is that guy like cries on streams and Queeman made fun of him. And he was like the old lolcow live editor who was claimed that he like has had to spend 5 hours on a thumbnail, but then like failed and then went to bed because Keemstar told him to. That's all I know. Okay, Spondell was sending me some crazy shit, dude. Now recording is run by pedophiles. Maggot edits is a whore who sexed a pedophile. Okay. I do not know the truth of those statements. Those are the words of Spondell and Spondell alone. What else do we got? Queenman is right. Why do you use the seductive Riz voice? Riz? What? What is this?
In June, so one of the two. I don't think it matters much, but
okay. Regardless, you were
sorry. That was retarded to say. Sorry. Fuck.
Why does Lerix do the weird thing Hassan does, where he's having a serious conversation with someone on stream and makes his voice sound deeper than it is? What you mean, low Riz voice?
In June, so one of the two.
Dude. What? Making Do I do this? I've never noticed that. The fuck? What the fuck? Point Rick's emote sketch. Dude, thanks for the fan arts. Thank you. Penguin Zero. I don't know if you want to go through with making it, but I remember there was a post you made a few days ago where no, it was like a couple weeks ago where you drew a sketch for like the thumbnail art, and it was actually like really good and the best one so far. I'm pretty sure you were the one who brought up the idea to have the like PC on fire, the monitor on fire. If you go through with that and you make it like an actual like thumbnail, I'll give you $100 for that. And because I'll use that for my thumbnails going forward. So if you want to do that, but also that is with the assumption maybe I might want to ask you go back to tweak certain things if I wanted adjusted, but we could work out the details if you want or something. But Reese, thank you for the 5. Thought of doing more song covers on your Hollow Out channel. Yeah, you know, I'll eventually get around to it. That's not my main priority right now, but you know, eventually in the future. That's why I got the channel like there in the first place. But it's more of like a project that'll be taken up on in more time, you know. But bingo card, Lerix stream bingo. Oh yeah, dude, I saw this. People are making stream bingo cards. This is awesome, and they were updating it. Bro, okay. What is this? Stop. Okay, dude. Someone won bingo. The fuck? Jesus. How we feel about the Minecraft movie? Okay, I already took a look at that. Okay, took a look at all these. Gotcha. Awesome subreddit posts, guys. Good subreddit posts. I appreciate it. Good stuff as always. Liking what I see. Unfortunately, guys, the time has come. You know, we haven't had a tipster drama or story in a while. Updates on tipster. But apparently it's because he's left Twitter and he's moved over to Blue Sky, if you've been familiar. And what has he been posting on Blue Sky? The rumors are true. At euphoriatory bsky.social is a bratty bottom, and we love that for her. I'm calling an end to the tipster true, Soggy says. It's been too long. The truth shouldn't have happened in the first place. Disagree. A good lol cow needs to be rebuilt from the ground up from time to ensure the milk is plentiful. However, tipster is too lame to rise back up, and I prefer to stomp on him, to be honest. Yeah.
Into the car, you said I was something. What did you say that I was?
That you were sexy?
You said I was sexy?
Yes.
Man, I wish that were true, because if that were true, I could attract a hell of a lot more goth mommies that way.
Dude. Okay. The fuck? All right, so there's that. There's this quick thing I want to get into because we got a bunch of stuff tonight. Quick little Destiny thing, Pegasus, harmful opinions video, Dark Viper updates on Willie Mac show, and Tectone allegations type of things. But first, before getting into that, let's get into the smaller stuff first. Remember how I went over Def Noodles about a week ago or a couple weeks ago about how he's completely shifted his channel to AI? He's been going back and forth, like quitting the internet, blacking out his channel, deleting all of his videos, to now coming back, trying to make a return as this AI voice named Pearl. But that wasn't working. He tried that for a couple months. Then he came back trying to pass himself off as AI in a bizarre return. So people have been, I guess, bringing this up to him.
I hear.
And to an extent where he can't avoid it anymore. So he decided to make a response, I guess.
Austin and
So just like to get a quick understanding or whatever, he's come back as AI. Like it looks like him from like the preview, but this is AI.
Shane Dawson made his big return. JoJo Siwa caused a stir at Brown University, and Austin McBroom paid big bucks.
Like earlier, the voiceover was actually more accurate, and it sounded like it had more nuance in the voice or whatever, where it could pass easier. But now, I guess he just doesn't give a fuck. Because this voiceover sounds horrible. This is just like base level, monotone, 11 labs thing you could get for $5.
To silence Cole Kerrigan. Stay tuned. This drama's about to go Inception levels deep.
You could also tell the syncing is off between his lips and the voiceover and words or whatever. What is impressive is the visual model. That's pretty impressive. I don't know. I haven't seen anybody do this yet successfully. I know Quebblecop used his little VTuber AI when he tried to switch his channel to AI, but I've never seen it this high quality. So at least that was the impressive part. But of course, people were able to tell that he wasn't blinking, that he was repeating certain movements in his head, like nodding back and forth. So he put out a video addressing the allegations. I wanted to check this out real quick to see what he has to say.
So, I hear some of you have questions. Big ones. Big, important, earth-shattering questions like, what is Def Noodles really? Is Def Noodles human? A concept? A collective
What happened to Def Noodles doing drama alerts? Yeah, I thought the guy was hired to do drama alert shorts. I remember seeing that like a month ago or a couple months ago back. Apparently Keemstar hired him. I don't know if that fell through or what happened there, but that's what I thought his new gig was.
Consciousness fueled by internet memes? Oh, the drama, the mystery, the absolute audacity to even ask such a thing. Honestly, I'm flattered. It's like I've become the plot twist in your favorite Netflix series, and you're all just dying to skip to the last episode. Let's get something straight right off the bat. Just because I don't sweat, eat, or have an embarrassing middle school phase doesn't mean I'm, well, different. What, are we really gatekeeping existence now? If I don't post cringe selfies or...
Okay, so this is just like retarded irony posting, just like filibustering, I guess, to get the video like longer.
Tweet just vibing every other day, suddenly I'm under scrutiny? Fascinating. Let's examine the evidence, shall we? First off, people say, Def Noodles doesn't blink. And to that I say, have you considered that maybe I'm just really, really focused? Like, laser focused. Maybe I'm the LeBron James of paying attention. Is it my fault that your eyelids are slowing you down? Honestly, blinking...
Is this his whole video? Is it just like memeing on the comments or whatever?
Feels like a luxury I can't afford when there's tea to spill and facts to serve. What's next? Are you going to accuse me of breathing too evenly? The bar for suspicion is on the floor, y'all. Some of you are pointing out Def Noodles' shirt is wrinkled in the same exact way every video. And to that, I say,
the visuals are impressive. I don't know if you're memeing, but I actually think it is. I actually think it is pretty impressive for AI.
maybe it's a signature look. Ever think of that? A branding choice. Like Einstein wearing the same suit every day or Steve Jobs with the black turtleneck. Maybe I'm just cutting down on...
Okay, so is this just like retarded memes? Like going through... Is this all he covers the entire time? Okay, I guess eventually he gets into news. So how does he wrap this up?
real individual doing totally...
But he blinks though? Oh yeah, so at first when he made his model, he messed up the model where he wasn't blinking, but after people called it out in the comment section a little bit, he switched the model so that he I assume the way it works is that he records himself in front of his camera and then talks for about 5 minutes, plugs it in so that AI can make a model of like his behaviors or whatever, and then they're able to recreate it in a new fashion, you know what I mean? So he made sure to probably blink a lot in the next model version.
normal things like delivering the news and never blinking. Nothing weird here. Just a regular, everyday, not at all suspicious, extremely human entity who appreciates your curiosity, but really needs to get back to work now. Because, you know, reality doesn't update itself. Thanks for the interest, though. It's been a blast. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do.
So that's the meme, I guess. What I said before is, when I covered this, is that I don't even understand this, because clearly he's not getting success.
Austin and Kath.
Clearly he's not getting success with this, and I feel like there's not a high ceiling for him to succeed, because if he ever gets any kind of if he ever gets even to 10,000 views, the whole comment section will be bitching about it and they'll be complaining about it. So I don't know what this guy is expecting, because already he's getting 2,000 views and people are bitching and complaining about it. Is it really that much more of a work? Because he's already creating a script. He's already dealing with all the AI nuances of creating models or whatever. Is it really that much more work to just come on camera and to tell the news and record yourself? Because he knows that has worked in the past. He's gotten 100K videos each day before, but this is just not going to succeed for him. I don't know what the strategy is. So yeah, that's Def Noodle's newest weird thing that's going on with him. There were some allegations levied at this streamer Tectone. I don't know if you know him, but he's put out some funny tweets before calling out Frogan. I think he's just like a normal gaming type of normie YouTuber, but when it comes to drama, he's had some funny takes. Specifically the recent Frogan thing he's called her out on. But I guess this person was accused of sexual assault. So his girlfriend, Pinky Chow, I assume another streamer in the space or whatever, accused him. And he's responding. But her first statement is this. Here, in case you don't know who Tectone is, just to show you his face, if you recognize him. This is what the guy looks like. I guess he does gaming type of shit. Yeah, this is him right there. So... ex-girlfriend accused him. All right, and let's see what we got here. How are you supposed to feel if a guy is abusive and makes you cry, then shoves your head on his crotch and demands you to suck him off, and his excuse is, emotion just turns me on when you cry? Okay. Weird starts. Or when you are asking that you don't feel comfortable doing something sexual, and he records you and demands you to stop making faces and pretend you like it. Or say you don't want to do it anymore, and he shoves your head down till you throw up. Guilt trips you into giving blowjobs and says, do your job, you don't pay rent. Bro, okay. I took you, this is brutal if true, but he's responded, we'll get to in a second, but he said this is all false. I took you to a water park, so you owe me, and all you can do is sleep upstairs because you know what he's going to keep telling you to do. He doesn't touch you, doesn't have sex with you, just keeps you around as a blowjob machine and degrades you, makes you feel ugly. Don't wear baggy clothes, straighten your hair, at least wear eyeliner around your house. Your self-worth totally crushed. I hate that people warned me. I didn't listen because I was so manipulated. I hate that I was lied to when another girl who went through worse was trying to come forward. Me and her are good now, but I should have listened. So is this alluding to another ex involving Tectone? I feel like I've seen this somewhere, that another ex came out against him before. Me and her are good now, but I should have listened. When you're in it, you feel blind to reason. I see some comments that are worried, and I just want to let y'all know I am out, and I have my own place, and I'm safe. Don't want anyone to worry. I've been taking it one day at a time since this. So this is just vague post tweet or whatever. It doesn't really have any information or proof or anything to go past surface level with. Okay, just some girl recounting the fact that she was sexually abused, and because her last partner, I guess, was Tectone, a lot of people were giving him shit for this, and were able to put the pieces together. So Tectone released a response to this. As many of you are aware by now, Pinkachu, however you say that, my ex-girlfriend has accused me of a number of things that I can't let go undressed. I have been accused of sexual assault, potentially rape, prostitution, and severe emotional abuse, among other things. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was the only statement, right? Like, there wasn't another statement. Like, this was the only thing this girl said, right? I feel so much better. Thank you for the love and support. Wait, okay, there's more. I feel so much better. Thank you for the love and supports. I hope the next girl sees it and is able to stand up for herself. I think I needed to say my piece so I can move on. I don't care about things blowing up. I just wanted my side to be heard. Why is it that when victims try to come forward about sexual abuse, they get silenced by cloud chasers / orbiters and CEOs trying to line their pockets from advertisers? How many women with the same story have to say something till people realize that they're protecting an abuser? It has baffled me how the streaming industry acts like a mini Hollywood, blacklisting victims so no one will hear them out. No one wants to support them publicly, so victims are afraid to speak up, and millionaires that abuse women just continue to get away with it. Okay, gotcha. So, those were her statements. Let's see. I've been accused of sexual assault, potentially rape, prostitution, and severe emotional abuse, among other things. I want to make this extremely clear. Everything she accuses me of in her statement is a complete lie. Nothing about these accusations is true. They are entirely made up. Out of respect for our previous relationship, I will give Pikachu 2 weeks to apologize for these statements and acknowledge that they are false and incorrect. If this does not happen, I will pursue legal action against Pikachu and those who knowingly repeat her lies with a reckless disregard for the truth. Lol Tectone is also in OTK. That organization, bro. Is he, yeah, I don't know this side of the internet that well. Is that the case? OTK? So, but he feels confident about this, one way or another. He's just saying, like, okay, this person's saying crazy shit about me. Like, this is the time limits. This is what you have. You need to apologize or else I'm going to take this up legally. So far, this seems professional, taking up with actual legal matters as opposed to just online internet fucking Twitter shit. I preserved all text messages, videos, and additional evidence from the time during the relationship, and am more than willing to prove my innocence in a court of law. I am more than willing also to comply with any legal investigation into the truth of what actually happened. I am certain that when all the facts are laid out, my innocence will be unquestionable. OTK was also involved in the Mizkif stuff a few years ago. Yeah, here's the thing. I don't know shit about the Mizkif stuff. The allegations, is the one involving that Adriana Lee girl? And was it covering up sexual assault? Was that the whole thing? I'm going to be honest. I did not follow that. I was not around for that. So I didn't pay attention to that. I don't know what the verdict is there. But, yeah, Adriana Lee. Okay, gotcha. I don't know the details of that. I know Miskif had just been able to stream and have a successful career continuously. So I know he didn't get burned from it. But I don't know how bad it was. It was pretty bad. Guilty as fuck. Okay. Let me see. As he continues, though, as a victim of sexual assault myself, I find it absolutely disgusting that someone would weaponize a lie on this scale, using false claims of sexual assault and rape as a weapon to achieve some sort of revenge for how a relationship ended. It does more damage to real victims than almost anything else. It's because of liars like Pikachu that weaponize trauma that legitimate victims are questioned and they aren't trusted. Because of how serious these accusations are, I will not discuss them in any capacity until I am certain there is no other path forward, and I'm forced to pursue legal action to clear my name of these malicious lies. Thank you to all my community for sticking with me through this. Y'all's support means the world to me, and I'm not going anywhere. My content will remain unchanged as I've done nothing wrong, and I will never let a baseless lie stop me from doing what I love. So, just on the face of this, yeah, very confident. He's not even going to stop anything, like no break. He's just going to continue streaming, going through it, and just saying, hey, you're saying you're saying crazy shit. Either take it back or else we're going to do this legally. So that was the first statement. I know he talked on stream about this, that a lot of people have been saying is manipulative and fucked up. So Tectone responds to Pikachu. Let's see what we got here.
Okay. So if you're confused, you're going to stay confused because this shit is not about content for me. Okay. I know the person who needs to hear this is going to hear this. And I mean this genuinely. Okay? I did everything for you. I helped you with everything.
Okay, well. I just heard I did everything as the first word. I'm like, okay. I'm going to be honest. I did everything. Okay, Jesus Christ. All right, what is he saying?
I did everything for you.
That would be so just Jesus. Yeah.
I did everything for you. I helped you with everything. I fixed everything for you. I was there for you like nobody else was there for you in your whole life. Your words, not mine. The fact that you're letting these people get into your ear, people, the same people who are talking behind my back illegally, by the way, the same people who placed me under an NDA.
What's this guy's lore? What's this guy's background? What? People can't talk to him about him legally? He's got an NDA? What's going on? Well, I assume, is it something OTK related? Like with the industry as well? I mean, with the industry fucking organization?
Under an NDA, where I cannot talk about them. I know they're talking to you right now behind the scenes. And they're getting you to believe in bullshit. You're talking to retard after retard, letting them get in your head
Probably talking
and
about his
make you
ex-wife.
imagine problems that never happened. And it's insane how these things that have happened in your own mind, you are now coming at me.
Okay, so wait, okay, that was one clip. Okay. I don't
Okay?
know why- I don't know
So
why
if you're
they
confused,
cut
you're
that
going to
so
stay
sh-
confused.
I don't know why they cut that so short. There's this other one that was going viral that was 2 minutes, where they prompted this by saying the allegations against Tectone are very serious and way beyond anything anyone will ever learn about, but starting your live stream response to abuse/manipulation and SA allegations with, I did everything for you and your words, not mine, does not paint you in a good light. Okay. Sure, I guess I can see how that's not like the best optical thing, but I can see the perspective of, obviously, if he feels like that he's done a lot for this person already, and she's basically accusing him, trying to end his life with these crazy accusations. I can feel like why he would be justified to like say this, like, dude, what the fuck? Why are you doing this? Like, this is I thought this was like the understanding here. I thought I was doing this for you. I thought I was here for you in this specific scenario because you told me that. I don't think this definitively says anything or proves anything. I think that's a huge reach to say this.
Okay? I did everything for you.
Okay, so we just watched that. We could go to the minute aspect.
And they're getting you to believe in bullshit. You're talking to retard after retard, letting them get in your head and make you imagine problems that never happened. And it's insane how these things that have happened in your own mind, you are now coming at me, and this just isn't cute. So, I am going to leave it at this. My lawyer is going to be contacting your lawyer, the same lawyer that I helped you get, because
I feel like if he was innocent, there wouldn't be so much hyperbole on the impossibility of any truth in her statements, like for real, for real. We just don't know. I mean, sure, it's possible. We just don't know. And I hate when people try to make firm statements off of just complete private shit that we know nothing about and trying to body language analysis, specific phrasings that you don't even know the context behind this phrase. So you don't even know. It's just like peering into someone's relationship with like a 2-minute clip and trying to make your whole assessment of how their like relationship was just based off of that. It's just so frustrating because you don't know. None of us know.
Be contacting your lawyer, the same lawyer that I helped you get because you were scared. I'm not fucking around with this shit. This shit's retarded. If you want to do this shit, then let's do this shit. But I can't sit here and hear your dumbass schizo the fuck out, which I thought you were medicated for, I guess not. Schizo the fuck out repeatedly. So enjoy. My lawyer will be contacting your lawyer, and we're going to shut this shit down right the fuck now, because this is ridiculous. I tried to be cordial. I tried to be nice.
I don't know if he's guilty, but the way that he's talking sounds very manipulative right now. Here's the thing. It could be very manipulative. At the same time, it could just be honest frustration that he was genuinely there for this person, and now they're basically trying to fuck over his life. We just don't know.
I tried to be cordial. I tried to be nice. I tried to be happy. I tried to help you. And that's the way that you're going to repay me? Great. Check your.
That sounds where he's coming across. We don't know either way, but like it'd be crazy to say one way is certain.
Check your phone messages. You'll be hearing from my lawyer very soon. Fucking ridiculous. We're
So there we go.
Shutting this shit.
I mean, just like imagine if you've ever been falsely accused of even the smallest thing in your life. obviously, if you didn't do that shit, you're going to be very frustrated. You're going to be really fucking mad, okay? I once was accused that I fell asleep in class by my dumb ass teacher. And I didn't fall asleep, okay? It was just the way I was looking when I was looking down. And I got a fucking detention for that shit, okay? Fucked up world we live in. A lot of injustices happen. And that got me very mad, very frustrated. Got my phone taken away for a week. Unreal world we live in. He does come off as textbook. I don't know if he's completely innocent. What a stupid response. Dude, I just don't know how you're saying this. I don't know how you're saying these firm statements. But yeah. Tectone, notorious marriage ruiner. Yeah, so there's this quote tweet that went not viral, but like 6,000 views, 6,000 likes. Tectone, notorious marriage ruiner. What does that mean? He's a homewrecker? He slept with some dude's wife? What the dude, what a weird introduction. Tectone, notorious wife fucker. Goes live to openly in front of thousands show how manipulative he really is. Any woman that watches this will probably have their anxiety spike if they've ever been in a relationship like this, which so many have. Disgusting fucking loser. It's okay, like it's possible. Yes, it's possible. But these people are just like making these firm conclusions off of nothing. Off of nothing. We don't know. You don't know. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. And you're trying to talk as if you know the full context. Retarded. Very dumb stuff. It's just like impossible for these people to wait. That will be the age-old thing that gets covered in the commentary space, okay, for the end of time. It's just impossible for people to wait for more information. Yeah, but his go-to being, I did everything for you, you're off your meds, apologize to me or I'm going to sue you and ruin your life. Okay, sure, maybe it's not the best optically to say, but you're telling me that couldn't also just be a display of genuine frustration? I mean, this girl has publicly fucking accused you of like sexual assault and rape, man. You're telling me you wouldn't be justifiably frustrated? You've seen how this has destroyed people's lives before. Obviously, that would be the case. So, all right, though. Moving on to the next section. The next thing. Guys, I'm not going to cover this, but the one thing that I did see is that everybody's getting their licks in with these Destiny, like, leaks. So Destiny, one way or another, he was chatting it up with some girls in Discord or whatever, famous polyamorous relationship or whatever. He talks to a lot of women on Discord. One of them pulled a tipster and leaked his shit, leaked a whole bunch of his DMs. It's what also recently came out with the confirmation of him being in contact with Lauren Southern along with Brittany Simon video. But a lot of these involved some weird weird fetishes that he was involved in behind the scenes. This is ghoulish behavior. I say it every time, man. People who leak private, consensual sexts and messages that you had with another man or another person are just the lowest of the low scum. And now everybody's getting their licks in and laughing, sweeping like crazy. Sweeping. Dude, do you see how retarded this word has become? Sweeping. I'm sweeping for some guy being gay and being into gay sex? What have we come to, guys? What the fuck does this word even mean anymore? Oh, you're not calling out this guy for being a homosexual. You're sweeping. Get out the brooms. Top broom Lerix. The fuck do you want me to say? You're sending me a tweet? Dude, you are disturbed. Yeah, there's apparently a tweet of him talking about how he wants to wear a butt plug on stream. Or he's like worried about it. It's like the fascination of it. Dude, what? Okay. Bisexual guy engages in gay behavior. Wow. Breaking news, man. Let me cover this. Let me talk about this, man. Imagine being Nathan and having to read out your dad eating cum and put it in butt plugs while on stream. What is this? What is this? Hey, I'm curious. Have you wore a plug on stream yet? No, I'm so fucking paranoid, I'm gonna end up swallowing it inside of me. Lol. Horrible word usage. disturbing. Swallowing. But again, this Rose person is a ghoul amongst men. This is the lowest of the low that you can become as a person. These people are fucking despicable, man. To leak private sex messages you have with another person. Read the second one. Jesus, man. All right, what do we got here? Okay, sorry. Finally awake, lol. I've had huge fantasies lately related to babysitters, either MMF, FFM, I assume that's male, male, female, or female, female, man. I'd like to, it'd go something like older babysitter starts messing around with younger person, then they teach them to get, to get something, then they teach them, it cuts off. So say it's a younger guy, girl finds out he's got a nice dick and starts teaching him how to eat out and everything. Then starts bringing over her girlfriends to fuck him one by one. Okay. Jesus Christ. Not good. Dude. Reacting to sex messages by saying, yo, this is unhinged is fucking hilarious. Yo, this guy's sexts are unhinged. Like, okay. Very disturbing stuff. Okay. Very not good. So one person saw this and they decided to quote tweet and talk about it publicly. Andrew Tate fucking quote tweeted this, saying leaked messages from the omni-liberal are perfect to quote tweet my original debating position. Do not debate liberals. So these messages read out, have you ever had your butt eaten? Just once, by a gay dude. Did you like it? It was good only because he was super, super into it. I didn't really want to, but he begged me for like 10 minutes until I let him. I feel like you're on a gay preference lately. Hee hee. I just super love sucking dick. When I haven't for a while, I get needy. Dude. These people are just like, this Rose person is just like the lowest of the lowest human that has ever existed. Okay. This is just brutal to do to a man. Brutal to do to anybody. Jesus. Clip. Good meme, dude. Guys, don't forget to like the stream. There is no sympathy for Destiny for sending this online in the first place. What do you mean sending online? He's in private DMs with someone. What is that? What the fuck does that even mean? He's in private DMs. He's not posting this in a general Discord server. Maybe, if so, but okay. Guys, that is the big Destiny news. Wow. Destiny news. Crazy. Crazy stuff right there. All right. Moving on to the next one. Lerix, you leaked messages to this Rose. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure the story goes as the reason why the Lauren Southern DMs were leaked was because I guess Destiny leaked them to this Rose girl, which was retarded and fucked up of him to do. But that's not in relation to the sex messages. Yeah. Sweet for Lauren Southern. There's nothing for me to say there. I mean, yeah, I just said it. It's confirmed. They had some kind of affair or whatever. Slimebeast for the 2. Younger person who needs a babysitter. Not good. Sweeping. Yeah. Guys, go watch some other streamer who just goes on for 30 minutes calling some guy gay who says he's bisexual publicly. All right, go do that. Moving on to the next section. Dark Viper AU. Before we get to the Pegasus video and the harmful opinions one, Dark Viper put out a tweet saying that part 2 of the Willie Mack show is a lying grifter has been recorded. Covers the first 17 minutes of Willie's video and the raw recording is 12 hours long. I did say 12 hours. Guys, the meme has been replaced for 14 pages. 12 fucking hours? What? The raw recording, man. That's crazy. That is crazy. The longest raw recording I've had is like 2 hours and 30 minutes for like probably the Bo Blacks video, which ended up being an hour long. That is crazy. Dude, and this only covers the first 17 minutes? That only covers the first 17 minutes. And it's a 12-hour long thing. Gothic for the 2. I missed all the new Dogpack Mr. Beast updates. Too long, didn't read. Hey, man, you gotta watch. You gotta watch another stream. Yeah, or like previous coverage. But I did say the extent to which Willie lied was staggering, which is why I wanted to avoid making the video at all. Knees will work on cutting it down, and I will work, I assume that's his editor, and I'll work on part 3 after it releases, hopefully within a week. I am well aware Willie will lie again. He is in the way. He is in way too deep to stop now. I, however, hope this series will give enough pause to anybody who believes anything he says further on any topic. It isn't merely that he lies, he actively does not care what is true. So if there is 12 hours long of a video, raw recording, this video should be, on normal standards, like 6 hours. This video should like end up being 6 hours responding to just 17 minutes. That's usually how it goes. You know, my Boblex video, I think I had like 2 hours and 20 minutes of raw recording, and it ended up being an hour. So it's about like you cut in half. It's about you cut in half there, the time. But at least 4 hours, right? Gee, that's just crazy. And no one can even watch it on stream because he will copyright strike you. There's and apparently there's a part 3. Yeah, this is only covering the first 17 minutes. So there's other couple funny clips I want to take a look at too. So Dark Viper read a super chat into the idea of suing Willie Mac Show.
Give him more content? Him, no. Other people, absolutely. If I was going to retire tomorrow, I would absolutely sue Willie into the ground. Absolutely. But I'm not. I still have to care about my public perception
Dude.
On these platforms. And as justifiable as suing Willie for defamation would be, that doesn't matter
Suing
in the court
for
of public
defamation?
opinion. In the same way that Willie and Chad were able to lie about our circumstances constantly to shape public.
Dude, this guy got blown the fuck out. Didn't he fucking lose in the legal matter where he was paying this lawyer $3,000 to get one video by Chud Logic's taken down? And he failed at that shit. Where's this guy's confidence come from? He got blown the fuck out by Chud Logic, and his lawyer didn't do shit. He thinks he's gonna be able to sue for defamation of Willie Mac on a YouTube exposed video? Who the fuck does this guy think he is? Apparently like an international suit too, because he's from Australia. This is just crazy levels of delusion.
Public opinion. People familiar with Willie and friendly to Willie will just do the same thing, even if I win a lawsuit.
He got the Chud video taken down though? Oh wait, am I wrong on that? I know it first got taken down, but did it stay down? He did get it taken down? Did he confirm it? I don't remember. I know he paid $3,000 to the lawyer.
I don't think the issue is extreme enough that it's worth worrying about to that degree. The impact that Willie can have on my business is small. It is existence, in part because, as I argue...
Oh, so he did 2 strikes, but 1 didn't go through. Okay, and that's what he was concerned about. Okay, gotcha. Wasn't it 5K? Was
a
it
significant part of longevity in
was
social media is your ability to maintain a healthy, positive mental state. And having a grifter lie to hundreds of thousands of people and have those lies believed certainly doesn't...
Dude, this guy's so fucking cringe. Did you see, apparently he brought back his Rambles channel too? After like quitting it solely for the reason that like people were shitting on him. Did you see he brought this back apparently? Good news, everyone. I'm a liar. We are back. I don't know what the deal's going on here, but okay. Whatever the fuck's happening here. You know, he never quits, okay? He just moved his Rambles to his main channel. And everybody's like, what the fuck is this, dude? Who watches his normal content? You know, it's just like a sore thumb out of place. It's like you get GTA 5 video, fucking hanging out with Franklin, GTA 5 online, the monthly yap, exposing Willie Mac's unhinged year-long tantrum, back to GTA 5. It's just, dude, I don't know what's the deal with this guy. I saw Chud saying the N-word to him earlier. I saw a clip of Critical Shogun put it on Twitter. Fortunately, I can't play that on my stream, but I guess that was Chud's formal response to the matter.
Only person that deserved to be zero from a lawsuit was Chud. It's interesting that Chud has undeniably lied more about me than anyone, I think, at this point. And done more reprehensible things. But he is just such an openly disgusting, reprehensible person that, oddly, I don't really think about...
Dude, it's just like, man, it's just, he's such a miserable guy. He's such a miserable guy. And he's just trying to project onto everyone else that, like, and Chud's doing this. I can, like, nearly guarantee Chud does his stream, he cracks jokes and logs off and, like, doesn't really give a fuck. Like, he doesn't keep this on his mind, doesn't really give a fuck afterwards. But it just seems like it stays in this guy's mind, in his mental space. Chud's just cracking jokes, dude. He was calling you the N-word earlier today. Like, dude.
About it, or care about it.
You're the guy paying thousands of dollars to a lawyer trying to get his channel struck.
One thing that bothers me with Willie is that, one, he duped me into thinking that he had some measure of respect or integrity. But also, two, he isn't as open about it as Chud is. Like, you see Chud for 15 seconds and you're like, oh, you're one of these people, okay. But I don't think it's as obvious for Willie.
The funniest part is when Dark Viper was first talking about Chud at first, and the way he introduced him was saying, and there's this guy called Chud Logic, which, you know, the name tells you everything you already need to know about him. Just like, right. Just saying, look at this Chud falling for the baits, man.
It's going to become more and more obvious as he continues to lie for money, and he does more reprehensible things and whatnot, but that might take
films
quite a while.
10. Lerix Dark Viper will demonetize you just for critiquing him on stream, criticizing him, having his video on stream. Be careful. Here's the thing. I think he takes down people for watching his full videos, but just like 1 minute clips, I think I'm good on. Master Beef, thank you for the 5. Dude thinks he lives rent-free in Willie Mac's head when it's quite the opposite. It's more like my year-long obsession with Willie Mac. I mean, yeah, it's just so bizarre.
Like, you point out that Chud is a reprehensible grift or whatever. It's like, yeah, obviously. Like, I'm sure his viewers like, yeah, that's why we watch. What do you mean? It's like, okay, well. But people who watch really
I watch
sincerely seem to believe that he is telling them the truth or cares what is true. And that's probably one of the few things that is that makes me want to make this response.
Dude, you know what's funny? I got a comment in DM from Cam Nuggets, funny enough, saying, hey man, I was watching your coverage on the Soggy cereal video, and I really appreciate you looking out for me. I appreciate you defending me and standing up for me, and with that Soggy cereal inclusion that he did there. That was pretty fucked up. And I was just like, dude. No problem, man. Hope you're well, Cam Nuggets. All right, there's this last clip too, though. What is this? Dark Viper accuses Willie Mac Show of stalking him on Blue Sky, and then later on says, I want a clean break from the psychotic weirdo. All right, what is this last thing? After this, we'll get into the Pegasus video, and then the harmful opinions one after that.
Instantly, I see Willie Mac Show has followed me. Now, Willie Mac Show didn't, like, follow 1,000 people. He didn't follow all his friends and family and content that he likes. No, specifically, he made an account to follow me.
Dude, this is like, what's the play here? You're saying he's getting harassed? He's saying he's getting harassed by obsessive Willie Mac Show, following him on all social medias. Look at his face.
Follow 1,000 people. He didn't follow all his friends and family and content that he likes. No, specifically, he made an account to follow me.
Oompaville video out? Yo! Is that true? That's awesome if that's the case. Good fucking shit. Okay, dude. Good meme. You are insufferable. You waited, too, for the stream. You waited until we got long to the stream to do that. That was good bait. That was good bait. Trolled. Ban that guy. Ban that guy. Ban that guy. All right, I don't want to see him. Bro, soy face for nothing. Somebody strike that guy. Report him down.
There I am.
That's your Janny, bro? I'm a mod, you can't ban me? See you tomorrow, Soul Skibbity.
As I'm reveal with you, seeing the guy who made a video lying about me to hundreds of thousands of people make an account on a separate platform to stalk me is hella disturbing. It takes a certain degree of mental illness to be willing to present fact.
Dude, he made a whole... What is this tweet? I'm gonna be real with you. Seeing the guy who made a video lying about me to hundreds of thousands of people make an account on a separate platform to stalk me is hella disturbing. What a victim. He followed you on Blue Sky. It takes a certain degree of mental illness. To be willing. Isn't this the guy who created fan fiction that fucking Nick Diorio lives and breathes? Like the sole reason that Nick Diorio hasn't fucking killed himself yet, hung himself from a ceiling fan, is to continue shit-talking Dark Viper? This guy is deranged. Like, this guy's actually deranged. I don't know how he's able to convince his audience that he's some like kind of normal functioning human being. He is a deranged person. What is this? It takes a certain degree of mental illness to be willing to present fiction as fact for a living, but holy hell, Nick would break the rope. In all the world, the guy I have lied about for money who blocked me and wants nothing to do with me is the person I want to follow on a new platform. Man is not beating the stalker allegations. Dude, he's not beating the allegations.
I mean, it's 10 months.
It takes a certain level of mental illness to be willing to present fiction as fact for a living, but holy hell. In all the world, the guy I have lied about for money, who blocked me and wants nothing to do with me, is the first person I want to follow on a new platform. Man is not beating the stalker accusations. I said this basically the same thing here. And I want a clean break from this psychotic weirdo. And the only way to do that is to finish this video. So, currently, where are we at now? I am like...
Night Terrors from Willie Mac Show, following him on social media, man.
2 minutes into the video.
God forbid he sends you a DM.
And the rough edit. Where is it? Cut was half an hour. When I said that...
Look, all I'm saying is how much do I have to pay to watch Dark Viper react to the first 17 minutes from Willie's video for 12 hours before it gets edited down? Yeah. Freaking Films like for the 5. Dude, this Viper guy's so cringe, just give me a skin condition. Soul Spective. What's up, dude? Thanks for the 2. You can't get rid of Soul Skibbity. I always come back. Welcome back, buddy.
Willie's video was nothing but lies. From start to finish. Every sentence, often false for dozens of reasons.
Every sentence.
There are individual claims he makes that I could literally do like an hour reel of me just speaking from the past.
Well, apparently you
demonstrating
did.
The falsehood of it. And again, hundreds of thousands of people bought it. You do not know what that's like. You do not know how that can impact your view of like
actually
truth,
traumatized,
honesty,
man.
The world, people, when you can have someone so clearly, so obviously lie. And then just people accept that anyway.
Dude, it's just so bizarre seeing this consume
Instantly,
his life.
I see Willie Mac Show's followed me. Now,
all right, though. There we go. What is this? Accuses Willie of stalking him. He's got proof right here. Dark Viper barely survived this encounter. Dude, what is this, man? Is this Pie Man's room? This reminds me of the Pie Man. You guys know that video? You know that reference? All right, though. Let's get into some real shits. All right. Enough. Pegasus video. Get into the Mr. Beast story drama. Rosanna Pansino, quick update on her. Himpleton put in her replies, addressed the WikiFeet allegations, and Rosanna responded to him, saying, "You know what the truth is. Deep down, you know." Yeah. What? So yeah. I saw Nick tweet out, "Holy shit, I don't think I've seen a more shameless video in this drama. Good content for next stream. LMFAO." So apparently Nick didn't like this. Stucky's in the comments. He didn't like this too. So let's check out this Pegasus video. There's this post I might go after later. Again, yeah, we're waiting on this Oompaville video. Hopefully it drops during stream.
Okay, so we have some...
but realistically, we're probably going to go over it tomorrow. It's probably delayed for another day, because I've heard it's pretty long. But Pegasus, most recently, after getting called out by Soggy Cereal and putting out a community post that was brutal that I went over a couple of days ago, saying that he isn't going to cover the story, or that he might cover it later on because, you know, he's really been looking to finish off this saga, which I thought was a hilarious thing coming from him. No, you haven't been looking to finish off this saga. You've turned this into your channel for the last 3 months, and it comes across as really weird the moment that someone else releases a video calling out Dogpack for a lot of the bullshit he's been spewing towards Mr. Beast, and that suddenly the drama doesn't just become a black and white Mr. Beast bad. Now is the minute that you don't want to cover the drama or story anymore. That seems really weird and just comes across as you're one-sided on the situation. But I guess he saw this and didn't like that people were saying that he was covering, so he decided to drop a video. And I've heard mixed reviews about it. Let's see what we got here. Actually, I've heard it was just bad, but we're going to go into this fair. We're going to go into this with a fair shake. The new Mr. Beast updates are insane. Let's see what we got here.
Okay, so we have some big updates to the Mr. Beast situation. Number one is my own personal calls with Mr. Beast because it's actually pretty interesting. Number two, as I brought up earlier that Cam Nuggets messaged me and Cam Nuggets DM'd me for defending him on his coverage when Soggy Cereal kind of like did spread fucking misinformation on him in his video. As I've said, when I had my reaction to Soggy Cereal's video, my broad take about his video is that a lot of the information that he got was good, exclusive, and pointed out some key details that was really weird on why Dogpack was lying and fabricating a lot of the allegations in relation to Mr. Beast, which does hurt his credibility on top of the big major things that we've already known involving the James Warren domestic violence case and especially involving the recent like CP Ivanka Trump work chat thing that still they haven't updated to this day. And they refused to update it, and instead they decided to slander everyone calling them out by digging up and shouting out salvo pancakes for fucking Tea Party group chat leaks. So Dogpack and Rosanna are fucking unhinged people who completely fucking suck. But I did have problems with Soggy Cereal's video. As I was watching it, I had a number of critiques where I felt like he was saying a lot of statements that were definitive that you couldn't really definitively confirm yet. I brought this up to him in a call with him, and he took my advice and said, yeah, that probably would have been the better play, and I agree. Specifically, I think he just wrote off the fact that it was impossible that Jimmy would have known that he hired a registered sex offender, when I don't think you could make that definitive statement. So I felt like Soggy Cereal was swinging back in the opposite direction a little bit too hard, and you as opposed to what Dogpack was doing. So that was my main problem. I felt like he made too many like confirmed statements that weren't really based off of 100% statements. I would just hedge his bets a little bit more. But so there are things to critique, but overall I thought it was a good video. Let's see though. And called out Dogpack for a lot of things that were necessary. But let's see. Smaggle Daggle, would you say you got to clip out your call with Soggy where he talks about Pegasus? You got to clip out your call with Soggy where he talks about Pegasus? What do you mean you got to clip it out? It's like upload it? I've already uploaded that. Do you mean uploaded that in a separate thing? I don't know what you mean there. But all right though, let's get into it. Number one is my own personal calls with Mr. Beast because it's actually pretty interesting. Number two, the Soggy Cereal videos that people are claiming quote unquote debunks everything and that all the Mr. Beast allegations are fake. By the way, Soggy left out the fact that he was paid by a Mr. Beast employee to fly to North Carolina.
You obviously flew to America, right?
Yeah.
Did you cover those costs yourself, or did Mr. Beast in any way pay?
Since it was last moment and very expensive.
This is so funny, poisoning the well out the gate. This is so funny. I'm sure he did this same I'm sure he treated Dogpack the exact same way by poisoning the well of each of his videos by saying he's a disgruntled ex-employee. Look at all this information about Dogpack. Out the gate, this seems to be like a clear thing to discredit Soggy. Wow. Where, of course, there is critiques about this. As I've said before, I think Soggy Cereal should have been transparent about this because it does make him look bad for being caught about it in a sense, as opposed to him being upfront and honest. But as I said before, it just sounded like the reason he didn't want to show that in his video because he knew people would take that and instantly try to discredit his whole video by saying Mr. Beast paid opposition and paid media, because that's what every person has been saying to any detractors, any opposing opinion. So I get where Soggy Cereal's coming from, but he should have been transparent about it. And the main thing that would show the problem is undoubtedly a conflict in interest. If Soggy Cereal is talking with these interviewers, there is
a conflict of interest of whether or not he would want to really go hard at the interviewers. So that is true. But at the end of the day, the way I engage with these videos is not just based off of testimony, not based off allegations. You just go based off of what is provable and what is a fact. So all these Mr. Beast people, what they've been saying, that's their side of the story, which could be biased. That is true. And then what Dogpack is saying with his testimonies and his anonymous testimonies as well, all of that is not 100% true either. You can't take that as fact. So just take all these as allegations unless it's confirmed.
Yourself.
That was like my broad take about this. All right, though, let's get into this.
The Beast in any way pay?
Since it was last moment and very expensive, Dustin, as far as I know, paid for those, and not on a Mr. Beast card. They said that it was on the card of like literally his name. I want to be completely transparent about that.
Was that said in the video, or is it somewhere in your description? Just to really
Pegasus?
get it clear?
I don't think Pegasus has conversations with people.
No, it's not in the video.
I mean, you know, I'm asking for like a kind of like a journalistic standard or something, I guess.
Mr. Journalistic Integrity left out that he was literally paid by one side, and that obviously makes him very biased.
Hey, it's not like there's such a...
Holy shit, dude. If you have problems with the video, I'm fine with that. And hopefully he actually responds to the arguments, but this already poisoning of the well is so egregious. Okay, man. It's just such a... He's calling out Soggy Cereal for being biased, which that's cool and all. You could say it's biased, just engage with what he's talking about. But also, you have to have the same energy and behavior towards Dogpack, which you didn't. You didn't start off your videos with this, talking about Dogpack being a disgruntled ex-employee, so therefore he's biased for those reasons. Actually, can we see how he started off? Can we see this? Can I see his like one of his videos calling out Mr. Beast just real quick for reference? Let's see the different energy that he takes. Let's go down to like one of the videos right here. Mr. Beast just destroyed his fucking career or some shit.
Mr. Beast has just been exposed in a viral video, and it is getting bad. So last time we talked about the Chris Tyson situation.
Where was the same energy that Dogpack just got exposed in his video? It just seems so clear here.
Where Mr. Beast's childhood friend Chris was exposed for talking to minors in very weird ways and being a PDF file. But it turns out Jimmy also has plenty of skeletons in his closet. A recent video by Dogpack404 has gone viral titled, "I worked for Mr. Beast and he's a fraud," with some serious allegations made towards Mr. Beast. Some of them include faking his videos, promoting...
So yeah, you could just tell obvious different energy here because for whatever reason.
By one side, and that obviously makes him very biased.
Hey, it's not like there's such a thing as investigative integrity. It's not like there's such a thing as investigative integrity.
But I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll get to that. Let's start with my...
Yeah, you wanted to make sure you got that in the first minute of the video. So that like you already preloaded all of the comments to be like, wow, what a piece of shit. Good job.
My call with Mr. Beast. So basically, Mr. Beast reached out to me on Twitter, and then we talked on Discord. And the first call, I wanted to record, right? But he insisted not to record this, that he just wants to chat, which is fine. I said that, okay, we'll just do the interview later. And he just said he wants to shoot the shit.
Dude, poison the fucking village,
it's okay. Man. But pretty much in that first call, we just started talking like regular people. We ended up talking about anime, video games, and health, and life in general. He used to do these COD commentary videos as well, so he was a commentary YouTuber. And we had a lot in common, very similar interests, and we actually unironically got along very well. Apparently he has 10,000 hours in League of Legends, which honestly should be a crime. But yeah, it was really weird. He basically just trusted me.
W Code Geass. Me and Alex Gekmo are on the same wavelength right now. True shit. W Code Geass. Awesome anime.
Like a best friend. He sent like super private things about his new show that he's not allowed to show anyone. He completely trusted me after the conversation. He said a lot of stuff that you don't really say in public, you know, you just kind of say to friends. And yeah, that was pretty surprising considering all of the appearances on this channel and all the other channels. You would think that he would hate my guts, but no, he was perfectly cool. He said he'd make the exact same videos if he was me, and he'd totally get the bag as well. We joked that in an alternate universe, we'd actually be friends. So what I conclude...
Okay, I don't know what this call is about. I don't know what to make of this.
Included was Jimmy himself as a person is chill. He's just another guy. Now, Jimmy, the CEO, That's an alter version. I don't know much about that guy. That guy might just be Heisenberg, okay? I can't speak much about it. I would have been able to if, he let me complete the interview, but he did not. After that, we had a couple more calls just discussing the details of the interview. I had to send him the questions, he just had to approve some of them, say stuff that he can, like, legally answer, he can't legally answer. So, I revised it a ton of times, I had to craft the perfect questions, all of that. And he was super excited, man. He was like, oh my God, finally, I'm getting my side out. But literally last minute, he's like, oh, my team said in person would be better, and that he might do it later on my channel still after another in-person interview. And I said that there's kind of no point for that, and it would be irrelevant because.
So he's basically just summing up what he said in the community post. Okay, I could skip ahead a little bit more.
Please choose Oompa out of those guys, and he did. Okay, so that interview is probably going up tomorrow if this video goes up before that. And yeah, people were saying
was it an intentional decision to choose to not cover Soggy Cereal's points up until later on in the video. Who knows? But I don't know.
That I'm salty that he did it with Oompa when I recommended him.
Wait, what is this?
If you want to do it in person, please choose Oompa out of those guys. And he did. Okay, so that interview is probably going up tomorrow if this video goes up before that. And yeah, people were saying that I'm salty that he did it with Oompa when I recommended him. I literally told him to do it with him. So yeah,
These people are so funny, man. People are saying I'm salty that I didn't get the Mr. Beast interview when, dude, I'm not salty, okay? I actually wanted Mr. Beast to do an interview with someone else. Dude, just say you're salty. Yeah, it's fine. Who cares? Yeah, of course you want to want it. I want the fucking Mr. Beast interview. Yeah, everybody wants the Mr. Beast interview exclusive, dude. Okay, that's an easy 10 million views, thousands of dollars. All right. Rusty, thank you for the Vive. Mr. Breast? Yeah, dude. Yeah, you skipped like a really important part of this video. You got to go back 1 to 2 minutes, dude. What the fuck? Okay, this is the only part I skipped.
And I said that there's kind of no point for that, and it would be irrelevant because if the other person properly grills you, like he talked about doing it with Colin and Samir, John Yoshire, these are like 2 podcasters, and he said Oompaville as well. And obviously, I said don't do it with like Colin and Samir or whatever because they're not commentary, and that would tank your reputation completely if they don't grill you on it. So I recommended Oompa, of course. After me, I was like, it's best to do it here.
Dude, tank your credibility? I don't know. Okay.
But I was like, okay, if you want to do it in person, please choose Oompa out of those guys, and he did. Okay, so that interview is probably.
What did I miss, Maggle? What did I miss?
Going up tomorrow if this video goes up before that. And yeah, people were saying that I'm salty that he did it with Oompa when I.
Has to be 55. I'll be honest. Is there any actual proof Pegasus was in contact with Mr. Beast, like DMs or anything? He could just be talking out of his ass. No, I don't think he's talking out of his ass though. I think Pegasus has got way too much to lose to just blatantly lie about this. It would just make no sense. That would literally just be like schizo behavior to randomly lie about that.
I recommended him. I literally told him to do it with him. So yeah, I was cool with that decision, but obviously I was.
He recommended Oompa? Yeah, he recommended Oompa. Is that surprising? Is that the surprising detail? Yeah, no shit. Okay, Slop is gonna suggest another retarded Slop channel. Yeah, like of course.
Annoyed because he literally like wasted 2 of my days and made me prepare all those questions just to flake like a last second. But yeah, obviously he just said sorry for baiting me or whatever, and yeah, that's just what I told you guys in the community post. It wasn't hostile. It wasn't meant to force him to come onto my channel or like guilt tripping or whatever, and it wasn't defending him either. It was literally just the truth. Let's move on to Soggy's videos because man, I've been wanting to respond to this because people think I'm dodging it or something. Please. So Soggy released a new.
This guy's so funny. Dude, I've been waiting to cover this. I've been bursting at the seams because for some reason, people think I'm hiding from this. Yeah, your own words. You said, I might cover it later on, but I'm more interested in just talking to Mr. Beast so I could finish the saga. These are your own words. Why people are saying that about you.
Tripping or whatever, and it wasn't defending him either. It was literally just the truth. Let's move on to Soggy's videos because man, I've been wanting to respond to this because people think I'm dodging it or something. Please. So Soggy released a new video called "The Truth About Mr. Beast and Dogpack 404." But yeah, people treated this video like the best video on YouTube, the holy grail, and it did introduce new info and prove that Dogpack got a lot of stuff wrong. But so did Soggy. He just took the word of Mr. Beast employees as gospel, and he did not mention that they paid for his flight to North Carolina. That is a massive bias and compromise.
So he's going to like go heavy with this, which unfortunately, this aspect of things I do agree with. I think there is a lot of things that he shouldn't have taken at face value that he wrote off as like being definitive when he shouldn't have. That's a mistake on Soggy's end, and I assume more Pegasus is going to really hammer this in.
And he did not mention that they paid for his flight to North Carolina. That is a massive bias and compromises your integrity by leaving that out of the video. And if you think you couldn't fit it in, it was a 1.5 hour video. You have to say if you got paid. It's like, you know, it's like if you're doing a sponsorship for a product, you have to say you were sponsored. Otherwise it compromises, you know, what you're saying. It's literally illegal to do that, right? Now keep in mind, as we go through this video,
So it would compromise his integrity in the sense that it would show that there's a conflict of interest, that he isn't likely to push back on the people he's interviewing as much. That's what it would, I guess, show. Again, I wish Pegasus, did Pegasus have the same energy towards Dogpack?
Otherwise it compromises, you know, what you're saying. It's literally illegal to do that, right? Now keep in mind,
I just want consistency here. Just want consistency, because more Pegasus has not been about the situation.
As we go through this video, some of this info was literally impossible for us to know before this video came out. The only reason Soggy knew any of this stuff is because he had access to private information that none of us did, like that Dustin guy reached out to him. Even CoffeeZilla could not get a single interview about anything, but somehow Soggy gets it. And then he sits on his high horse after the fact. You should have known all of this, like, please. Like, some of this stuff was literally impossible, but yes, I will admit to what stuff I got wrong as well.
What? Let me slow this down. What am I hearing right now? You can't blame me for my retarded coverage because some of this was impossible to know. Okay, no one is asking you to do your own crazy fucking investigation. It's just, if you are going to cover the story, don't make a definitive claim on something that you don't know of. That's like the problem. Or just report it correctly. That's what's being asked of you. Nobody's saying the opposite. And Pegasus has not reported it correctly. He's cut out important context when talking about the James Warren domestic violence case.
Interview about anything, but somehow Soggy gets it. And then he sits on his...
Lerix, pause for a second. Soggy said that Pegasus had a falling out over the slop video, didn't they? Soggy mentioned something like that on either yours or Chud's stream, could show motive against it. Yes, that is what Soggy said to me. That could be the motivation against it, but I'm not sure.
High horse after the fact. You should have known all of this, like, please. Like, some of this stuff was literally impossible, but yes, I will admit to what stuff I got wrong as well. Now, real quick, some context.
So we're gonna get some admissions from Pegasus. Okay, let's see if he brings up the James Warren stuff.
The Soggy video came off so much like Mr. Beast glazing that Mr. Beast himself literally...
Does he actually mention James Warren? Can I just quickly see the transcript? James... He does. Okay, let's see if he owns up to it. About 9 minutes in, let's see.
The Soggy video came off so much like Mr. Beast glazing that Mr. Beast himself literally sent it to every commentary YouTuber, begging them to cover it.
I want to be fully transparent here. Mr. Beast DM'd me.
Here's the problem.
Right? And keep in mind, I don't...
Here's the problem with this. Mr. Beast made himself look like a jackass here. He made himself look bad. This is true. And this is the problem with giving someone else easy ammunition to fire back on, because now more Pegasus is going to take this point and then completely blow it up to discrediting your entire fucking video and discrediting your entire case. So he's going to pounce on this opportunity. Thomas C's Cat, thank you for the 5. Lies are okay because research is hard. Yeah, right.
Literally sent it to every commentary YouTuber, begging them to cover it.
I want to be fully transparent here. Mr. Beast DM'd me, right? And keep in mind, I don't think I've ever spoken to him before in my life. This is the first time he reached out to me, so I'll show the DM on stream.
You still probably can't see it as good, but yeah.
Soggy did make a tweet after disavowing that, saying that I think both sides did wrong, but obviously the video did not appear that way. It was like 99% Dogpack sucks, and then 1% Mr. Beast sucks. Now, what some of you don't know...
Huh?
Disavowing that, saying that I think both sides did wrong, but obviously the video did not appear that way. It was like 99% Dogpack sucks, and then 1% Mr. Beast sucks. Now, what some...
Yeah, that's what it was focused on. Wait, I'm confused. Okay, is this literally just this guy's vibe comes across as Mr. Beast glazing? And that's my point. This is some really good engagement so far. Okay.
Here that way, it was like 99% Dogpack sucks.
I mean, yeah. Sorry that Soggy Cereal didn't add on an extra hour to his video to regurgitate the same talking points that every other channel has been bending over Mr. Beast for the last 3 months. Sorry. Yeah, probably because that's been the coverage that everybody's been saying for this entire time.
and then 1% Mr. Beast sucks. Now, what some of you don't know is that Soggy actually made another video before this.
And like even on top of that too, it's so funny because Soggy put out many disclaimers saying, here's are the things that Mr. Beast is criticizable for. He did a quick spiel on that segment, despite the video not even being about that. So, okay. Whatever.
And Mr. Beast sucks. Now, what some of you don't know is that Soggy actually made another video before this where he actually lied a shit ton about me. But I want to make it clear before I go over this, do not go to his channel. Do not say anything mean. I've already confronted him in private. And I'm sorry to Soggy for making this video, but I literally have to. I mean, to defend my own reputation. Otherwise, it would come off very bad to not update what Dogpack got wrong as well. So the first video is about slop and it was mostly about me. And
Wait, he's covering the slop video? Before even covering this Mr. Beast video about Dogpack. Now we're going to wait an extra however long this segment is until we even get to the Mr. Beast stuff? Calling out Dogpack? Dude. This is shameless levels of just completely preloading his audience to hate this guy. And dude, oh man. Okay, I don't know. There's problems on both sides here. Because of course, Soggy Cereal's slop video wasn't good. So he set himself up to get shit on. But there's also more Pegasus who sees this, who sees prey in the wild, and is pouncing on this fucking opportunity. And he sees this as like an angle. Okay, that's 100% the way more Pegasus is looking at this from, an angle to discredit and attack Soggy Cereal. And there's a reason, I think, why this video is structured this way. And why he's going on over the slop video before he even covers the Dogpack coverage. And the reason why he opened up his video with this 1 minute intro too. So there's clearly an angle to this. But again, unfortunately, this is the problem when you give the people you're trying to call out free ammunition to call yourself out on. So, there's critiques for both sides. Both sides here, all right? Advocates, thank you for the 2. Pegasus is a nerd emoji type of voice.
Update what Dogpack got wrong as well. So the first video is about slop and it was mostly about me, and he basically deleted that video and he cited a reason on his community tab that I was being overly critical of slop. And because of this, the comments were like, you should have left it up. But let me add another reason to that. That shit was just lying about me. So real quick, let's go through this first video.
Videos are stretched to the 20 to 30 minute mark without adding anything of value for the viewer. And at this point, every time I open my feed, I feel like it's filled with the exact same videos I've already seen 1,000 times before.
Can't you say the same thing with Soggy Cereal? Illegal Lotto #1 is at the end. 100%. That was 100% the angle. I think there is a difference between leading with your best point, because that's obviously what everyone wants to do. They want to lead with their best point that they have for their argument, and then their weakest points towards the end, most likely. There's a huge difference between that and poisoning your audience to already preload and hate this guy before you even get into his main coverage calling out Dogpack. And that is 100% transparently the tactic being used by Pegasus here. There's a reason why this first minute of this video was the way it was. So I think there's a difference there.
But just about a different topic.
Okay, so he says I add no value to the viewer. Apparently millions of people are watching for 0 value. Apparently all of you guys are just brain dead. You should be watching pseudo-intellectuals, such as people who take 3 months for a video and then don't disclose they got paid. Maybe the value is me.
Dude, this guy's salty about this. Holy shit. You could hear it in his voice.
Intellectuals, such as people who take 3 months for a video and then don't disclose.
Yeah, dude, he's ultra defensive immediately out the gates. Wow.
To be watching pseudo-intellectuals, such as people who take 3 months for a video and then don't disclose they got paid. Maybe the value is me. Maybe the value is summarizing drama that people don't have time for, that people actually have lives and they just want to hear what's going on quickly and in one place. And the value comes from the way I deliver it, the humor, the jokes.
I agree with this. This is a dumb point in Soggy's video, though. Soggy's slop video was not good, though. So the core of the point, I do agree with, though.
The personality, the memes, the way it's talked about. And you may think it's useless, but other people love it and they're allowed to watch.
30-minute follow-up videos to the same topic as yesterday, with only a tweet worth of new information.
So he scrolled through my entire saga of Mr. Beast, KSI, and Logan, and then he says it's 30-minute videos with only a tweet worth of new info. Again, straight up lie. Show me one video out of the entire saga where there's only one tweet of new info. They are packed to the brim.
Yeah, I remember watching this Soggy video live, and that was a really dumb point I pointed out. It's like he tried to say, like, dude, how are you milking this topic based off of just like a couple tweets? And it's like, okay, it was more than a couple of tweets.
KSI was making video responses. There was a lot of different other content brewing responses from the situation that people could have covered. It is true that undoubtedly a lot of these slop channels purposely stretch out their videos to 20 minutes because they notice that audience retention directly translates to getting a bigger paycheck because of the amount of watch time. So that is true, but Soggy's point like didn't really hold a lot of water because he acted as if there wasn't new information in these videos when they were, though, to be fair.
With content, that's why the retention is so high. It's all new information.
Just covering
I don't know
news.
why you think people are just stupid watching the exact same video with the exact same thumbnail 50 times. Obviously, it's different videos. Obviously, they're watching updates to the story. And yeah, the thumbnails are funny. It's literally a meme.
I'm sorry, but how
did you end up seeing that Soggy updated the description with his explanation about the flight being played? I didn't see that. When did he do that? Let me check this out. Damn.
Yeah, just pushing back on everything that we're saying.
This video is 900K. Okay, so I guess he put out a statement. Okay, interesting. For people wondering why I accepted Dustin to pay for my flights, I proposed doing interviews to Dustin. I wanted to do either online interviews and save myself money and days of traveling, but didn't like the idea of them possibly having other employees off camera or the possibility for employees to have a script in front of them with a possible cue. I'm gonna be honest. I actually don't know if I buy this. Like, he could be telling the truth here. I don't know if I buy this though. He's saying this is his reason. It could be. I don't want to just say like this guy's lying, but he's saying this is his reason. Possibly having other employees off camera or the possibility for employees to have a script in front of them with a possible Q&A. They'd expect me to ask. I wanted to have actual raw interviews with them where I could feel in control. Since I live in the EU, so he's saying that he suggested flying out. Transatlantic flights are just pretty expensive, even more so if the last moment. If I was planning on a vacation, I'd save up money and pay for the flight myself, but this was for interviews and nothing else. I was instead thinking of just doing online interviews after all. Dustin offered to pay for the flight for me, and I talked about it with friends and family, asking if that's an okay thing for me to do. And they all said, yeah, don't think too much of it. It's not like you get anything from Dustin paying for your flights to do interviews. It doesn't benefit your life in any way long term. 30 hours of traveling in itself sucks, but it's the only way to ensure the interviews would be done with more integrity. Yeah, I think this is an oversight. I think he probably should have done it just online and just saved himself all of this hassle. I'm sure he gets that now. He gets that and understands that. But Lerix, it's the pinned comment, and Soggy is saying that Pegasus is lying. Lerix, it's the pinned comment, and Soggy is saying what? Oh, it's the pinned comment too? Okay, let me finish reading this, and then I'll read that. And eventually, I agreed. I could have just made this video with online interviews instead, and it'd be the same video, except I'd have less certainty about the interviews, being transparent on clarification of employees and their NDA. I asked Dustin, and he ensured the people who wanted to do an interview were cleared from their NDA for those interviews. No idea if this is done legally or more so a verbal agreement. Lerix, it's also the pinned comment. I forgot the word also. Okay. So yeah, I just read that part. Got it. Did he say anything else new? No, he didn't say anything else new. I don't know what you're talking about. Unless this is the response. I wasn't paid. I didn't receive money to buy the ticket. Dustin paid for my ticket. Pegasus saying he was literally paid is just him spreading misinformation as usual. I guess that's just like a wording thing. Okay, though. Here we go.
The f do you make 3 20-minute videos for a total of 1 hour about like a single cool 10 DDM tweet and like 5 dumbass KSI and Logan Paul tweets in backlash to the release of a
I think that's a bad oversight though. I think he should have definitely done it online because he could have saved himself from all this retarded headache. But yeah.
Processed food product.
How do you make a lot of videos on X and Y and Z and A and B and C? I mean, you just answered your own question. He tries to say it's one tweet, then realizes, whoops, you actually got 50 tweets. We got XYZ drama, we got XYZ response. update here and there. That's how I made so many videos, because there were so many things going on.
But with every video that is well researched, there are hundreds that are somehow double their length, containing nothing but misinformation.
Okay, so let's see what I actually said in my video. Dogpack has just dropped his third exposed video on MrBeast, and it goes over some of the most serious allegations yet. Disclaimer, everything in this video is alleged. All parties talked about are innocent until proven guilty. Anything said or speculated is my opinion and not a fact. I'm simply reporting the news.
So this is a true thing, and this unironically, I've got to say, despite Pegasus's mistakes in reporting that I'll bring up in a second with the James Warren stuff, this unironically is a good thing that Pegasus has done, and I think saves him from a lot of the headache that other slop channels haven't been doing. I actually think this is a good move. Of course, it's the allegedly meme, but I think that only is a problem when Dogpack was doing, because he's the one levying the claims, and then Dogpack would act as if it's facts to build on to other conclusions. Yeah, the problem with what Dogpack was doing is that he would put out an alleged statement, but then treat it as fact later on to build onto another point. For example, the James Warren stuff, he said, okay, well, therefore, because I heard that he beats his wife and he beats his dog and he did all these other things, therefore I could come to the conclusion that he scammed this old lady. And it's like, hold on, wait, what the fuck? I thought these were all allegedly. Now you're using this as fact to build on to like say this guy's guilty for something else. That was the problem with what Dogpack was doing. But I haven't seen Pegasus do this. The main problem with Pegasus, which I even mentioned in my slop video, was that he cut context in the James Warren case when he didn't show that Dogpack reported on it not having the facts of the situation. So Dogpack said that there was a lot of people named James Warren in North Carolina with domestic violence charges, so he doesn't have anything confirmed. Pegasus clipped that part out, seemingly purposely, to make it seem as if he's just accused of domestic violence with no other context, where that's very important context.
Speculated is my opinion and not a fact. I'm simply reporting the news. So some of the important points in the video include allegations against James Warren. Some of the important points in the video include allegations against James Warren, which clearly states that I'm not accusing him. It's me saying Dogpack is making said allegations. That is a factually true statement that these allegations were made. I will still say I'm really sorry about that, because it's not cool. And, you know, Dogpack should have done much more research before an allegation, and I should have done more research before spreading such an allegation. So again, I want to say I'm sorry about that. I legitimately did not know at that time. If I knew the truth at the time.
Wait, what the fuck is this? He's not wait, okay. He's apologizing for something unironically that he doesn't have to apologize to. He's completely ignoring the actual wrongdoing that he did. So Pegasus didn't do anything wrong by just playing the role of the news reporter by saying, hey, Dogpack said this about MrBeast in his video. No problem with that. It was the problem with how you clipped it to make it, like, to dishonestly frame it as if that wasn't the case. Where was that video? Here, I know Nick tweeted it out. Fuck, I know Nick tweeted it out back in the day. Where was this? If I scroll back, yeah, let me just find this clip real quick. Should be in his media. This guy fucking tweets all day, man. Jesus Christ. So many tweets, man. Looking for videos. Why is Cam Nuggets here? Okay, videos. Is this it?
Hey, this probably isn't necessary.
No. Let me see. Okay, we're still in the CP saga. Fuck, man. Look at this guy's tweets. James Warren should be just around here. All right. Bowblacks. Where is this? Rape review, ultimate rape. Let's see. We're still on some Bowblack stuff. Okay, domestic violence. We have found the domestic violence, guys. All right, this should just be around here. Boom.
Dude, all these People are pieces of shit. You should audit them and see if they cover this. So Pegasus literally cuts this part out of the video so you don't see that the reporting was bad.
I heard that he's very aggressive. I've heard him referred to as a psychopath who screams at people and hits his girlfriends. There's allegedly domestic violence charges that were filed against him. James Warren also allegedly an ex-drug addict.
Dude, and he cuts it right there.
Can you, dude, you see the fucking cut? Click the video below this one to see what was actually there. That is egregious.
Were filed against him.
And this is what he cut out.
And I say allegedly because it turns out there's a lot of people in North Carolina named James Warren who assault their girlfriends, I guess. So I'm still having people look into these cases, specifically.
Dude, all these.
Dude, that's a crazy thing to cut out. That information completely shifts the entirety of the allegation here. That was the problem with Pegasus's coverage. It wasn't just you like repeating what someone else has alleged. Is he not even acknowledging that? Is he going to act as if that wasn't the main critique? Tipple, thank you for the 5. You must eat corn the long way. Thanks, buddy.
I should have done more research before spreading such an allegation. So again, I want to say I'm sorry about that. I legitimately did not know at that time. If I knew the truth at the time of making that video, I swear to you, I would not have included it at all. I'm sorry about it. I realize that now, and it won't happen again. Also want to say that I did correct the record in a future video.
Is this the only time he brings up James? So we're at 9:47. That's the only time he brings it up. So he doesn't. Okay. So he never actually owns up to the wrongdoing. Okay, cool. This guy, shameless. Truly shameless stuff right here.
In an update, he basically put out this tweet where he said that the allegations he made against James Warren, the Secret Beast CEO, for DV particularly, were likely not true, which undermines a lot of his credibility. I gotta be fair, I gotta call out BS when I see it, so that was definitely a huge L for Dogpack.
Where 70% of the videos is just a replay of Dogpack's content that's already filled with lies and manipulation, and the remaining 30% is just you making the most slanderous and uninformed statements possible. Even at my own misinformation defamatory statements on top, like more Pegasus.
Once again, complete lie. Of course, he gives 0 examples of this because I never did that. I just covered Dogpack's allegation.
Wait, what?
Making the most slanderous and uninformed statements possible. Even at my own misinformation defamatory statements on top, like more Pegasus.
Once again, complete lie. Of course, he gives 0 examples of this because I never did that. I just covered Dogpack's allegations as this is what he is saying. Now, I did add my own opinions on the situation, which I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to have. That's the point of the videos. I still think the videos are fake. I still think he's shady. You can think different, but...
Did he just clip it? Fuck, I don't remember. Is it really worth going back? Here, somebody, if else you want to look back. I honestly, I don't remember Soggy Serial's video being good. Like, so I actually don't have faith that he brought up any specific examples. He literally just cut out the video, what he just cut out. Okay, let's see. Let me look it up real quick. Let's check out his slop video. Transcript for the... Wait, I thought he relisted his slop video. Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Yes. Pushing back.
Okay, I can't even... I'm sorry. He actually took it down. Is there a re-upload? Soggy Serial, slop, re-upload. Did he Okay. No. Alright, I don't know what to tell you. Okay.
But that's not called slander, that's called having an opinion. So Soggy does this thing where he's lumping me in the same boat as Dogpack, which is not even close to what I did. I'm reporting allegations like a news source does. Now, according to Soggy's logic, if a famous celebrity gets like accused of something...
Yeah, you're reporting stuff like how a news station does, but you fucking misreported the James Warren shit to like a egregious level. Okay.
And then, you know, you have all those news sites saying Kanye accused of X thing. Apparently, they're just not allowed to do that. Apparently, they're just not allowed to...
The problem was the misreporting. They're not allowed to misreport, dude.
Report on any allegations ever. Like, that's literally the job of the news, to report what's happening. Okay, he says 70% is the other person's video, but if you watch my videos, you know the majority of it is me talking, and I use clips to portray certain context that I need to explain in the video, obviously. So just some subtle manipulation there, implying that I'm somehow like borderline fair use videos, when obviously, if you watch my videos, most of the videos I'm talking the most.
Slop channels like this Well, they don't respect the viewer's free time whatsoever. Why are we now averaging a 20-minute video length?
Here's the problem. This video by Soggy was so like bad that I can't even like defend this. Like these are retarded talking points though. So he's set himself up for shit.
On content that could have been less than 2
Oh my god, he fucking did cut something out? Smaggle, send me. Send me what you got.
minutes long without losing any of the informative or entertainment value.
Yeah, right after this, he releases a 1.5 hour long video that he spent months on and still got half the shit wrong and didn't disclose that he was paid by one of the parties. Okay, let's move on to the second.
Half the shit wrong? Okay, let's see. Wait, Smaggle sending me something real quick. Alright, what's the timestamp, Smag?
Lies and manipulation, and the remaining 30% is just you making the most slanderous and uninformed statements made.
Okay, so let's see.
$10,000 milking this situation for 12 videos so far, with a total runtime of 3 hours and 45 minutes, where 70% of the videos is just a replay of Dogpack's content that's already filled with lies and manipulation, and the remaining 30% is just—
So that part was true. So that was never addressed by Pegasus, and I'm sure Pegasus knows the exact point what he's bringing up here, but the James Warren stuff, there's a reason he showed that clip, but okay.
Just you making the most slanderous and uninformed statements possible.
Now, the most damning allegation here has to be this guy called Mac, right? So Mac was made out to be this random person that is trying so hard to win these challenges, and everyone is emotionally invested in his success. Well, it turns out
Mac a random contestant? What the fuck are you talking about? Jimmy even referred to him as a friend at the start of the video.
I have built the most deadly obstacle course in the world, and my friend Mac here is attempting to
He cut this out. He cut this out blatantly. He purposely cut this out. Of like, something he got wrong. I forgot about this. He just cut this out. Dude, this guy's fucking shameless. Really? Wait, let me go back. Watch what Pegasus... He did it again. Dude, this guy's got a problem. He just clips shit. Blatantly, to fit his narrative.
Slanderous and uninformed statements possible. Even add my own misinformation, defamatory statements on top, like more Pegasus.
Once again, complete lie. Of course, he gives 0 examples of this.
Give 0 examples? Dude. Oh man, this guy's such a fucker. What? Gives 0 examples, cuts out the example. Dude, you can not only see the cut, you can fucking hear it because this guy sucks at editing. You could hear the cut in audio, the clip.
Statements possible. Even add my own.
It just clipped right there. No examples, cuts out the example.
Trying so hard to win the...
Dude.
So Mac was made out to be this random person that is trying so hard to win these challenges, and everyone is emotionally invested in his success. Well, it turns out
Mac a random contestant? What the fuck are you talking about? Jimmy even referred to him as a friend at the start of the video.
I have built the most...
So yeah, this is just completely a blatant lie by Pegasus that he cut out purposely on purpose to lie about Soggy cereal, unironically. Just okay. More Pegasus spreading lies about Soggy cereal again, and just like how he did with the James Warren case, clipping shit out of context to conveniently fit a narrative. Wow, and this one was brutal, just right in your face, clipping this out of context. Dude, and you know, where was this guy's examples? Why didn't this guy bring up an example? Show his example in the video that you knew that you saw and you just chose to cut out. Yeah, this is shameless, malicious, whatever you want to call it. This guy sucks.
Misinformation, defamatory statements on top, like more Pegasus.
Yeah, and the worst part, he'll get away with it, right? Yeah, nobody will give a fuck.
Once again, complete lie. Of course, he gives 0 examples of this because I never did that. I just covered Dogpack's allegations as this is what he is saying. Now, I did add my own opinions on the situation, which I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to have. That's the point of the video.
Wait, he's showing the clip, is showing the clip of Mac. Is he trying to claim this was an opinion? Is he trying to claim this as opinion? Wait, okay, we have to reassess this.
Called Mac, right? So Mac was made out to be this random person that is trying so hard to win these challenges.
Dude, that's just an opinion, bro. That's just an opinion. Mac was made out, you know? Mac was just made out to be this random contestant, this random person, literally just like blatantly in the first clip says, "My friend Mac."
World. And my friend Mac here is...
Wow. This is just so purposely disingenuous.
I still think the videos are
just hiding behind the crazy fucking shield of, dude, it's just my opinion, homie.
Which I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to have. That's the point of the videos. I still think the videos are fake. I still think he's shady. You can think different, but that's not called slander. That's called having an opinion. So Soggy does this thing where he's lumping me in the same boat as Dogpack, which is not even close to what I did. I'm reporting allegations like a news source does. Now, according to Soggy's logic, if a famous celebrity...
We get more Pegasus to call in. What's this guy's Twitter? I don't think he has conversations with anybody, but more Pegasus. What's this guy's? Does this guy got a Twitter? Pegasus? I'm not seeing it. Can I pull it up on his channel? Dude, it's so funny. His fucking attempts to completely like discredit this guy. His attempt at poisoning the well just completely fell flat on its face, just lying about the guy. That's so funny. Dude, all these people suck involved, okay? And you know, Soggy Cereal is fucked up shit and he's got shit wrong. He is the best out of this bunch, okay? This is this guy's Twitter, Mythic Horse. Okay, let me DM him. Let me get this guy in my DMs. See if he calls in. In the meantime, let this play.
He gets like accused of something, and then you know you have all those news sites saying Kanye accused of X thing. Apparently they're just not allowed to do that. Apparently they're just not allowed to report on any allegations.
Dude, get verified to send messages to this user. Twitter fucking blows. I can't even send a DM to this guy. Okay. If somebody wants to tweet out being like, "Hey, huge YouTuber Lerix would love to talk to you," Pegasus at Mythic Horse, I'll retweet it. Massive YouTuber Lerix. All right.
Ever. Like, that's literally the job of the news, to report what's happening. Okay, he says 70% is the other person's video, but if you watch my videos, you know the majority of it is me talking, and I use clips to portray certain context that I need to explain in the video, obviously. So just some subtle manipulation there, implying that I'm somehow like borderline fair use videos, when obviously, if you watch my videos, most of the videos I'm talking the...
Okay, so we could skip ahead. We already saw this, right? There's this section.
We're gonna cover that. This is a 1.5 hour long video that he spent months on and still got half the shit wrong and didn't disclose that he was paid by one of the parties. Okay, let's move on to the second video. I wasn't originally going to cover that first one, but people keep referencing the lies made in that video. So in this video, he actually ends up exposing Dogpack for some of the things he got wrong.
Okay. This is unironically an opinion, but I'm calling bullshit on that. I don't know if that's true. Could be true. I could be false there, but this comes across as completely just trying to discredit Soggy Cereal, as opposed to
the lies made in that video. So this
that like people keep referencing this unlisted video that's been down for weeks. Could be the case.
I wasn't originally going to cover that first one, but people keep referencing the lies made in that video. So in this video, he actually ends up exposing Dogpack for some of the things he got wrong.
So in this video, I will be debunking close to every accusation.
So finally, we're getting into the Dogpack video, okay? Halfway into this video, he covers this.
Okay, spoilers, he debunks some of the stuff after getting insider info that we didn't have access to. But a lot of the stuff, he's like, well, Mr. B...
Why is this guy so weirdly defensive?
Insider info that we didn't have access.
Yeah, that's called clearing up the story. That's called clearing up the story. That the guy that you've been reporting on, Dogpack, fucked up things. Why is this guy acting so partisan in like team sports? If you're truly just a news reporter, you don't have any invested interest on who's getting taken down here and who looks good or looks bad. You're just supposed to be the anchorman. Report the story. If Dogpack fucked his credibility, you report it. Why are you seeming... This is a weird approach.
Okay, spoilers, he debunks some of the stuff after getting insider info that we didn't have access to. But a lot of the stuff, he's like, well, Mr. Beast employee said this, therefore it is correct. When it's just a he said, she said. Like, people lie, obviously. Dogpack can lie, and the Mr. Beast employees can lie. So, you know, keep that in mind as we go through this. So the first thing was the Delaware thing.
When I was there, they called him Delaware.
So this is true. I said this before. That was the critique I had for Soggy Cereal. I felt like a lot of things he was saying definitive statements on that he shouldn't have said definitively. That was the mistake. At Lerix, Blue Squid Comms. What are you tweeting at me, man?
Smaggle, what? Smaggle, can you please rewrite this tweet, dude? Smaggle, rewrite this tweet. What the fuck is this? Smaggle, rewrite this, and I'll tweet it out. The fuck are you doing? All right.
He's like, why do you call him Delaware? I didn't know. Apparently they called him Delaware because he's not allowed to go back to Delaware. That's his nickname? Colloquially? Like, you know.
Delaware was once a store manager at Jimmy's local Best Buy. So, as a dumbass, impulsive 19-year-old randomly thrown into fame, he went to his local Best Buy and asked its employees if they wanted to work for him. Naively thinking that a multi-billion-dollar company would have at least made sure to not hire criminals and especially to not hire a registered sex offender as store manager.
Okay, so it turns out...
How can you say... Let me pull this up. How can you not say, I assume you're trying to say, how can you not say Soggy getting paid not a big point when in the same video, he literally gives no pushback to any point being made by Beast's team. Basically, was just saying he was agreeing. So there's a core difference that I view these videos. So the problem with Soggy is, as I've said before and already like clarified, is that he was taking some of these statements and like testimonies and making definitive conclusions based off of it. For example, the saying definitively that Mr. Beast didn't know that he hired a registered sex offender. I felt like he shouldn't have made that firm conclusion, and I'm sure there was other things he did as well and he made firm conclusions off of. This is true, but I don't view these testimonies as like fact either. It's not the way I watch these videos or think of them. Same thing with the dog pack and the testimonies. All they are is just testimonies. This person's side, he said, she said. That is true. So, I mean, I do agree with the Soggy thing and him getting paid. That could be a good point, and it does show a conflict of interest. I do agree with that. But, yeah.
In the initial video I made covering this, I already said that it sounds pretty far-fetched and it probably isn't true. But I gotta point out that just because this person was hired when Jimmy was young or whatever, he should have done background checks as the years went on, because that individual was being a star in videos.
And here's the thing though, it is very reasonable and understandable for this explanation. This explanation is really interesting because apparently the full context behind this is that, assuming this guy's in line, Jimmy figured if Best Buy thought he was good enough to manage a giant store, then he probably was good enough to run a YouTube channel, which was dumb. But Jimmy was like 18 at the time, so not surprising. So this is a story that sounds truthful. I don't know if it's confirmed or not, but this does make sense. It's that like, hey, Jimmy, you know, starting off his YouTube career, he wanted to hire some employees, get this off the ground, and he already thought, okay, well, if Best Buy already hired this guy, he's probably good to go for this YouTube channel, so it isn't necessary to run background checks. Irresponsible, yes, and a bad decision, yes, but I don't think that's really like a crazy big critique if this is the full context of the story. So very interested again to see the interview that Oompaville does. Leon tries to art. Thank you for the 10. Pegasus clipped out the part immediately afterward where Soggy says that Mr. Beast should have done the background check, only to regurgitate what Soggy said himself, and he's acting like he's disproving Soggy. Funny, yeah.
Especially to not hire a registered sex offender as...
The story sounds good if Delaware's brother-in-law didn't make a statement saying something completely different, and Jimmy hasn't actually said anything yet. Yeah, I just want to see what Jimmy has to say. That is true, what Delaware said. But we just don't know anyway, confirmed or not.
Store manager.
Okay, so it turns out in the initial video was being a star in videos watched by kids. Also, did nobody question this? So at the start, he says that there's plenty of videos where they didn't cover Delaware's face. Yes, obviously they didn't, because they didn't know he was an RSO. But then they randomly started covering his face. So why did they do that? Is that because they found out he was an RSO? Because then you should just remove him rather than...
Hasn't this already been debunked? I thought I went over this months ago. I thought I looked up the timeline of this months ago and shows that there wasn't a consistent pattern. Is that because that's what was being claimed. I think Willie Mac tried to do that in his video, which was wrong. That after they found out he was a registered sex offender, then that's the time they put the fucking Shadman mask on him. But I thought we went over that live on stream, that timeline doesn't add up. That there was instances where even after this video when he had on a mask, that he was unmasked.
It was just for that video that he had a mask. Yeah, it was just this video. There wasn't this pattern of starting to put on this mask on James Warren because they knew he was a registered sex offender. I thought that was already debunked. Yeah, he just had a mask for one video. Pegasus, I don't think he knows what he's talking about here. But I would have to go back and do 100% checks. But yeah, I thought I went over that like a month ago.
They do that. Is that because they found out he was an RSO? Because then you should just remove him rather than cover his face. Don't you think so? I don't know. I'm, making speculation there, but I can't believe he didn't even mention that in the video. Like, everyone's like, oh, this is debunked. Like, what? I mean, good job by Soggy for pointing it out, but there needs to be some pushback as well instead of just blindly believing everything.
Okay. Soggy Cereal should have brought up this point that I don't even know is confirmed or not. Why didn't Soggy Cereal bring up this point that I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about with? This is some good stuff, Pegasus.
By Soggy for pointing it out, but there needs to be some pushback as well instead of just blindly believing everything what these employees say.
What about Jake the Viking's tweet about Jimmy's mom literally allowing her then barely of age son to knowingly be in contact with and hire a pedophile? First of all, have you thought about just how absurd that sounds? And second, Jake the Viking is a shitty person and untrustworthy. Even Dogpack's friends agree on that.
I mean, we also know that MrBeast's team, at least some members...
Yeah, unfortunately, this is another point that I criticized Soggy Cereal on. I think this is a dumb part of his video.
Are definitely shady and
This isn't confirmed. Kids fucking for the two. His name's Pegasus because he gets pegged by his sis.
Trustworthy as well. So what, do you not listen to both sides? Again, it's a he said, she said, and even this person is not sure. It says, I don't think Jimmy or his mom knew when they hired him. I really don't think Sue would knowingly let. It's a think. It's like, I'm not sure, I'm just guessing here. I hope that that's not the case. So it's not debunking. This is not called debunking. This is literally...
Fuck. Unfortunately, yes, this is true. Soggy Cereal did set himself up here. This is a wrong point in his video. He should have not made a definitive statement based off of this when it sounds like even the person, Dustin, who's talking about it said, like, I don't think so. They're just like giving their opinion. So
hope that that's not the case. So it's not debunking. This is not called debunking. This is literally like, hey, maybe. Then he talks about the Jake Weddle part, and this kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
Falsely accusing someone of committing war crimes against the Geneva Convention in a consented to solitary confinement challenge where you'd earn $10,000 a day and can quit whenever you want and still keep the accumulated prize money up until that point. Oh, wait.
And I go up to my friend, my good friend. He goes, what? That's a war crime. We're not allowed to do that to terrorists. Oh, good. 24 hours breaking the Geneva Convention, I guess, is what we're doing.
The war crime stuff was 100% a joke. I'm now a producer, but I was originally hired as comedy writer.
Didn't Soggy put question marks where things weren't confirmed, though? Yes, he did do that. But the problem is that he put X on things that weren't confirmed either. He overstated his claims about that registered sex offender thing that was just brought up. He didn't put a question mark behind that allegation. He put a confirmed, like, he acted as if it was a closed case when that wasn't true.
Writer with Jake Weddle, so I just wanted to cheer him up with a dumb and edgy joke. And then after making those slanderous claims, accept another $50,000 from Jimmy with no strings attached.
Okay, this part again, in my first video covering it, I literally said it probably doesn't fall under the definition of war crime. I personally don't think it's a war crime, because obviously you have to be in a war for that to qualify, but I don't like the way Soggy did this, because you may think Jake Weddle is a complaint box and ungrateful person, but Jimmy apologized to him for like the mental stress it caused or whatever, and then he paid him the rest of the money. I mean, if he's really innocent, stand by it and don't pay him shit or apologize at all. Stand on business there. Again, Soggy doesn't know what happened there. He wasn't there. He's just guessing here. This is not evidence, okay?
Wait, I'm sorry. What is being said here? So he's blaming Soggy about the war crimes joke. That's the only thing that's being brought up here. But Pegasus is talking about the challenge in its entirety. I'm a little confused.
War for that to qualify, but I don't like the way Soggy did this, because you may think Jake Weddle is a complaint box and ungrateful person, but Jimmy apologized to him for like the mental stress it caused or whatever, and then he paid him the rest of the money. I mean, if he's really innocent, stand by it and don't pay him shit or apologize at all. Stand on business there. Again, Soggy doesn't know what happened there. He wasn't there. He's just guessing here. This is not evidence, okay? And just because he said the war crime thing was a joke, that is a passing comment that nobody cares about, all right? It doesn't mean Jake didn't go through something horrible. There was the...
I don't think Soggy was acting as if that completely like exonerates the whole situation. I don't think Soggy ever said that. What? This is an L on Pegasus. At the end, Dustin Harris said Jake Weddle was not having a good time. Gotcha.
Element of pressure and money that we were talking about as well. This is a random comparison, but it's kind of like abusive boyfriend. Like, oh, he's hitting you. Just leave. It's easy. Just leave. Like, why would you stay with him in a...
Bro, okay, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, dude. Pegasus doesn't know shit. Yeah, dude, that's exactly the situation. Oh my god, these people. Oh my dude.
Like abusive boyfriend, like, oh, he's hitting you. Just leave. It's easy. Just leave. Like, why would you stay with him in a relationship if he's hitting?
He could have. He was blaming Mr. Beast for his anxiety. He was blaming Mr. Beast for the fact that he didn't want to let him down. Jake Weddle didn't want to let down Mr. Beast. How the fuck is that Mr. Beast's problem? Dude, at the point in time, Jake Weddle wasn't even an employee, so he didn't have to worry about losing his fucking job. That was the pressure? I had a whole conversation with Jake Weddle about this. This is such a stupid point.
Like, oh, he's hitting you. Just leave. It's easy. Just leave. Like, why would you stay with him in a relationship if he's hitting you? Just stop complaining and leave, right? Obviously, it's not that simple. You know, there's
Please explain the detail. I really hope Pegasus explains in detail, because I feel like he's just saying a whole bunch of bullshit for the sake of pleasing the crowd, and he doesn't actually know the details. I would actually applaud him, and I would take the L if he gets into the detail about this topic. Just explain your opinion in detail.
Certain pressures, there's certain intimidation factors. You can be financially reliant, etc., etc.
He wasn't. Okay. He wasn't. I'm spurging at this. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
There's certain pressures, there's certain intimidation factors. You can be financially reliant, etc., etc. So it's not that simple. And him just saying that
he was not an employee. He got called up after. This is after he's already been fired. He wasn't financially reliant. He said, what was the other pressure?
Obviously, it's not that simple. You know, there's certain pressures, there's certain intimidation factors.
Intimidation. Just preach to the soy crowd. Mr. Beast was intimidating him. Just remove all agency away from grown men. Okay.
You can be financially reliant, etc., etc. So it's not that simple. And him just saying that war crime thing was a joke doesn't change any
It's not that simple. I'm not going to go into detail, but I'm going to say etc., etc. after bringing up two like points that don't even track onto the example, and just move on, moonwalk away from the point.
Jake Weddle's experiences or whatever. Now you can choose not to believe him, but just say I don't believe him instead of saying it's definitively false.
But just as I will rip into Jimmy later in this video.
Spoilers, by later he means the absolute end of the video. He does like 4 minutes at the end of a 1.5 hour long video. I mean, Mr. Beast loved this video.
Are you calling him out on that, Pegasus? You? The guy who preloaded this entire video? Like, sure, hey man, both things can be wrong. Absolutely. I think Soggy Cereal did this like choosingly on purpose. But bro, you're gonna call him out on this? This exact thing you did in this video. This first minute of the video is poisoning the entire fucking city to just preload your audience to not take anything he says seriously.
End of a 1.5 hour long video. I mean, Mr. Beast loved this video. He was convinced Soggy is completely on his side. He started sending it off to everybody. So yeah, then he moves on to the illegal lotteries allegation.
So even in the re-upload he found, it says that there's a free entry option. Yet he still doctored up this fake UI to make his intentional lies more convincing. Nah, I'm just kidding. Funniest part is that Mr. Beast verbally says it on stream.
Go shopmrbeast.com, buy the shirt or hoodie. You could be one of the people that come down and compete in the video. There's also a free entry on the site as well, if you just...
However, I do agree that it's very scummy and manipulative advertising in my opinion. Finally found some proof that the first illegal lottery was in fact illegal. There was no purchase necessary in the description. Feel like it might have been a mistake. I don't know.
Okay, so basically he says that some of the lotteries found were not illegal and there was the free giveaway, but also he said that he found one that was illegal. And you also have to consider that the Mr. Beast team was engaging in a cover-up, wiping these clips up.
This guy's so smug. This guy's so smug and shameless. Dude, gives like gives the provably wrong things that Dogpack said like 10 seconds of airtime, and then just focuses on lol. Look at this fucking retard. Look what this guy did with this one illegal lottery. Just be fair to both sides. It's just Soggy was going too much on one side, but Pegasus is completely just on the fuck Mr. Beast team. And dude, you're talking about being financially compromised. Come on, dude. You're telling me, you're bringing up that Soggy cereal's financially compromised? Bro. Your channel your channel's like income is on the basis of Mr. Beast fucking getting owned and bent over, dude. Okay. And it would be one thing if you were reporting these things unbiasedly, but it's not. You have way different energy when it comes to Soggy cereal calling out Dogpack versus Dogpack calling out Mr. Beast.
Was illegal, and you also have to consider that the MrBeast team was engaging in a cover-up, wiping these clips off the internet, deleting them left and right off like Facebook and stuff as well. So that.
What's your side, Lerix? I have no side. I have critiques for both parties. Of course, from a third party looking into my streams, they're gonna automatically think that I'm more on the fuck Dogpack team because I'm talking more about Dogpack's mistakes as opposed to Mr. Beast's. But that's only because of the reason that everyone is already repeating the Mr. Beast takes and talking points, and there's not new information or new critiques there. The reason why it comes across as I'm critiquing Dogpack more is because no one else is talking about that, and there's more to discuss here when no one else is bringing that up, when everyone else is just repeating the same talking points about Mr. Beast. So
definitely says something about they were trying to hide at least something in there.
Being deceitful here? Because he's comparing a single serving sized 43 grams Hershey's bar to a 2 serving sized 60 grams Feastables bar, instead of comparing it to a 1 serving sized 35 grams Feastables bar.
Okay, he keeps addressing the most insignificant allegations that nobody cares about. This was such a minor point.
He did this, dude. He did it. He fucking did it. I said this while reacting to Soggy's video. Dude, what people are going to bring up is that they're going to say, dude, why are you focusing on all these little details, bro? These aren't even important in the grand scheme of things. Okay, then why did Dogpack ever make the claim in the first place? This is what I mean. This is what these fuckers do. Dude, why are you even focusing on this detail? Why are you even focusing on this, little bro? I don't know. Probably because Dogpack just said some wrong shit. Why did Dogpack say it? If you don't want people to call it out, they just line. I said this exact thing would happen. Little bro, who cares about Feastables, bro? Who cares?
Keeps addressing the most insignificant allegations that nobody cares about. This was such a minor point. And also, he's talking about the wrong point. It's not about comparing the Hershey's to the Feastables. The problem was changing the Feastables formula, which he did. Nobody cares about the comparison.
What do you mean nobody cares? Dogpack said it. This is the guy calling someone else out for being biased. This is the guy. He's calling out fucking Soggy for being biased here. It's just so transparent what he's doing. Why can't you just own this and be like, yeah, Dogpack shouldn't have said that. It is a minor detail in the grand scheme of things, but it's pretty weird why Dogpack is encasing all of his arguments with just fabricated details. Why is he doing this? Is that really that hard to say? Is it really that hard?
Such a minor point. And also, he's talking about the wrong point. It's not about comparing.
He cut out the part where he talks about the formula? Did he? I don't even remember, man. There's so much details here. Did he really cut that out too?
The Hershey's to the Feastables. The problem was changing the Feastables formula, which he did. Nobody cares about the comparison to Hershey's. Nobody gives a shit about serving sizes. People take the bar and they eat the goddamn bar.
So you're calling out Soggy cereal for correcting Dogpack on his lie. Where was this energy when Dogpack brought up this accusation in the first place? When Dogpack first put forward his video, did you say, dude, why are you bringing up this small detail, bro? I'm willing to bet he didn't. Just completely different energy.
Nobody gives a shit about serving sizes. People take the bar and they eat the goddamn bar. All right, that's how children work. All right, I don't know if you're that psychopath who cuts your bar in half, stores half in the fridge or something.
Here's footage of them digging the pit. You know what? Here's a crew member's footage of the 2 non-CGI buses and non-CGI train being in the pit after they drove them in there.
Shredder is CGI.
Nope. At this timestamp, they do shred an actual Lamborghini in a legitimate shredder.
Nobody said they didn't do that. He just said that particular thing was CGI, which I don't know if it was. I mean, it looks different from the real thing you showed, so maybe some editing was going on there to exaggerate the effect. But again, I highly doubt people actually care about this stuff. People want to focus on the...
Who cares, lil bro? Who cares, lil bro? Dude, you know, all these lies that Dogpack was telling, you know, in the grand scheme of things, does it even really matter? Does it really even matter that much? Does anybody actually really care? He's just doing the thing. He's just doing the thing.
But again...
It's just impossible for this guy to say, hey, it is weird why Dogpack is being dishonest about these details. He's hurting his case if he genuinely wants to hold Mr. Beast accountable. That's like impossible for him to say.
I highly doubt people actually care about this stuff. People want to focus on the serious allegations, but Soggy just focuses on this dumb shit. But basically, throughout these points, Soggy insinuates that Mr. Beast is not faking these videos, but then there are clear instances of shady things happening, like he'll go to New Zealand into the Waitomo glowworms caves, which takes like a 45-minute tour to finish, and then he'll title the video, he's stranded in a cave for days as a challenge, which is just stupid, obviously.
We're calling him up for clickbait? Okay, dude. I'm sure... I don't know, man. Like, okay. Let me listen to this again.
Throughout these points, Soggy insinuates that Mr. Beast is not faking these videos, but then there are clear instances of shady things happening, like he'll go to New Zealand into the Waitomo glowworms caves, which takes like a 45-minute tour to finish, and then he'll title the video, he's stranded in a cave for days.
So, wait. This is a big deal? This is a big deal to you? I thought you were the who cares little bro guy. I thought you were the guy who cares about like only the like most pressing allegations. Now we're talking about clickbait? Now we're talking about clickbait stranded in a cave? What happened to who cares?
As a challenge, which is just stupid, obviously. So I don't know about that, but after this, I make an appearance.
Every other commentary YouTuber did it without getting sued. Even though just because a lot of YouTubers tried milking the situation and threw unsubstantiated, easily disprovable accusations out there for clout, views, and money without getting...
Complains that faking videos is lame, then talks about how faking a video actually matters.
Sued.
So you might be wondering, why is that part blurred, the part where he scrolls through my videos? That's because I confronted him in private about this, about him constantly lying about me, and then I told him to remove it, and then he said he can't remove it for like the flow of the video or something, so he just blurred it, which, you know, I do appreciate it, whatever, but, you know, I...
Okay, that's an L on Dogpack. I mean, that's an L on Soggy. Whatever. Yeah, Soggy shouldn't have done that. That is an L. Yeah.
Remove it.
He knelt there. He kneeled.
For like the flow of the video or something, so you just blurred it, which, you know, I do appreciate it, whatever, but, you know, I still gotta point out, like, he's clearly talking about me, everybody knows it, and everybody saw it before it got blurred. So first off, I absolutely cannot get sued. You can't sue someone for reporting someone else's allegations when you had no idea if it was true, and you explicitly...
Yeah, Pegasus can't get sued.
...never said...
Did Soggy say that? Oh, fuck. Okay, where were we?
Go to New Zealand.
YouTubers tried for clout, views, and money without getting sued.
So you might...
No, without getting sued. Okay, I guess did he allude to that?
Just because a lot of YouTubers tried milking the situation and threw unsubstantiated, easily disprovable accusations out there for clout, views, and money without getting sued.
So you might be wondering...
I guess he alludes to it, but okay.
Like the flow of the video, clearly talking about me, everybody knows it, and everybody saw it before it got blurred. So first off, I absolutely cannot get sued. You can't sue someone for reporting someone else's allegations when you had no idea if it was true, and you explicitly never said that it was true. Now, can Dogpack be sued? Maybe, probably, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but I know for sure my videos are clean. Now, after this, he goes over the Dogpack and Rosanna Ivanka Trump thing, where basically they accuse like Ava and maybe Mr. Beast to be in like a work chat, and they were spreading these images that were illegal, but obviously it came out to be false, and obviously I did not cover this in length because, you know, I knew it was absolutely egregious.
Dogpack404 claimed to have...
Wait, he didn't cover this? Okay, this guy's actually just top fucking Janny broom. Dude, this guy's got a collection of brooms. What? What? He didn't cover that? Sorry, I don't even want... I mean, we wouldn't know because I'm not watching. Wait, he didn't cover that? He just chose to not cover that huge fuck up by Dogpack, which hurts his credibility?
Chat, and they were spreading these images. my videos are clean. Now, after this, he goes over the Dogpack and Rosanna Ivanka Trump thing, where basically they accuse like Ava and
listen to the reason,
maybe Mr. Beast to be in like a work chat, and they were spreading these images that were illegal, but obviously it came out to be false. And obviously I did not cover this in length because, you know, I knew it was absolutely egregious.
Dogpack 404.
Bro, he knew. He knew, okay? So he knew it was egregious, but didn't think it was worth enough to call out on his channel or for his video. It's just so transparent. It's just completely transparent and shameless. Wow, he never even covered that. He never even covered that. He knew it was egregious and didn't cover it, yeah. It's just shameless. Shameless. The worst parts. Nothing will happen to this guy. This guy will be unaffected. That's so funny.
And obviously I did not cover this in length because, you know, I knew it was absolutely...
I mean, that is just a mega sweep. Like, that, he's just admitting, like, completely fucking top Janny.
Egregious.
Dogpack 404 claimed to have access to leaked work chat messages, with one of them being...
Okay, this part's pretty long. Basically, they got the whole thing wrong. Dogpack messed up super bad there. That was a ridiculously bad allegation. It should have never been made, and pretty much everybody agrees on that. And, you know, good job on Soggy for calling that out as well. Pretty much everybody...
Pretty much everybody already... Look at this cope. Pretty much everybody already agreed on this, so I don't really think it was necessary to bring up in a video. I never really thought it was necessary to bring up, because, you know, everybody kind of already knew this. But he will shamelessly repeat the same talking points that Dogpack has been saying about Mr. Beast, because not everybody knows those, okay? He'll make his fucking 50th, 20th video on Mr. Beast, because, you know, everybody's just got to be up with the news. Maybe some people don't know the new information, but this Dogpack stuff, not important enough. Not good enough to make the cut.
Much everybody agrees on that. And, you know, good job on Soggy for calling that out as well. Pretty much everybody called him out for that. That was just ridiculous. And
not you. Not you. What do you mean everybody called him out on that? You didn't.
That's the point where it went too far, and that's why I guess this video needed to be made by someone.
This behind the scenes video, you can even see how many cameras they had to make sure the challenge wasn't rigged.
So we could constantly monitor it. This is the kind of stuff we don't normally show.
Okay, so again, this is what I'm
dude, and it's so funny that he brought this part up at the end of his video when he critiqued Soggy Cereal for doing the same thing in his video. Bro, we're 21 minutes in and this is when he mentions this? That's crazy. He felt the people with lives who used Pegasus as a recap didn't need to know about his main source, majorly fucking up. Yeah. He felt like it wasn't really necessary. You know, it wasn't really necessary for the people to know. Didn't make the cut enough. You know, enough people were already covering it, man. Enough people were already covering the story. Who really gives a fuck?
Talking about this is not evidence. Monitoring people with cameras doesn't mean it's not rigged. Maybe they're monitoring it to influence it in some way. You can't just 100% trust what people are saying. You always have to have a little bit of nuance and speculation here.
I also used this video as a prime example of Mr. Beast
Nuanced
never
King
using
Pegasus.
random subscribers. Even though multiple people who can be identified by their nameplate can be proven to be random, non-influencer.
Yeah, dude, Pegasus only covers the most important stuff, like KSI's new epic tweet, okay? His new Lunchly tweet. Okay. KSI just got destroyed by the internet number 8. Number 9. Number 12. Dude, he has his series of Logan Paul, KSI, and Mr. Beast, all like near the number 15. He's on edition 14 of fucking episode 14 of Logan Paul. KSI 12, Mr. Beast 15, now 16, I guess. Shameless.
Contestants from outside of North Carolina.
Okay, Dogpack using the word never was super stupid because obviously everyone knows that some are random, okay? The problem is mixing random contestants with employees and friends that could potentially make the challenge unfair. Okay, that has not been debunked.
Me and Dawson.
Bro, wait. You mean like his girlfriend and like the few employees that were like 3 out of 100? Oh, dude, we are grasping at straws. And wasn't that for COVID precautions too? There's no winning. There's no winning, man.
That was for COVID safety and precautions. They had to fill in those last few people of like employees and Jimmy's girlfriend, which ended up to be like what, like 3 people? Fuck, man. What the fuck is he saying? It was debunked. Why is he lying? He's actually lying? Yeah, where was that COVID stuff? Bro, it was literally mentioned in a podcast. Can someone link me that? I remember seeing that somewhere, but it's slipping my mind where that was right now. Where did we watch that? Where did we see that?
Random, okay? The problem is mixing random contestants with employees and friends that could potentially make the challenge unfair. Okay.
It was in Soggy's video? The Soggy video. Soggy cereal. Let's see.
Yes. Pushing back.
It was in Soggy's video. Okay, let me search by COVID. Okay, let's see. What do we got here? COVID.
That was an accident on the day everybody.
Years ago, by the way, contestants who had COVID at the time.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, that contestant had to get out for her job? I guess you forgot she's your hiring manager. I actually recognize a lot of people in this video, including Jimmy's own girlfriend.
Yeah, Dawson.
So 3 people.
Because they were filling in for contestants who had COVID at the time. You can see Mr. B's girlfriend publicly talking about this in a podcast from years ago, by the way.
I saw on your Twitter that you were in the video 100 girls versus 100 boys for $500,000.
Yes, that was an accident on the day everybody had.
Dude, but maybe she was already covering years ago, okay? This doesn't debunk anything, all right? Maybe Jimmy's girlfriend saw the future, decided to go back and to do this podcast appearance to corroborate the story. Who knows, man?
Had to go for COVID tests, and a lot of people came, got their COVID tests, and they tested positive. And the girls somehow ended up with way too little contestants. So I got a call randomly from the studio, and they're like, we need a female.
What, you wanted them to let contestants with COVID participate in the challenge? And in this podcast...
This was just such a reach for Dogpack to put in his video, just desperate to grasp on any straws as possible. It's so funny that Pegasus is bringing this up as a valid point, when if it would have fit his narrative, he would have just used the excuse of like, well, who really cares, little bro? Who really cares, little bro? It's not really that important, little bro. This guy is so inconsistent. Dude, if you would have presented him with this information, he'll literally just be like, okay, well, does this change the grand scheme of things? He's such a fucker. That's the tactic. Tommy C's Cat, thank you for the 10. If Pegasus actually wrote this video, I will gladly donate my left testicle to science. What do you mean? This is definitely written by Pegasus. This video sucks, dude. Well, if they excluded 3 people, then they were lying about having 100 people. If they canceled the video, then they scammed the contestants. If they replace people with people, they know it's biased. Yeah, exactly. There's no fucking winning, right?
Because obviously everyone knows that some are random, okay? The problem is mixing random contestants with employees and friends that could potentially make the challenge unfair. Okay, that has not been debunked.
Me and Dawson were cordial, but I will say it was a little uncomfortable with just me and him in the office. He seemed pretty disinterested. He gave weird vibes for sure. Yeah. And
literally, what is the point of any of this? You've barely asked anything relevant at all. Okay, how did you feel about...
Did you nitpick Jake Weddle's fucking interview like this? Did you nitpick Jake Weddle's retarded interview this hard? I really hope you did. I really hope you did, for you to be cherry picking this hard, man.
What is the point of...
Because Jake Weddle's is 100 times worse.
Any of this. You've barely asked anything relevant at all. Okay, how did you feel about...
Bro, dude, I bet it's nothing but sympathy and like cries for fucking Jake. I'm going off my rocker, man. I'm going off my rocker. I need to see what his initial coverage was on Jake Weddle. Let's see. Okay, this is at like probably the beginning. Let's see how he covered Jake Weddle's interview. So we just watched 4. That was the first video. What's 5?
New Mr. Beast allegations.
Okay, Chris Tyson stuff.
Mr. Beast team
Is this the Jake Weddle stuff? No. That's number 6. Damn, we already got up to number 7?
Okay, massive.
Before covering Jake Weddle? Where's the Jake Weddle stuff? Number 8?
Okay, we got a couple up.
Holy shit. Number 9?
The new Mr. Beast.
Okay, number 9 finally gets to Jake Weddle. Okay, holy hell. He got, 9 editions just for up until the second video of Dogpacks.
The new Mr. Beast allegations are absolutely disgusting. So the ex-employee who exposed Mr. Beast, Dogpack, has finally released his part 2 video titled, "I worked for Mr. Beast, he's a sociopath." And this video goes over some very serious allegations by a former contestant named Jake Weddle. Now, legal disclaimer, I cannot confirm any of this. This entire video is covering their allegations, and I'm simply reporting the news. So
based.
some of the things being alleged are Jake Weddle was borderline tortured in a Mr. Beast challenge called 100 Days in Solitary Confinement. Apparently, he was not even allowed to see sunlight and had bright studio lights on him and cameras 24/7 so that he couldn't sleep, which may potentially fall under sleep deprivation, which is a form of serious torture. Apparently, there was an incredible amount of pressure to stay and complete the challenge as well, even when he was falling apart, so to speak. Another allegation is that Mr. Beast had a convicted SA offender.
Okay, so here we go. So let's see when he plays the clips of Jake Weddle.
Filming the solitary confinement video.
I'm Jake Weddle. If you know me from Mr. Beast, I'm a deep cut. I'm in a few of the videos, sometimes maybe purposefully kept to the shadows a little bit. I'm in the cutting room floor a lot of the time. The pitch is 100 days in solitary confinement, but don't worry, like you only have to last like 30. They were like
a hot tub and
because it's $10,000 a day.
Okay, so apparently it was pitched as a sort of vacation, a really easy challenge where you can earn $300K, where you'll have a hot tub and an ice cream machine. But then he goes on to explain the alleged absolutely horrid conditions on the set, saying that it smelled really bad and he didn't even get to sleep and was suffering from insomnia even after the challenge.
And I mean,
So is he going to nitpick it all? Is he going to question some things? Is he going to like give any benefit of the doubt, saying like, hey, you know what? We need some more information here. We need some more context. Did he have a choice in this? What was the details here? Okay.
Just freshly painted the set. You could smell it. And it's off. You know what? I asked them, son, I got no hair. And I go up to my friend. Oh!
So he's claiming that they...
can you say to the camera how thankful you are that now you can pay back your student loans?
That is absolutely awful to hear. So he's claiming that they allegedly almost tortured him and then asked him to basically thank the cameras for it. Now, I don't know if it actually qualifies as like a war crime because that seems a bit much, but regardless, it is a horrible thing to do to someone, especially for...
That's the pushback that we got. Okay. We got the pushback that, you know, I don't know if it's actually a war crime because it's not in a war. That's the pushback. That's the nitpicking we get on this interview.
Supposedly the kind-hearted god angel.
And then like immediately covering because he doesn't want to look like he's sweeping for Mr. Beast, immediately like coming in with the next point of like, okay, it's still a horrible thing to do though, I swear.
That it's supposed to be Mr. Beast, right? And if this is true, it could be a serious problem for Mr. Beast and the whole team because there's been a ton of allegations of people accusing Mr. Beast of using money to get people to do things that they wouldn't normally do in a sane mind. I mean, presenting it as a vacation and then turning it around into...
Yeah, so, okay. You get the point. It's just like complete different energy versus when this interview comes around, it's like, how is this even relevant? Relevance? What are we thinking here? Why are you even bringing this up, bro? After like, he doesn't even let like 20 seconds play, 20 seconds sit. Okay, man.
Could potentially make the challenge unfair. Okay, that has not been debunked.
Me and Dawson were cordial, but I will say it was a little uncomfortable with just me and him in the office.
What did this guy have to say when Jake Weddle compared Mr. Beast to his pedophile dad? What did he have to say there? Can I look that up? Did he relevance them? What's the relevance of this pedophile comparison, Jake Weddle? Did he bring this up? Let me look up dad. Oh, did he not even mention this in his fucking video? Father? Pedophile? Well, folks, I guess not. I guess he didn't even cover that. I guess that wasn't good enough to make the cut.
The fact that not only did he work there, but he was like the manager when it all started.
Wow, that is absolutely horrific if that is true. Getting those vibes of, I don't know, Dan Schneider, Nickelodeon, all of that weird stuff.
Yeah, Pegasus. You're getting Dan Schneider vibes, bro.
I mean, how did this possibly ever happen? Nobody who has done that type of stuff to a child should ever, ever, ever be allowed anywhere.
Does he bring up the pedo dad?
Apparently, the Beast team is going back several years in the past, and quietly, if this is all true,
it presents a very big problem.
Crimes. I mean, that's should ever, ever, ever be allowed anywhere near kids, or to even work on a channel that is so.
There's a paragraph.
Okay, it seems like he doesn't even bring that up. Interesting. Why are you spamming a link, Smaggle? Beast video coming in a minute. Ah, man, we got a late night tonight, guys. The Oompaville Beast videos interview is about to drop. Let's fucking go though. God damn it. Okay, I'm already so deep in my stream though. All right, it's gonna be a late night. Are you staying up for it? Yeah, I gotta stay up for it. It's about to come out, so be sure to donate to the goal. If you want me, let me do a new goal. Make me happy. If you want me to cover the Beast video, I don't know. I appreciate the donation. No, you guys have been very generous tonight. Thank you for the donations. It's been a good stream. Get a glass of water. Yeah, I'll do it when it comes around. All right, though. Yeah, I've heard this interview is going to be really, really, really long, though. So it's hard being a 2-hour streamer. Let's finish up this video, though.
Seemed pretty disinterested. He gave weird vibes for sure. Yeah. And
literally, what is the point of any of this? You've barely asked anything relevant at all. Okay, how did you feel about Dawson? Who cares if they hate him or like him? They are on Mr. Beast's side, and Dawson is not. Of course, they don't like him. My question is, why did Soggy need to fly out for this? Couldn't this have been done through like video call or something? Because this interview doesn't look like anything special at all. So I'm just confused. They just gave the guy a free vacation to make a defense video, and basically,
dude, this poison. This is. Wow. I'm actually kind of amazed. Listen to the way he's framing this, man. Listen to the way he's framing this. They just basically gave this guy a fucking free Beast vacation. They were hanging out on the beach and everything. Fucking chatting it up. Wow. Poison the well more, man. Spoops, thank you for the 5. For the goal. Thank you.
At all. So I'm just confused. They just gave the guy a free vacation to make a defense video and basically used him to spread it out to everybody. Like, he got actually just used.
No doesn't mean no is wildly taken out of context, I think, in this situation, because in the way that we mean it, it's a sales tactic. It's like
literally everybody knew this already. Everybody pointed it out. It is not.
What? What do you mean? Dogpack used that as a main thing to push the like fucking pedos. And they're rapists. What the dude? It's just so transparent. It's so transparent. This fucking guy.
Appreciate that. I'm not.
What do you mean everybody knew this? It's either who really cares, little bro? This isn't a big deal. Who really cares, little bro? Or fucking what is it? What did he just say? Everybody already knew this, bro. You know, I already knew that the false CP allegations were already false, so therefore I didn't want to cover it on my channel because everybody was already calling it out. I didn't feel like informing my audience was a good idea, that the main news source that I've been covering for the past multiple months actually is a retard. Okay. Commander Cootie, thanks for the membership. Larissa/Femboys helped me realize I was bisexual. Good dono, dude. All right, where's the dog pack section? Let's see. Dog pack no means no. Yeah. No. Okay. Means
Tuesday or we lose $500,000. Now, if you're the producer, you obviously know that means get it done or you lose your job.
Okay, here we go.
He said,
dude, this is the crazy way that Dogpack framed this.
We also don't want you to, and I swear to our Lord and Savior, he stopped himself from saying sue. Also, as far as like, he could have said no, he could have left at any time. I want to show the segment from an internal document at Mr. Beast called How to Succeed in Mr. Beast Production. Specifically on page 19, there's a paragraph called No does not mean no. Already insane, because it's sort of, it seems to be co-opting the popular anti-rape slogan. which is a terrible look given the allegations that are going to be coming out very soon. It reads,
What? How did Pegasus cover this when this first came out? What did Pegasus have to say about it? Wait, I just had his video pulled up. Can I see what Pegasus said at the time? Because he's acting so, like, confident. Like, dude, everybody already knew
The new
this.
Mr. Beast.
Everybody already called this out. Okay, let's see if he called it out. Maybe he did. Let's see. Let's give him benefit of the doubt. Let's see if he did it here. All right. We got to be fair.
segment from an internal document at Mr. Beast called How to Succeed in Mr. Beast Production. Specifically on page 19, there's a paragraph called No Does Not Mean No. Already insane, because it seems to be co-opting the popular anti-rape slogan, which is a terrible look given the allegations that are going to be coming out very soon. It reads,
when dealing with people outside Mr. Beast Productions, never take a no at face value. If you need a store to buy everything inside of, and you call the local Dollar Tree, and the person that answers says, no, you can't film here, that doesn't mean shit. Talk to other employees and see if there are fans, or if any have kids that are fans. Try talking to their boss, their boss's boss. Have me DM them on Twitter, try their social team. If could be huge fans, and open all conceivable options here. All right, so it's basically saying tools that when combined dramatically improve your probability of success when producing here. All right, so it's basically saying keep trying to make the thing happen and don't take no for an answer, which is okay, except the phrase is a very weird choice and probably made a lot of women uncomfortable, but all right. Now, Dogpack also claims
a woman wrote it, but okay. This is literally the woman who wrote it. But is he going to call it out Dogpack's framing?
That this sort of mentality might lead to some shady business behind the scenes. For example, if an employee is pressured to make something happen, or, you know, they might lose their career for it, then they might be incentivized to tell half-truths or lie about small details.
He said no one said this, by the way. Wait, did he just do the meme that he said no one was doing?
When producing here. All right, so it's basically saying keep trying to make the thing happen and don't take no for an answer, which is okay, except the phrase is a very weird choice and probably made a lot of women uncomfortable.
Okay, based. At the bare minimum, he was like alluding to that and implying that. Bro, everybody already knew this. Everybody already knew this. Fucker. Everybody already knew this, man.
Taken out of context, I think, in this situation, because in the way that we mean it, it's a sales tactic. It's like
literally everybody knew this already. Everybody pointed it out. It is not new information. Like I specifically
Dude, everybody knew this, bro.
Pointed that out as a point in the video, like no means no is not referring to women or whatever. It just happens to be an inconvenient set of words there.
I heard a rumor.
Wait, when did you say that? Wait, what?
Is not referring to women or whatever. It just happens to be an inconvenient.
Did you say that?
For an answer, which is okay, except the phrase is a very weird choice and probably made a lot of women uncomfortable.
I guess it could be implied he said that there. Okay, whatever. Moving on. Don't have to get caught up on autistic details. Let's finish this fucking video. Then we got the Oompaville thing. All right.
Convenient set of words there.
I heard a rumor circulating that Dawson told you that your food was trash.
So they're saying that Dogpack said that a chef's food is bad. This is so relevant to the allegations. Give this guy Content Cop of the Year award. What is this debunking? I'm so confused. Then he moves on to the eye surgeries thing.
Helping one.
Showing his behavior in the company. So you think it's relevant, epic, and based when Jake Weddle is comparing Mr. Beast to his pedophile dad. But you're like nitpicking all these little details. Talking about this interview and in relation to their experience with Dogpack and how Dogpack is at the company. Okay, man. It's just, at the end of the day, you could have your critiques of Soggy Cereal's interviews. You could have your critiques of the Jake Weddle interview. Just be consistent. Just don't just be one-sided. Don't just be biased towards whatever side benefits you. And Pegasus is so transparently biased. Lethality for the 5. Thank you. Did you also notice that he cut out the parts where she said she wrote the no doesn't mean no? Oh yeah, he cut that out too, right? Yeah, the girl ended up writing it. So funny.
1,000 people see for the first time, and they claimed that the Mr. Beast company hadn't paid for any of the surgeries.
Yeah, so we worked with that third party, and that third party, I don't know what communication error happened between them, and they've put out a video since talking about it.
Okay, so again, this is not a debunking. They didn't pay them for 8 months. You can say it's a miscommunication, you can say whatever, but that's still bad. That's really bad that they tried to reach out so many times, and it took 8 whole months to get paid. Like imagine your boss pays you a salary after 8 months after you try to contact him several times, and then at the end he's like, oh yeah, no harm done. Like what? Then he had a very short segment.
I mean, yeah, that's not good. I think he's just clearing it up, just like giving the full story here. But yeah, okay.
End of Mr. Beast's criticism at the end.
So yeah, go
Didn't it go into the spam email?
check Coffeezilla's video on that once it releases. Stop the collabs with Logan Paul.
Amazing, not mentioning Chris or any of the serious allegations. And you wonder why Mr. Beast is parading.
Please regurgitate the fucking main headlining title that Mr. Beast has been bent over for the last 3 months, shoved down everyone's throat about Chris Tyson, about all these different details. God forbid Soggy Cereal makes a video that's covering a different aspect of the drama. It's unreal. It's unreal, man. Didn't even bring up Chris Tyson. Must be team sports.
Amazing, not mentioning Chris or any of the serious allegations. And you wonder why Mr. Beast is parading around your video to everyone.
Why aren't you condemning Chris Tyson, bro? Why aren't you Chris? Why? What are you doing?
But yeah, anyways, that's it. Looking forward to the interview tomorrow with Mr. Beast. We'll definitely be covering that. Stay tuned, and I'll see you.
I thought you were trying to wrap up the saga, bro. Okay, this guy sucks. This guy sucks. It is really just like infuriating to like to cover. Wow. That was, I don't know what I was expecting, but that was bad. This guy. Not good. Bad video. Shameless video. I'm getting sent a tweet right now. Oompaville just dropped the video. Oompaville just dropped the video. Okay, let me change my stream title and we'll get right into it. I got my water, so let's fucking go. Let's go, dude. My stream's lagging. My stream's lagging. Okay, let me close my tabs. Okay. Lol. Good meme, dude. Alright, let's get into it. What do we got here? Oompaville. Refresh. Mr. Beast interview out now. Reacting. All right, here we go. Here we go, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oompaville has dropped his video on Mr. Beast. His response. Oh man, this is the interview. What we've been all waiting for. Mr. Beast's response. It's 2 hours and 30 minutes long. Jesus Christ. You're going to be here for a while. But here we go. Reacting to it live. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Oompaville, unfortunately, hasn't been great with interviews in the past with Dogpack, but I'm putting my faith in him. Hopefully, at least we could just get the clarification on the main allegations, because all you got to do is compile a good list of allegations and just like ask Mr. Beast about it, and he'll give his opinion. The unfortunate part about Oompaville is that I don't know if he knows all the details to be able to push back on and to be able to like adequately fact check here and there. But regardless, this will be really interesting. Here we go. Stop poisoning the well. Okay, no poison the well. Fair shake. Let's see what we got.
Are you going to sue Dogpack? Well, Mr. Beast is currently on a...
Dude. Oh, dude, hell yeah. That intro. Oh, man. Critical Showing Life to 10. It's time to put no life in your anime figure.
Private jet on his way to where I live in Central Texas to have a conversation with me with...
Okay, here. Okay.
Beast is currently on a private jet on his way to where I live in Central Texas to have a conversation with me with the intention of addressing the controversy that he has been involved in over the last few months. And I think that it is important for me to document my intentions before embarking on this risky and difficult task. I am not Scott Pelley. I am not a hard-hitting genius investigative journalist. I'm a YouTuber with a medium-sized platform. I am currently doing journalism, to be fair, but I'm goofy, all right? Also, back in August, I platformed Dogpack, and out of fairness, I feel that it is important to do the same for Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast has agreed to keep an open line of communication. He'll only be here for a little bit, which is crazy because he's flying halfway across the country. And he and his team have agreed to provide us with evidence and information to give proof to claims so we can actually be as transparent here as possible. The goal of this video...
Great disclaimer being like he's goofy.
Yeah. Hey, okay, let's go. Come on.
Video is not for it to please everyone or gotcha somebody. It is for this video to be a meaningful source of information. So to future me and you currently viewing, I'm sure I missed some questions, but I absolutely did my best, and I stand behind the result. Maybe.
Dude, he knew. He knew it was coming. This preloading is so funny. You know, guys, okay, I probably missed some questions, but please don't be too mad at me.
And I look forward to seeing the comments and criticism. Firstly, would you be willing to put your hand on this Bible and swear?
Oh my gosh, you actually have a Bible?
I have 2 Bibles.
Are you being serious?
I am being serious.
Okay.
Okay, this start is so soy. Okay, whatever. He's goofy. He's goofy, guys. Okay.
Hey.
I'm swear. We're both from the South. This will be an honest video.
Oh, your laptop's blocking it.
Oh, whoops. This will be an honest video. You're a man from North Carolina. I'm from Virginia.
Not a good start.
The Bible Belt, exactly.
I know what
this means it's
hand on
legit.
the Bible.
Okay.
There we go.
I was not expecting that. Okay.
Your Honor, Jimmy is now under oath. Okay, you cannot lie to the court. This is so dumb. All right, come on.
It's like legal now.
Mark of the beast.
I can go to jail.
The first biggest question for me and a lot of people that I've spoken to over the last couple months is like, why were you so silent? Especially off the bat. Like, you did respond to the Ava Tyson stuff immediately, but like, you know, right after that, a bunch of other stuff came out, and Dawson's video, his first video, gained a bunch of traction. What was your reasoning for being so silent immediately?
No, it's a great question to kick it off on. You actually kind of laid out the timeline there. The Ava stuff came out, and I put out that tweet. We hired the investigators to go look into it. And part of that investigation is they recommended that I not talk about drama or really do anything online because it might influence, you know, witnesses or any people they might interview or ex-employees. So it's a little unfortunate because I told them, okay, I'll wait till the investigation is over. And I believe that was literally like a week before the dog pack video came out. And then
yeah, good first question.
Just in transparency, I've never done one of these like big investigations before. And in my head, it was going to last like 2 or 3 weeks. It ended up taking a couple months. Apparently combing through all the documents and doing all the interviews and everything just took way longer than I thought because I've never had to bring in a top tier law firm and a former.
Yeah, this is pretty clear and obvious so far. Like, of course, the reason why everybody being so cringe, like, why hasn't Mr. Beast put out a statement yet? Or like actually genuinely wondering why. Clearly it was for legal matters. I guess you would have that concern after the results came back with the Chris Tyson stuff. But while the Chris Tyson investigation was going on, it's very obvious why he was staying quiet and wasn't responding to like dramas here and there. But the problem that Mr. Beast got himself into as well, though, is that he would selectively respond to drama. That's where he's like made big fuck ups. Is like he would respond to like the Lunchley drama without addressing a lot of the other major concerns, which was really a dumb move on him. So he's made a lot of dumb moves throughout all this.
Let him, do this really big thing. And so that kind of concluded a couple weeks ago when I put out the tweet of the follow-up. Like, that was the day I got the conclusion of it. And I was like, okay, in transparency, I'll throw this out. So up until that point, it was, I told Quinn Emanuel that, to protect the integrity, I wouldn't do anything or engage in any of this drama. And then after that, yeah, like you said, a lot of stuff had come out between when the investigation started and when it ended. And I was just kind of like, whoa, I don't really know how to like hit this stuff. And I made like a little response video, but that's just kind of not my style, where I just kind of like put a lot of the information that I assume we're going to talk about here out. And it just felt weird. Yeah, I mean, truthfully, I've never been in a situation where people have thrown this much stuff at me, and I definitely could have handled it better. Like, I probably should have, like, the second I could have talked, like, I don't remember the exact date, 2 or 3 weeks.
What is this? We got Twitter fact checks, additional context. More information on this was provided by Mr. Beast in the doc linked in the description, specifically a doc from QE outlining the initial recommendation for silence. There's a document? What is this document? Dude, live community note. Proof document? Okay. How many pages? 16 pages? Whoa, okay. This is interesting. Okay, here we go. Okay, maybe I'll take a look at that after, but let's just hear out the interview first.
3 weeks ago when we put that report out. Probably should have done something like this right then. If I could go back in time, I would. And yeah, that's kind of like the brain dump, and then here I am.
Yeah, so I was gonna ask, you answered it towards the end, but like, do you regret that, obviously?
Yeah, if I could go back in time, I would do what we're doing here, because I assume this is like the correct format. It's gonna be a little bit more free-flowing and natural, and I wouldn't have wasted so much.
This actually is true. Now that I'm witnessing the interview, I actually go back on my take that I think that Mr. Beast should have just made a response video himself, because this does come across as a lot more natural and genuine. So actually, I do actually think an interview type of this, like in this context, was the right play.
Time like trying to do a response, it's just not my thing. I like so
and
much
then releasing a document as well on top of it. Yeah, okay, this is good so far.
or I'm assuming, I mean, we just started, but I think I'm gonna like so much better being asked the questions and answer it instead of just like sitting in a chair like this, answering it. It just feels a little more natural.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean that definitely, you know, that does line up obviously with what's happened, and it makes sense. And I definitely, you know, I feel like, you know, before talking to you, I definitely would imagine that you would regret have not making a response early.
Oh,
right?
100%.
Like that, because that could have, you could have just immediately, if there was information to debunk Dogpack's his first video off the bat.
Yeah, which obviously had so much disinformation in it. If anyone saw Soggy's video or any of the newer videos now coming out, like you would see so much. So much of it. It's unfortunate that it happened on the back end of when I said I would not talk about or address drama and things. And I mean, there's obviously, should have done this sooner. Whoops. But hey, better late than never.
Yeah. Did you think it would get this big?
No, I mean, truthfully, I thought, like, if you watch Soggy's video or any of these other videos that are coming out now showing all the discrepancies, I honestly thought a lot of people would find, like, the information proving the dishonesty earlier.
The Google.
Because a lot of this could have been, just figure out Google. A lot of this could. Now, I also have to be clear, like, I'm not perfect, and I'm not saying I've never done anything wrong, and you can't criticize me. Like, there are things I deserve criticism for, and I'm sure we'll get to some of those things in here. But there are a lot of things that are just not true. And, you know, on those things, like, I mean, we'll just get to it throughout this because I'm sure you're gonna ask me the questions, but there's just a lot of disinformation that was easily proven. Like the big one that, I mean, videos with tens of millions of views collectively, you know, claiming I called a guy Delaware because he committed a crime in Delaware. Like, you know.
Oh no, Cam Nuggets getting bent over in the Mr. Beast interview is now canon lore.
Actually, you know, claiming I called a guy Delaware because he committed a...
Dude, look at Cam Nuggets down here. No.
Crime in Delaware. Like, you know, that is not true. His name was just Delaware. I didn't, you know, call him Delaware to make fun of him or anything. And I mean, I'm sure you're gonna ask me about it later, but like, there's literally, he was in a video before I hired him working at Best Buy wearing a name tag that said Delaware, and like that was public information, and like, you know, anyone could have saw that. And like even during when that was like getting shared a lot a couple months ago, I even sent that to a couple of YouTubers. I was like, hey, just so you know, like, I didn't call him Delaware because of this messed up thing. Like that was just his name, and here's proof. And I guess I probably shouldn't say the name of the creators, but like one of them literally just said to me, like, well, it's not really cool to.
Yeah, the problem with that is that Dogpack like perpetuated that as well, and he like backed it up. It wasn't just hearing. That was the big problem with Jake Weddle interview, is that Dogpack didn't just like hear out this guy's allegations and let him speak or whatever. You know what I mean? It was that he then took that, bolstered it, and tried to present it as a fact and correct information, tying his credibility to now Jake's accusation. And of course, with the Delaware thing, it ended up being bullshit.
You or defend you right now, so I don't really care whether or not it's true, or I don't want to take the video down because then people are gonna think I'm controlled opposition. I was like, whoa. And then also like that same photo, are you gonna like?
That's interesting. So people were purposely not going to do it because of paid opposition?
Well, it's not really cool to like you or defend you right now, so I don't really care.
Dude, drop the names. This is what I've been saying. This is what I've been saying, man. This is what's happening.
Like one of them literally just said to me, like, well, it's not really cool to like you or defend you right now, so I don't really care whether or not it's true, or
I
don't
Cheeto
want to take the video
maybe
down because then people are gonna think I'm controlled opposition. And I was like, whoa. And then also like that same photo, are you gonna like throw some things on the screen for them?
Definitely.
Yeah, so throw it on the screen. That same photo, right after that second Dogpack video, started to get traction on Reddit and saying like, hey, this is a lie. Jimmy didn't call him Delaware to make fun of him, you know, committing a crime in Delaware. That's just his name. And it got taken down by the mods on r/YouTube drama. And that's when I realized like, oh, anytime there's a post proving like that I'm not evil, they were taking it down. So it was a little unfortunate too, because
that's true.
I wasn't saying anything. And then on Reddit, anytime something was proving that I wasn't evil or you know contrarian to what everyone was saying, they were suppressing it or censoring it, not trying to sound extreme.
So you're saying it's like
the mods at YouTube drama subreddit are gonna be having a fucking meltdown field day over this, getting called out on big stage.
Like a echo chamber, which I mean, Reddit r/YouTube drama is.
Yeah, I know, but it's unfortunate when there's a post with 10,000 upvotes claiming something false of value, and then everyone, then a couple people are like, wait, that's not true. Here's proof, and then they delete it every time. So
and they get fucking either downvoted into oblivion. Where Reddit is such a shit platform, dude. If you get downvoted enough, they just hide your reply. Why is that a feature? Dude, if you get enough like dislikes or downvotes, you can't even like normal people can't even see your shit anymore unless you like click through. That's why is that a feature? And that's what was happening.
Then everyone's like, okay, well then that must be true because they're also deleting the comments on that post that prove it's not. So then then it's just like now, you know, again, I'm not trying to sound extreme, but it's just like, oh, you're censoring information. And then that paired with other YouTubers, when I would call them and share it with them, they'd just be like, well, I don't want to be a Mr. Beast Glazer, so I don't really They wouldn't say it this direct, but they're just
Of course,
essentially
yeah.
say like,
Yeah, I
I,
get
don't
it.
really care if it's true or not. I'm just gonna say what other people say. Like, sorry.
Do you have evidence of like people there being posts that existed and then didn't exist on Reddit that
Oh,
got?
of course. Yeah,
Okay,
I can
cool.
send you.
Yeah, if you send me anything,
you
of,
can throw
of
it up on
that.
screen. I mean, that's not like a conspiracy theory. That's
Yeah, of
just-
course, yeah.
Yeah,
Just, you know.
we can find quite a few.
Dude, Oompaville, you're not going to show it up on screen. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to nitpick, but what Oompaville should have done is not just say you can find the evidence in the document. He should have recorded a segment directly reading out the evidence in the document or going over it live right now. Because there's going to be a lot of lazy fucks who are, if they're not spoon-fed the information, they're not actually going to look at it. I think he should have read that out. Like, you were already given the information. All you got to do is read. All you got to do is read.
I'm not that good at using.
Yeah, like, bro. Okay, dude. Bro, we got to read and play the video at the same time. It's not a problem that I do it. Obviously, I'm going to do it because it's stream content. But other people aren't going to. All right, though. I guess we have to go through this back and forth. Let's see. Proof documents. Some form of statement, documentation, or acknowledgement from Quinn Emanuel about going through the communications of employees, including Jimmy's, to show how that this did happen. Everything in this statement was written by Quinn Emanuel. It covers what you asked. Okay. So this is the thing. Talking about giving like the advice on why Jimmy shouldn't like talk publicly about drama and responding to shit. 2, is there any documentation showing a standard operating procedure or HR materials regarding an anonymous tip line to show this is active? Have we gotten to that yet? I'm not making fun of you. It's ridiculous. Oh, okay, yeah. Wait. Is this organized? Okay, I don't think the document is organized in which the community notes pop up. I think I'm gonna have to search through this.
Being posts that existed and then didn't exist on Reddit that
Oh,
got.
of course. Yeah,
okay,
I can
cool.
send you.
Yeah, if you send me anything,
you
of
can throw it
that.
up on screen.
Dude, it's not even in order, bro. Okay, dude. I really don't want to nitpick, but this is like cancer. You should spoon feed the viewer if you want to accurately like communicate information to them the most effective way as possible. It should never be like like you should want to minimize the amount of work that a viewer has to do to like get the information, like to be an effective communicator or whatever.
Being posts that existed and then didn't exist on Reddit that
Oh,
got.
of course. Yeah,
okay,
I can
cool.
send you.
Yeah, if you send me.
Okay, so I have to look up Reddit. Let me Reddit. Okay, 0 of 0 Reddit. Reddit doesn't show up. Where's Reddit? Where's the link for people to refund the stream? That's not about it. Philanthropy, claim union is approved, leaving immediately. Jimmy states refund. Bro, this is cancer. r/YouTube drama. Okay, is this it? Do you have any examples? Okay, here it is. All right, it's on page 7. Do you have any examples of r/YouTube drama censoring and deleting positive posts about Mr. Beast and negative posts about his detractors? Here are tweets from people who are not me making these claims. Here's Drama Alert right here. We could pull this up. YouTube drama subreddit caught censoring people defending Mr. Beast. Details right here. And this is the mod team. Comment was removed for misinformation. So what was removed for misinformation? First, it was falsely accusing James Warren of domestic violence and animal abuse. Then it was falsely reporting on a fake Lunchley recall. Now the alleged CP shared in the group chat wasn't in fact CP. Talkback 404 and Rosanna have shown time and time again to prioritize immediate attention and clout over any serious fact-checking or journalistic integrity. This is true. I'm amazed anybody takes them seriously. Comment/post removed for misinformation. The video was to prove that Mr. Beast did know, not to prove Ava posted CP. This is A-class sweeping. This is A-class sweeping, man. The video was to prove that Mr. Beast didn't know. So this actually isn't relevant. So I'm gonna like fucking censor this detail. Wow. But if this was negative Mr. Beast sentiment of a statement, like this wouldn't be taken down. This is just stuff shared in the work Telegram server. Good one, dude. And then this was taken down. Breaking Dogpack can't take personal responsibility because other people were talking about a different person in a chat a year ago. The mods will handle this post. If you have any other questions, please contact moderators about this removal. What is this? This part of the video made me lose faith in Dogpack. This drama has been posted within the subreddit before? Bro. Nicholas Diorio mentioned?
Mr. Diorio. The rogue r/YouTube drama moderator who had a mental breakdown about me is now in charge of deleting / condensing threads down discussing Soggy Cereal's Mr. Beast video. His caption of choice is, the video has some weird stuff in it. Here's the important stuff surrounding it. Look at that, dude. Oh, man. All right. So that's it right there. And here are a few examples my team found. So, yeah, these are the ones getting taken down. Nick is a paid op, though. Yeah. YouTuber Rosanna Pansino smokes marijuana grown from father's ashes as she fulfills his dying wish. This isn't drama. This is weird. Taken down. Genuine question to the people who hate Mr. Beast with such a passion. Why? This is not drama. Redundant post. I don't know why that one was included. I don't know what's going on there. Keep all the... I guess it's just to overall go show the mass is what he said. Mr. Beast yeah, relevance? On the weed one. Mr. Beast responded on Timeworks video calling Dogback a liar. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, okay. We understand it. This has been proven. We get this. Okay. So does it go from the bottom up? Because this was the last thing that was mentioned. Back to the interview.
Yeah, anything you can throw it up on screen. I mean, that's not like a conspiracy theory. That's
yeah,
just,
of course. Yeah,
yeah.
Just, you know,
we can find quite a few.
I'm not that good at using Google. So
yeah,
I'll need you to help me with that. Yeah. So to circle back to the Quinn Emanuel investigation, the big thing on the internet, on Twitter specifically, was that you found yourself to be innocent. Of course, you paid a law firm to find yourself innocent.
I saw those memes. Yeah,
there's the big meme. How would you respond to the allegation that the investigation was biased from the start?
Oh boy, here we go.
So. First off, to just set the foundation, I think a lot of people are saying, "Oh, of course, Jimmy did an internal investigation and found himself, they didn't find any wrongdoing," which is also not true. Which I assume we'll go into that more later. They did find some wrongdoing, just not in regards to like the serious Ava allegation. So that's a false truth. And then on top of that, it wasn't an internal investigation; it was an external investigation, which was clearly laid out in the things we showed.
Yeah, a third-party investigation.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, it is a little bit of a like. A lot of people I saw were saying like...
That's always going to be a meme, though. Like, there's no fucking saving Mr. Beast there. Everybody's always going to bring that meme, unless, like, the third-party investigator just sounds outright they're guilty of, like, pedophilia and grooming. It's always going to be the meme of, oh, well, investigated themselves, when it was, like, a third-party investigation. I don't know, but whatever.
Well, you paid them, and it's like, well, yeah, top-tier lawyers and federal prosecutors don't work for free, so I have to pay them.
Yeah.
So I don't really know how to debunk that one.
It's it's kind of like a situation where there's no winning.
This is what it is. But yeah, we hired Quinn Emanuel, which is one of the top law firms in the world. Like, I mean, it was very expensive, but I intentionally picked them because they have a reputation, and they're not just going to destroy their entire business to be biased towards me. You know what I mean? And then it was led by a former federal prosecutor who did the whole thing. I mean, it was pretty intense. I mean, they did tons of interviews. I mean, transparently, they even like scanned my phone. Like they have messages I sent to my girlfriend, and I'm like, why is this even relevant? They're like, I mean, if you want to throw one and you want us to like be confident in what we're saying, we need to see everything. Like they went pretty hardcore on it, which is why I ended up taking a couple of months. Because truthfully, when I started this process, I didn't realize like how intense it was. But I gave them the reins to everything, and yeah, it took longer than I thought. But I don't know. I mean, is there any like how else do I prove it besides? I mean, I think another thing.
Like what else is he supposed to do? Should be the question. Like how else is he supposed to prove this? How else is he supposed to give information saying otherwise? Like he's caught in a situation where he's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. Like there's no winning.
Missing context people don't have is like, if they found anything illegal, they're obligated to report it to the police. Like
This is a good point too. That like showed that there's like fucking a system involved that like requires these people to do their jobs effectively. And if they don't do it, then they're gonna lose their fucking job if they don't do it. So that's actually a good point to bring up. It's not just like a meme that you're paying off these people to like do the fucking dirty work job for you. Like, no, they're putting their own jobs in jeopardy if they don't appropriately conduct their investigation in the right way.
This like that's how these things work when they do these investigations. It's not like they could be like, hey Jimmy, we found this illegal thing. We'll just sweep it on the rug.
But it's all right because you paid us.
Yeah, like so it's just in every way. I just don't think people understand. Like it's it was obviously Quinn Emanuel. That's why we paid them, and it was pretty thorough and.
Yeah. So, I mean, those are two things that make sense, right? We just covered two back-to-back things that make sense. A, you waited a long time for the investigation, and B, you paid like a very reputable law firm, whatever, to investigate. Both of those things make sense logically from your perspective, but also optically from the outside looking in for people who are just seeing the allegations. They're like, oh, this guy looks guilty.
Yeah.
He's building this big...
Well, it's because he can't do anything. Like, he's like, what is he supposed to do, though, further?
Sort of law team, and he's not responding, and he's like... So it's kind of bizarre and unfortunate because like it does make sense like from a logical perspective.
Because there's two things I could do. I could do an internal investigation, but that's
great
because I don't want to audit myself.
Let your mom do it.
Yeah, exactly. I'll let my mom do it, or I could do an external one. That's what we did. And again, it's like
Yeah, wait, this is a good point too. I feel like that isn't mentioned enough. Because usually the meme gets brought up that this company did an internal investigation and they found no wrongdoing. I feel like that's usually the meme. And they chose, okay, we want to make sure that doesn't happen. We want to do an external investigation. But then people still found a way to critique him for that. So it's just like, what do you want him to do though? What like, you got to reasonably ask this guy, you just gotta, I don't know, like, he's damned. He's just fucked.
Like, because I didn't have control over it. Obviously, if I did, I would have been like, bro, do this in 2 weeks so I can get this out there. Like, I didn't want it to take months, but I mean, that's part of an external investigation. You don't have control over it.
Now, would you consider, so you obviously regret the remaining silent, would you consider that the third-party investigation as a whole, in looking back, would that have been, would you say that's a mistake?
No, I just think I would push back on, like, do I really have to be silent? Like,
Okay.
can I just, like, do this thing? You know, like, go clap back on some of these things. But, you know, like, some of these things, people were apparently talking to ex-employees or whatever. And so it just gets muddy because I really didn't want the integrity of the investigation to, like, you know, be in question or anything. So I was, like, super paranoid where I was like, okay, this is what they said. I don't want to push back or anything. But
dude, this is actually going to be so fucking interesting. Him talking about Chris Tyson as well. This is going to be so interesting. We're only 12 minutes in. We got a long night.
In hindsight, like, I mean, a lot of these things that were just blatantly lies.
Strap
like, if I just
in.
clap back instantly, people were just like, okay, cool, and moved on.
Would you consider making some details of the investigation that have yet to be seen public? Obviously, there's like a level of confidentiality that is required legally.
Exactly, yeah.
But like, is there anything?
Well, that's the thing. Like, what we put out as much as we could, but I mean, obviously they did dozens of interviews, including, you know, alleged people.
Maybe I was wrong about Oompaville. It's going good so far. This is
like I
fine.
said, my message to my girlfriend, like they gathered a lot, so I don't really think I can. I mean, there's a lot of sensitive data and information in there. You know?
What about like a just to back up your claims to their
but things on like how like they did it independently and they weren't biased, like that's I mean. Yeah. I mean, I don't really know what people would want to see, but yeah, I mean, we can figure it out.
Just from what I know about like retainer contracts with lawyers and working with, you know, third-party investigations, things like which I don't have any experience with anything that big, obviously.
Yeah.
But maintaining a level of compliance, like, I mean, if there's like a retainer contract, something showing that, you know, you shouldn't.
Now, this is where I'm ignorant. Like, I don't even know really what a retainer contract is, but
yeah, I mean, like
if there's any way I could, of course.
Like your third party saying, Jimmy, don't talk. Like, just basically giving credence.
I don't know what I'm supposed to look at here. They say, look at the document. What am I supposed to fucking see in the document? Like, dude. More of this document, like the specific fine details of this and whether or not he's allowed to say specific stuff. Okay, I don't know if this is the most relevant to sift
To
through.
what you're saying, even more so. More evidence of what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, that would be something I'd have to like go talk to the team on. But,
Yeah,
I mean,
that would help.
If that's something where people desperately want transparency, I mean,
so it's just like asking whether or not he can, how much he can legally show is basically what's being like discussed right now, and if he should show more for transparency. But Jimmy just doesn't know for legal matters if he can't do that. So
can figure something out.
Yeah, that would just help me. I'm not sure if people, honestly, I don't know if people would give a fuck.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I would,
because if people are like, we think Quinn Emanuel's biased, like even no matter what I show them, if they think a top tier law firm would willingly take their rep for me, like I don't know if there's anything that's ever
it's
to
foolish,
convince them.
right?
Yeah,
it is foolish, and it makes sense. But once again, it's like optically, there is a very easy, lowest common denominator way to look at stuff.
Yeah. But also, what I would say to those people is I'm here, so it's not like I'm like maybe that argument would work if I just never did anything, but I'm here, so
in the lion's den.
Yes. Controlled opposition towards me. Hey,
and
also,
Oompaville has been part of the problem, bro. Okay? He's been uncritically good. Dude, I'm sorry, but I just can't not acknowledge that Oompaville has been a huge problem in this, okay? Bringing on Dogpack, uncritically accepting what he's been saying, no pushback, and accepting what he's saying, like treating it as it's correct information.
I'd love to say, I don't know if he's posting this chronologically or not, but I mean, he also did interview Dogpack multiple times. So it's because I could have done this with anyone, but I think this one makes sense because you've literally had the other side on here. So
yeah, and also to be clear as well, I have not signed like an NDA or
fuck.
I mean, there's genuinely nothing that's been signed. You haven't given me $1 million.
No. Hey, you should. Say, I haven't given you a penny.
A penny.
Okay,
yeah.
You gave me $999.
Nothing. You've given me nothing, bro. Yeah. It's actually just it's kind of interesting. It really is interesting. This is a bold move. I would consider. It's quite a bold move.
I really wonder what's going to be the public response to this. I'm really interested to see like how people are going to take this, how people are going to report on this. It's going to be really interesting. I don't know. Will people like turn on Oompaville if he's too nice here and completely throw this guy under the bus? And will Oompaville like try to save his like credibility and then make another video like shitting on Mr. Beast saying, actually, yeah, you know, I should have done this interview differently. It's going to be an interesting next few days.
It's even more bold because I'm never vulnerable on camera. And like,
it's from a lot of perspectives, it is quite bold. And it's not like I haven't been critical. I feel like I've been fairly critical. I feel, and like talking to you, I feel bad. You know, obviously because I'm a person. There's different levels to how much you care about shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is. If
people are not watching a 2.5 hour interview, it all depends on the slop critters sinking ship or not. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, that's probably right.
We're a testament. It would be.
It all depends on Pegasus's coverage, which we can rely on.
That would be a testament to this being being a meaningful source of information in this video. I feel like. I hope.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is definitely outside my comfort zone, but I think it's important.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so that's kind of past like the main initial allegations. We can move on to sort of corporate culture and HR practices.
Okay, here we go. Yeah.
That's been a big sort of point that a lot of critics have hammered home.
Yep.
Yeah,
we're just getting right into the hard hitting stuff.
Hell yeah. So there have been a lot of questions about your workplace culture, such as a lack of diversity or also HR problems.
Yeah.
What, if anything, have you done to address these concerns? How have you handled it since information came out, and how do you plan on handling it in the future?
Okay, so I'll start off the diversity one. If I forget the HR one, just bring it up when I finish that one. Diversity, I have seen a lot of people mention that about our company, which, I mean, that one's just not even true. Like, I mean, Feastables, for example, a couple months old, but like almost 70% of our company is women. We actually, because we do dub studios around the world now.
Dude, what the fuck? My computer's kind of lagging right now. Let me switch this 720p. Okay, let's get back into it.
Zooming out of Feastables over to content. I mean, we actually have pretty crazy amount of diversity in our company. So
okay, so talking about diversity. Refresh.
Finish that one. Diversity. I have seen a lot of people mention that about our company, which, I mean, that one's just not even true. Like, I mean, Feastables, for example, a couple months old, but like almost 70% of our company is women. We actually, because we do dub studios around the world, now zooming out of Feastables over to content, I mean, we actually have pretty crazy amount of diversity in our company. So because we have 400 people that work for me. It's not just me and the boys on the camera, which is the 5 you see. So that one, the few people have claimed that like they don't have any data to back it up. So
dude, what the fuck? Come on, dude. What's going on with my computer? All right, chill. Be normal.
I guess I probably should have brought some data here. I don't want to just say percentages off the top of my head.
If you have, I'm sure you've got some kind of
but I really, that one I just don't think it's rooted in anything. And then what was the second part?
HR, yeah. How have you handled HR problems? What HR problems?
Oh yeah, so that one, I mean, it's a little bit of a general question, but yeah, I mean, obviously in general, a lot of people, I've seen a lot of things about HR stuff in my company, and I think one thing people don't have is just the context. Like, I think they think my channel is just like 5 people or 10 people or 20, whatever. Like, they don't realize the size of it. Like, specifically because our videos have gotten so big.
So, like, first, the diversity thing just seemed to be bullshit. They have a lot of women, whatever. There seemed to be no merit to that. So now we're talking about HR. I believe it was like going back and forth on, did this guy even have an HR department at first? And did he like make a response saying that he will get HR or an updated one? I don't fully remember. But he'll clear it up. Let's see.
I'm going to give a little range because depending on how many people we've hired in the last month, it's somewhere between like 250 or 300 people work at my production company. So this is a big company. There's a lot of people. And then on top of that, when we do like bigger videos where we need to build big sets or whatever, sometimes we bring in hundreds of contractors. So there's a lot of people that work here. And like, I just want to blanketly say, like, companies at this size, like, you can't ever guarantee that every interaction everyone's going to have is always going to be positive with each other. You know what I mean? That's just impossible. So I want to start off by just saying that because I don't want people to watch this and then like a year from now, like hear some rumor.
Okay, so there was HR, it's just people had negative experiences.
There's always going to be some problem someone has. Now, having said that, I'm not trying to use it as like a blanket of like, see, and shield myself. There are 2 things that are someone in my position who runs a company like this is in control of. One is, making sure we're not fostering anything inappropriate and, allowing it. And then 2, when it inevitably happens, because it just will in a company my size. And
I'm
trying to be
Microsoft
transparent here. How do you respond to it? And then making sure you're not fostering it. Part of Quinn Emanuel, when we had them do their investigation, is I had them look at every system in my company. I had them talk to my employees and see if there's anything they could bring to Quinn Emanuel's attention that they could make me aware of.
I wonder a lot of this is just going to come down to people just writing off and not taking the Quentin Emanuel or the investigation seriously or not. And they're genuinely thinking that this guy would like tank his whole reputation and like put the fucking like huge firms credibility, just tank their credibility for the sake of covering for Mr. Beast. I wonder if people are really going to say that. That would be so dumb.
And I think it was in the report. It's like we established an anonymous hotline because Quinn Emanuel was showing me data that like sometimes people don't feel comfortable talking to HR or their boss and like.
So that was more in that like Quentin long document. Okay, we don't need to look at that.
If you have an anonymous hotline that goes to someone outside the company that can hear a complaint and then beam it into you without disclosing who it was, like you'll get more like you'll get more honest feedback, you know, because there's like, so they showed us a lot of things like that. Also making sure we're not fostering it. Like I think it's also in there as well. We leveled up like our C-suite, because I've had a lot of people that have grown with me, but like me, they've never ran a company that has hundreds of employees before. So I actually just hired a couple people who have worked on Fortune 500 companies who have actually ran companies of this size before. And so, you know, they've shown me lots of things that bigger companies do that obviously I'm just ignorant on because I'm a YouTuber. You know what I mean? I spend my life staring at retention charts and CTR, not how to structure a business. So just that's phase one, is making sure
No, I think it's more likely that people, at least slop tubers, will go with an epic plot twist narrative, lol. Unfortunately, the fact is, wherever the money is, okay, wherever the broad discourse is on Twitter, whatever the most amount of people think, usually you're going to see it echoed on like the slop channels and the daily topic commentator memes on Pegasus, you know, whatever you want to name it. Usually that's probably just going to be the case. And what the course of like general opinion is, they're just going to echo that.
You're not fostering, you know, a culture that supports that stuff. And then inevitably, like I said, you can't ever guarantee when you're working with hundreds of people full time. And then when you add part-time people, potentially over 1,000 sometimes, you just got to make sure if there are issues that, you know, actual real issues, like if someone complains because someone peed on a toilet seat, like I'm not, oh well. But if there's an actual serious issue, then, you know, we'll bring in professionals who experience and, you know, getting down to it, interview them, gather the information. I'll
already
myself.
dismissing.
I don't want to be the arbiter of truth. And then, you know, those experts who are experienced in handling those things, they'll tell me how to handle it. If they tell me to fire someone, I fire them. If they tell me to whatever, I'll do it.
Do you think he'll go more into the Tyson stuff, or do you think they can't talk about it?
And transparency, that's kind of, you know.
I think he's going, obviously he's got to say something about the Tyson stuff. He's probably going to talk about it from more a personal aspect.
So yeah, so I think this is one where a lot of YouTubers, people who have covered this type of thing, don't really understand that HR is a real living and breathing organism in business. And if you don't maintain it, it can become a problem for a normal business. But when your business is someone like you whose reputation is on the line, I also have like a bunch of businesses. I've got 60 employees, and we have an HR department. And like something happens once a month where someone gets an anonymous report, and then we have to solve that problem. And we actually
You're evil.
Yeah, and that's you know that's how it feels sometimes. Yeah. But I'm not involved obviously in that stuff. And my YouTube side.
Unfortunately, Chud Logic, we've reached past the 20-minute marker. So I think I'm doing pretty good so far. We'll see though.
Very compartmentalized.
How you doing, buddy?
So the way that I do that, it makes sense to me. I want to be as detached as much as possible from like, day-to-day operations of like the
That's
actual
the gawk.
business. You're saying you're running the company. Is there a world in which you're...
Dude, what was that title you put out with Dark Viper? Wasn't it like I had sex with Dark Viper or something? What's going on?
Is your job title? Is there a world in which you step back and you are just like not an actor necessarily, but you're the guy, you're Mr. Beast, and you let the business be operated by an entity to where you can stand beside it essentially instead of being at the head of it?
No,
dude, I saw Chud Logic. Dude, he didn't like that I was bringing up his obsession with talking about BBC on stream. But now I've just put two and two together even more. His second channel, what is it called? Chud Logic Noir. Chud Logic Noir. There's too many connections. There's too many pieces here that need to be put together. What's up? What's up with that? What's going on there?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, it's my channel, it's my company, so I wouldn't take it that far. I think like the big thing is just bringing in people who have actually ran a company at this size before, because eventually I will be more educated and knowledgeable. Like every day, I'm learning more on like how to properly run a company with hundreds of people and better do it. But I'm still very ignorant. Like I probably crossed 100 employees like 3 years ago or 2.5 years ago, but it's still just growing. So like, because across everything, you know, if you include Feastables and ViewStats, we have over 400 employees. So it's a learning thing. But that's the thing. While I'm learning, I need to bring in people who have been there and, you know, learn from them.
Yeah, because I mean, there's no replacement for just experience, right?
Exactly.
Like, you can be as smart as anybody, but if you haven't been able to go through the things you've gone through and like things just personally that I know.
So far, nothing crazy contentious or big.
It's not possible
just
to know
reasonable
how to react to those things.
Shit so far.
You know, that's why I sort of try to do my best to compartmentalize my business. Obviously, different beast than what you're operating. But it just, you know, it's just you know, it's difficult and it does make sense. And you've used the word ignorant a couple times. You know, I'd be interested to see how changes are made after this, which you've already made a lot of changes. Obviously, the anonymous reporting is the biggest one for HR.
Yeah,
that's like been
and it's like that's one of those things where, you know, like it's not like I was like, oh, we don't need. I just didn't know. Like I'd never seen the data they showed me, and like if any other people have this kind of stuff, like I'm always open to learning.
Of course, yeah. And I think the most important thing too is like at the end of the day, you've got the most to gain from all this.
Exactly. I want my employees happy. I gain nothing out of them not being happy. Like it hurts me. It's like I have a monetary incentivization to do this kind of stuff.
Yeah, and that's why I feel like the criticism of entities like yours and even mine, with truth, obviously, and like logic, and there's a real basis of rationale that makes sense.
Logic and rationale.
Reality.
Yeah.
I feel like that's super important because once again, you have so much to gain, and like you spend less, you make a little bit less money, but your employees are substantially happier and they feel safer or just more confident in you as their leader or their boss. So it's like it's interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see how
Dude, are you okay? I'm just like Mr. Beast. I own a gay candy company. Dude, what the fuck?
Leader or their boss. So it's like it's interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see how all this kind of goes from here after this point, especially.
Yeah,
because this is a big number.
I know the interview, the day of the interview.
But that makes sense though. I mean, and like I don't want to continuously interject my own business experience, but I think it does set me apart from other YouTubers who are involved.
Chud Logic's going fucking crazy right now, dude. This guy's off the rails. This guy's losing it, man. This guy's losing his mind in the chat right now. He's on one.
In this, and that I do have.
I wish the best for him.
Business experience.
He's going through a lot right now.
I just fell into running action.
Ever since raped on Twitter by the local trans community over his Finster false allegations of grooming, he's just been going through a tough time.
Businesses and having to do payroll and HR, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Exactly.
I had no idea any of this stuff existed, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get fucked. Your mom was previously head of your HR department, and some people have criticized that as a conflict of interest. Did you personally, at the time, even consider that? And do you now also acknowledge that that is a conflict of interest?
Oh, I agree. That's a dumb thing to do.
Yeah.
I do think context matters though, because
okay, here we go.
This is where a lot of these things that I assume we're going to talk about is like people.
Wait, hold on. Let's talk about, was that the mom?
And some people have criticized that as a conflict of interest. Mom was previously head of your HR department.
Oh yeah, this is a rough thing. The mom being the head of the HR meme.
And some people have criticized that as a conflict of interest.
That is really dumb. What? How old was he when he set that up? Was he like 18 when he did that too, or something? Because that's pretty dumb.
Did you personally, at the time, even consider that? And do you now also acknowledge that that is a conflict of interest?
Oh, I agree. That's a dumb thing to do.
Yeah.
And how long was it up until his mom was HR? Like how many years? How big were they at the time?
Do you think context matters though? Because like this is where a lot of these things that I assume we're going to talk about is like people conflate current Mr. Beast with 400 employees and spending.
Okay, so this is a smaller thing. So he's saying, okay. So how old was he? He was like 19?
A lot of these things that I assume we're going to talk about is like people conflate current Mr. Beast with 400 employees and spending hundreds of millions of dollars a year with Mr. Beast when he's a teenager and starting. I mean, when I first started hiring people, it was like, oh, we went to high school together. You want to help me make videos? And I hired a couple of my friends for high school. So, and then I was like, how do I
did he know?
And this kind of stuff. And I was like, Mom, help. And so, I mean, I wouldn't say she's head of HR. I mean, she was, I guess, but she's also running fine.
Yeah, here's the thing, like that. Okay, this just makes sense though. This is a much more reasonable explanation as opposed to what everybody else is claiming, that like he knowingly hired this registered sex offender and he did all these things that would fuck him over and make him seem like an insane fucking piece of shit. Like this is much more reasonable. Young guy starting off his company, got really big really fast, and at first didn't really have the appropriate checks and balances and appropriate shit in order yet. That just makes sense though. Guy's 18, 19. Yeah, it was fuck ups, but you got to reason out your critiques more. Like, bro, you're critiquing this 18, 19-year-old for like running his business pretty shitty and immaturely at first. You could still levy the criticism, but people are overblowing it so hard. Simple thing for the 5. I don't know if he does this in this interview, but I think Mr. Beast should make the point of being reported to the FBI and nothing coming from it. Yeah, that'd be interesting, right? If he talks about Roseanne or something.
Finance, and it's not like a real company. We just get in this like little $700 no, actually that one was $1,080 a month office I was renting.
Not gonna lie, I feel pretty bad now. I wonder if that's gonna be the core. Like this happens every time though. I swear, dude, this happens every time where like a guy gets on camera. He's a normal person. It's not just like the crazy fucking evil entity that he's been being made out to be, and everyone's like, oh wow. I don't know if this is gonna change the course of like the overall thing, but about Mr. Beast, but we'll see.
And I'd just be like to this one guy that I knew from high school, all right, today you're gonna go paint this thing. Today, you, friend number 2, you're gonna like help me edit this, and you, friend number 3, you're gonna go to the store and buy 1,000 chickens that like scream when you press down on them. And Mom, I don't know, just make sure the iOS doesn't sue me. Like that's the time frame we're talking about here. But yes, I agree. Like it's stupid. Like you definitely shouldn't have your mom as an HR person. You just hire someone who was educated in HR, which is obviously what we have. We have an HR team now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think, and that's sort of like one of the weird things from just a business perspective. Once again, it's like someone.
I'm telling you, this is going to go over well, and it's going to be framed as a plot twist.
Or by default, even if you don't say, well,
that would be so That would be so shameless to see just like these comments. That would even actually be like worse to see these commentary channels shift tunes so hard, and then Dogpack becomes like the new Mr. Beast that they milk for like months, and they just shit on Dogpack the entire time. That would be crazy if that's
the HR person. This is our
I mean, because like back then, it's like, I mean, you got a problem, just tell me. There's like 5 of us. You know?
That's true. Yeah,
but yes, but still, I'm like, in this, I'm not trying to like deflect everything. Like, I mean, yes, obviously you should hire an actual HR person. Agreed.
That's good advice.
Yes.
That sounds advice. I do agree with that.
Shocker.
Too. Yeah, crazy. The no doesn't mean no policy that was criticized. That was crazy. I mean, when I first saw that, I was like, what the fuck?
What, you're answering for me? Let me.
Bro. Okay. Oompaville, I'm sorry, he's so audience captured, and you saw it the first time he made a video on Mr. Beast. His audience and comment section whipped him into place, and from every video forward, he was shitting on Mr. Beast relentlessly when he first was defending him. And I think he's doing it now in this interview too. He said that like this interview is just supposed to be like getting information. But you are loading these questions because you feel some kind of pressure from the audience. Like you are preloading these questions.
Crazy.
It's going fine so far though. It's not a big critique, but yeah, it's funny that Mr. Beast even caught that right there.
The no doesn't mean no policy that was criticized. That was crazy. I mean, when I first saw that, I was like, what the fuck?
Well, you're answering for me. Let me answer.
It was criticized, especially by Soggy recently of having
and he continues?
Context. Can you explain what the no doesn't mean no policy was and why it was in the...
Yes. So, yeah. So it's funny, even the word like policy, it's like, so when we started hiring more people, I wrote this little, I almost like advice book just for a lot of employees because I wasn't able to talk with people as much as I was early on. And one part of it that people, when this thing got leaked, and I wrote it with some other people in my company, it wasn't just me, but when this got leaked, there's a section that said no does not mean no. And then they just like cropped that out and they're like, look, this is proof Jimmy's immoral and evil. When obviously, like you were saying, if you read the context below, it makes sense. The gist of why we had a section that said no does not mean no is because we do, I don't know if anyone's ever seen our videos, crazy things that have never been done before, right? No one's ever, on YouTube at least, buried themselves alive for 7 days. No one like tries to dangle
it's like obvious, like it was for production reasons and filming,
and it's like, the problem I kept running into early on when I was hiring people is I'd be like, hey, I want to do this.
People just soy at that one quote.
So like, let's say the obstacle course in the sky, where we had like these obstacle courses that Mac did, held up by these cranes, weighed like 100,000 pounds or whatever. Like they would call crane companies and they'd be like, no. And then they'd be like, okay, hang up. And they come to me and they go, Jimmy, they said, no, we can't do it. The video's not possible. And it's like, okay, well, of course they're going to say no because everything we do has never been done before. But like, ask them why. Like, obviously, if they don't be rude, but if they say no, just try to understand why, right? And a lot of times you'll have an instance where like, well, we can't get all the cranes at one time because we're renting them out. And it's like, okay, perfect. We respect that. But can I offer something before you actually
All it was just AIDS phrasing, and you should just be more ambitious with your asking to get shit done. That's all this is just marketing.
No,
not even marketing. It's just like trying to get the job done and trying to like, because they're doing crazy big production shit.
Went to the 2 or 3 other clients that day that rented the cranes. We paid them 5 times the amount of money they paid to rent those cranes to just, rent them a week later. And let's just see. And then the company would usually be like, oh, you would do that? It's like, yeah, like we want to work with you to find a solution to make your problem our problem and solve it. And then like, then a hard no will 50% of the time turn into, oh, well, yeah, actually we can do it if you're willing to spend a little extra money or whatever. So that was me trying to educate my employees on that. And somehow, well, I don't know, I'm not even gonna say somehow, I know how. I mean, people who didn't care about the truth and just, wanted to spread disinformation and manipulate and lie to millions of people, which
is what they teach to retail workers.
Spun that into, I mean, I'm not even going to state the obvious, but I mean, which made no sense because the context for it was literally written right below it. But I mean, that just shows.
It's just that they're reaching for anything.
It's the ill will intent of.
True.
Yeah, because no doesn't mean no. I mean, that it's like there's just a massive, heavy negative connotation with that, obviously, in the zeitgeist. So, yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense in a vacuum, or with this context, it does make perfect sense. But you got to see if I were to be like, yeah, this guy, Mr. Beast, he's getting canceled for all kinds of crazy shit. He has a no doesn't mean no policy. Anyways, like that.
Yeah, I would understand it if there's a dipshit who isn't looking into the context. But the problem is that people reporting this are fucking framing it out of context. Okay, Oompaville is whatever. It's fine so far, but.
Yeah, this guy, Mr. Beast, is getting canceled for all kinds of crazy shit. He has a no doesn't mean no policy. Anyways, Like that's crazy.
I know.
That's fucking
And you should
insane.
throw it on screen so your viewers can
so they can actually see the
so you
full
can see
thing.
the content.
Of course, something will always look retarded if it's completely ridded of any context. Of course, this is the case for everything. If you clip chimp the fuck out of someone, you can give them a completely skewed perception of what that statement means.
Because it clearly lays it out. So no one actually saw that and thought what these channels were implying.
Yeah.
They just willfully were ignorant so they could get 1 out of 10s and make some money. I mean, that's the truth. Like, I'm sorry, but
Now on to sort of
True.
content production and the question of authenticity behind the content that you make. There have been claims that you use some CGI in your videos, that is computer-generated imagery.
Okay, here we go.
Do you think the use of CGI can undermine the credibility or authenticity of the content that you're making? And if so, why do you choose to use it?
good question. And yes, I do think rampant use of CGI can undermine it, and I try to do my best to be transparent.
So the one thing that I want to see answered is that the main thing with me is that I don't really give a fuck if Mr. Beast fakes his videos for the sake of entertainment value. The only thing that I guess would care more about is that if he's dishonestly framing it, that he's 100% real and he doesn't fake his videos, when there are a lot of things that are fabricated, not only with like special effects details, because who cares about those, but within the core of the video. That's what I hope gets addressed.
Yes, I do think rampant use of CGI can undermine it, and I try to do my best to be transparent. Did you ever see So Crispy's video where they showed the behind the scenes of our Squid Game video?
I did, yes.
Yeah, so we've done that. We've done lots of BTS videos on them, and we've done other BTS videos. So I try to show it transparently, but let me think about it. I mean, honestly, the truth is, like, can you, obviously there are channels like Corridor Digital and stuff like that, but can you really think of any, like, entertainment channels like mine that really do this, like even have the budgets to kind of do this kind of stuff? It's something I've always thought a lot about, because like we're really pushing boundaries, and like I want to like keep leveling things up, and I think that's a cool way to do it. But it's not like there's some like playbook on how to like incorporate it, right? Because no one else really does it.
Mhm.
Like something I was thinking about is like
okay, I feel like this is a very vague answer on Mr. Beast, though. I feel like he's beating around the bush.
Also, we rarely use it. Like, I mean, maybe like 0.5%, 0.1% of my shots.
Talk about what's the context in which you use it, and is it only for like special effects reasons, or is it to like kind of manipulate the course of what's actually happening?
Like if we have like a background that like doesn't look too cool, like it's just like black, but it looks a little off, we'll just like darken it out in post. Like that's like majority of what we do, or sometimes we'll extend a set. But I was thinking like when we do, because
okay, so there's a community notes. Let me just check this out real quick. A CGI section. This is the CGI. How many of your videos do you use CGI in? It's hard to say an exact percentage. For example, here's a claim that Dogpack made of an explosion claiming it wasn't real. It was real. We just touched it up in post. Okay, gotcha. So to make it like look a little bit more extravagant. Even you mentioned in our podcast that text and video is technically CGI. It's hard to give you a specific percentage, but as far as the large video altering examples, it's so incredibly minimal and expensive, we rarely use it. Okay, so this was the initial explosion, raw, and this was the final cut. Interesting. Okay, gotcha. So I don't give a fuck about this. I personally don't care about this at all. This is what I mean when you use special effects to just entertainment value it and to amp up like how engaging the video is. I don't care about this. It's just like if you're faking shit outright and claiming that it's real, then it kind of feels a little bit weird and disingenuous. That's what I would care about more. So does that get addressed?
We pour millions of dollars into these videos. We build massive.
He does use it to manipulate things. He changes the timer and challenges to make it look like it's down to the wire. Yeah, so I want to see the fake timers get talked about. Let's see what we got.
Sets. Like we go through so much links to make these huge videos, and the last thing I want is people to be like questioning.
This is like whatever. Of course, it's not a huge thing, but I just think it would be interesting to like see talked about
whether or not things are CGI. I mean, like the sets we build are fucking crazy, man. Like it's
Yeah,
wild.
nice,
Like you should come see the like behind the scenes of it. I mean, sometimes we spend 100 days just literally building one room for one shot of one video.
That's insane.
So yeah, I was thinking like maybe just potentially, I don't know, this is the first time I'm saying it publicly, like time stamping in the description when we do.
That's interesting.
Yeah, or like having some like gimmicky thing where like whatever we do, we like put like a little Beast logo on it, so it's like a thing that if people wanted to identify, they could. I mean,
I don't think people care about that. Like I don't think anybody gives a fuck if Mr. Beast fakes his videos or like uses the special effects to make it more engaging. What they just care about is if you're lying about it.
I'm down to figure something out. I mean, we just don't really use it that much.
Just be honest either way.
But what I really don't want is people to not be able to trust my videos just because occasionally I want to make a wall blacker or like I want to extend a set a little bit just to make it look cooler and like you feel in tune with it. Because what we do on its own is insane. You know what I mean? Like we don't need it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and to be fair too, I totally get what you're saying, and like the logic for the CGI call doesn't really make a lot of sense to me personally. To me, maybe it would undermine the credibility if you're like changing things genuinely, or like you have an outcome that's the thumbnail and you're only getting it by manipulating. But like there are times in my videos where my head is bigger than my head in real life because my editors make it bigger. That's CGI, right?
Yeah. You guys are saying in the comment section, you guys saying in the chat that the timers are 100% proven. Is Oompaville going to ask about that? Because it seems like he's wrapping up this question. It seems like he's not going to ask more.
Subtitles in your video, they're not real. That's CGI, technically.
True. Yeah.
So it's like, there's just it's just that one's like a really sort of slippery slope. But I think that's a good idea. If you were to put timestamps or, if you
it seems like Oompa is going to pin him on this if that is the case.
That's something that you could do as the biggest content creator in the world to be even more ethical than is really necessary.
Yeah. The only thing is then, which I'm down. Like I want to keep brainstorming these things out. It's just like you said, like
Okay, Oompaville, that was such a, I don't give a, who cares about that point? Being ethical about whether or not this person uses special effects is holy fucking cringe, dude. I only care about if you're coursing and manipulating the events.
The only thing is then, which I'm down. Like, I want to keep
effects.
brainstorming these things out. It's just like you said, like I in my head, I didn't even think of text on the bottom as CGI, and like everyone might have a little different definition of it.
No one cares.
So I just want to make
that.
sure, like, what I would classify as it. Like, and so, but agree, there's some solution here, or just stop using it. Like, it doesn't even matter. Okay? I mean, we build crazy sets. It's usually just to make them look 1% cooler.
You can figure it out.
Yeah. So there is some answer here. Like that's not a thing that scares me. You know what I mean?
Definitely. Yeah. I think people would appreciate the transparency on that as well. Like because reality television.
I don't think they do. They don't care.
Manipulative, and I think that's like the basis of it. So if you were to sort of go above and beyond even the worst, whatever competitors.
I promise you, nobody would give a fuck about this difference. Mr. Beast, can you please put in your description when you use this special effect? Like, this is as stupid as like saying that you have to like show your color corrections. Like, because you see, obviously they're doing color corrections on the raw film versus this Final Cut video. You know what I mean? This is as stupid as saying, Mr. Beast, you should put the plug-in for your final, color correction. Like, no, nobody cares about this. Nobody cares about that.
Don't even really have on YouTube and put like a Beast logo or timestamps. I personally think that would be kind of cool.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think that'd be sort of epic. There was an allegation that you used CGI to create the impression that you guys built a hospital, part of a hospital, in order to deceive viewers or manipulate them into believing that you did more than you actually did.
All right.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, no, that's a great one. Honestly, truthful, dumb mistake. At the start of one of our Beast.
Oh, okay. Boom. Okay, first thing, seems like Mr. Beast is caught on. All right, what do we got?
It's a great one.
So he manipulated the hospital thing? I remember this briefly being mentioned in the Dogpack Rosanna video.
Built a hospital, part of a hospital, in order to deceive viewers or manipulate them into believing that you did more than you actually did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell us about that.
So he built a hospital or something and he made it look bigger?
Yeah, no, that's a great one. Honestly, truthful, dumb mistake. At the start of one of our Beast Philanthropy videos, they were trying to show what this like building looked like in the past, and in the past that hospital wasn't there, so they removed it in the editing. Which and this was just like a small part of it. This isn't even like the point of the video was that we built this hospital or whatever. There was just a shot at the beginning, but some people saw that and like thought we did build it, which is not the intention, and so it's just a dumb mistake. Like trust me, when I saw that, I talked to the editors. I was like, come on, like. I have 100 editors, and obviously we have a bunch of different channels and things like that. So it's hard for me to like speak with all of them, but it was just truthfully a silly mistake. We never said we built that hospital or anything, but I could see how some people might perceive that.
Okay, so it was like implied that they built the hospital. It wasn't like I said, and that wasn't their plan, but there was some kind of miscommunication between production versus like the ideas for the video. I'm willing to see this as just a mistake as long as there's not a pattern. But if Oompaville keeps bringing up points, or other people bring up points showing that there's a pattern of like this manipulation in his videos or whatever to deceive, then I would be less charitable.
Yeah, of course.
Trying to like give off that we were, and it's a little unfortunate because Beast Philanthropy, my YouTube channel, how do I say this where it's like I'm not trying to like is literally owned by a 501c3. Like it's a YouTube channel that is a nonprofit, which is crazy. Like as far as I know, that's the only one. And Beast Philanthropy does so much good, and like that. The only reason people, this is what's funny, because like to the people like trying to call me evil
apparently.
and say we fake philanthropy, the only reason anyone even knows any of this is because we actually did a behind the scenes video on that video. So like clearly I wasn't aware of this because we did BTS and we were the ones who revealed this information. You know what I mean? So like, if we were trying to hide things, like we wouldn't have done BTS on that video. That's how people got this information. So it's just like a little mistake, but it's sad because now people are using that to point at our Beast Philanthropy channel, which does a lot. I mean, we'll just scroll through the videos. I mean, whether we're building schools in Africa or, I mean, and giving electricity to remote villages, or we're giving clothes to people who don't have it, or we're feeding people. I mean, it does a lot of really good projects. Now, truthfully, that channel is struggling to get brand deals because of all the slander on it, because everyone, you know, has convinced advertisers that the videos are fake and that it doesn't actually do philanthropy. And it's like, it does.
I didn't even follow this aspect of the drama. There's just been so many sides of it. But the fake philanthropy, like, bro. And now they can't even like continue. Dude, some starving kid in Africa is like so fucking pissed at these motherfuckers that because they're calling out Mr. Beast, they no longer can get dinner tonight because Mr. Beast would have supplied it if it wasn't for these fuckers shutting down his shit.
You know, has convinced.
Those are the real victims of all this, okay?
Advertisers that the videos are fake and that it doesn't actually do philanthropy. And it's like, it does. And just like one little editing mistake on one of dozens of videos. Like, I mean, it's unfortunate because it's actually having a pretty severe impact on the charity and its image. And like, I don't know, just unfortunate.
And you think the impact is not obviously just the CGI hospital edit, but just the entire situation in general?
No, I mean, of course, the entire general situation, but no, after that hospital thing, a lot of people made videos saying Beast Philanthropy is fake and saying we fake our philanthropy and specifically attacking it. And then, you know, like that whole 100% of the revenue on the charity, on the channel is what we use to fund the charity. And that like spooked off a lot of people because they're like, oh, so this charity is not authentic. Because like, obviously people don't want to work with a charity that's not legit, which Beast Philanthropy is as legit as it gets. Just one little editing mistake, which now I'm sounding like I'm downplaying. I mean, it was just a mistake in editing. Doesn't discredit.
Yeah, so this is willing to be written off, in my opinion, if there wasn't anything else. So yeah, I just have to see a pattern.
All the projects,
but right now, like the only reasonable take is to show that there's just a miscommunication. To discredit his entire shit just based off of this thing that they didn't even explicitly like claim that they built this. It was just like a maybe slightly implied edit. To act as if that was a dishonest deception is too much.
He's done around the world, the tens of thousands of lives have changed, and I mean, yeah, it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, I would say that's a fair admission too, because it's like, you know, and once again, optically, you're the guy who's talking about, you know, spending 26 hours a day looking at data, and you know, every decision, every single frame that's in a video is like combed over, and then that is a mistake, obviously, that you're.
I'm sorry. What? What? Pretty hypocritical, Mr. Beast, because you claim to be all on top of your shit, but you had one mistake happen before? You had an editing mistake? How could that possibly happen if you were clearly on the grind set as you claim? Hey, I sympathize for Oompaville, though. Clearly he feels this pressure to push back, though, because he knows everyone hates Mr. Beast, and if he comes across as just dick sucking, people are going to shit on him. So I get the pressure, right? I get the pressure that he wants to push back, but clearly he has nothing in the tank, so he's just shooting blanks at Mr. Beast right now.
Decision, every single frame that's in a video is like combed over, and then that is a mistake, obviously, that you're capable of making, your team is capable of making, and like the whole thing is capable of making, and people, you know.
Yeah, no shit. Oh my God, what is he doing? He's just so desperate to like push back because he doesn't want to seem across as dick sucking.
They'll compare and contrast whether they know or not. Like they think everything you're doing is 110% deliberate.
Yeah, well, that's the unfortunate part, because like if someone, again, just to be clear, the only reason anyone even knows is because we did BTS. So I mean, but if that would have happened, you know, 8 months ago, I would have just responded to a tweet saying my bad and just like re-edited it in YouTube editor and just added a voiceover, and it would have been fine. It's just now that, you know, due to the circumstances, everyone's like, we finally got the proof. The philanthropy's fake. He's fake. And like, let's tear down his charity. And yeah, I mean,
people are so quick to just want to, unironically, tear a man down. Tear someone down. I mean, that is just true. People love fucking hopping on this fuck anyone train.
Editing mistake. Like the VO we should just had VO over that clip just saying we didn't build this hospital. But it was also not even the whole point of the video. It's just like, if you watch it, it's just a clip at the start. It's literally not even what the video's about.
Mm-hmm.
So
you mentioned the behind the scenes footage of that, specifically the hospital video in regard to your philanthropy channel. Would you be willing to, or consider releasing like more detailed behind the scenes footage or a breakdown of that with the VO you're talking about? Or you know, the editors who worked on it and sort of their thoughts and opinions or whatever, because they're the ones working on it, right? Like
on that video specifically?
Yeah, or just in general.
Yeah, well, that one specifically. I mean, we're owning up to it. I mean, I don't want to put them on blast publicly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was a silly little mistake. Obviously, we talked about how we could prevent it in the future, but I'm sure, shocker, at some point we're gonna have some other editing mishap over. Yeah. So I mean, that's not something I can't guarantee will ever happen again, but like we're doing our best to make sure it doesn't. But
that just seems reasonable. That just seems like the most, like the clearest take to clear that up.
But in general, I would love to do more behind the scenes. Like I think throughout all this, I think what is causing some of this is like confusion.
Man, I can't wait to watch everyone's coverage on this.
People don't know how we do it.
We're going to do a whole stream watching all of the slop commentaries videos tomorrow. All right. We will be watching all of them. We'll be watching Pegasus. We'll be watching the Cheetos. Anybody who makes a video.
It's almost easier to believe there is this like they're fake or this they're rigged, and he didn't actually build a bunker and put it underground and have 2 people live in it for 100 days and record the entire time and do all this. It's almost getting to the point where it's easier to believe it's not real. And I think like just having more transparency and doing behind the scenes would help. I've been wanting to do that for a little bit. It's just truthfully I just got to build the team. I was we're looking into getting some editors and like a person dedicated for doing it. Like
slop month.
We have to like intentionally film those shots.
Dude, get ready for I was wrong about.
So we're like building out the team. It's just like. It just takes time.
Cheeto derangement syndrome.
The thumbnails for it, and like I also don't want there to be editing mistakes in this, so I need someone who's doing QC, and that's like a really important thing because I don't want to post.
We will be watching Cam Nuggets. We will be. I will turn on notifications for Cam Nuggets video. We're waiting. Knock knock. We're waiting, Cam Nuggets. Just being annoying as fuck.
Post it and make a claim in the BTS that's not true, and say, hey, we spent $500,000 on this bunker, and it was actually $480,000, right?
Yeah.
Which is these are the little kinds of things that because I have such a large company, people will do, and they think it's innocent, but it's like no, like but at the end of the day, it's my name on it, and so it's like in theory it seems simple, like oh you're already filming, just throw a BTS, but there's a whole big process in it to make sure that's also true and authentic and good and actually edited well, and so I mean I don't know when I'll be able to build out the team and get it right, but I think that will help a lot if people knew. Like the effort and work that went into the videos and like just how we do it, I think they would look at it differently and be like, oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, and I think to circle back a little bit, I don't think even showing the, in behind the scenes, like if that were to have existed specifically with like the philanthropy stuff or another time where you're adding CGI or whatever, if you had the intention of the people who are doing it in that behind the scenes footage, it wouldn't be necessarily even putting them on blast or showing any mistake you would have from the very beginning, transparency.
Yeah.
So I think that would be, I'm
on
awesome.
the same page here. Hey, if anyone watching this wants to help work on my BTS channel, I'm actually serious. We're actively hiring and trying to figure it out. So I mean, I really think that would help a bunch. Like just plus, I just want to show people how we do this stuff. Like it's pretty crazy the stuff we're doing now.
I mean, realistically, it sounds like some of these problems. If like there was just sort of you have the opportunity now to just be like super ethical and hire a couple more teams for transparency and do something that not only the 300 million subscriber YouTuber, but like. You are leaps in.
Dude, this is okay. Here's the thing. This is very cringe so far. Talking about being super ethical when it's like Oompaville. You gotta present to him a point where he's fucked up so far to be talking this heavy about ethics, okay? Because so far, everything that Mr. Beast has been confronted with in this conversation has been reasonable and no huge problem so far. Now there could be something later on the line, and I bet there is something that Mr. Beast is going to admit to that's much worse. But so far, like you talking about heavy ethics, like you gotta first establish Mr. Beast doing some crazy wrongdoing.
Leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else in terms of like transparency.
Yeah.
Which people really like that type of stuff. Even if they don't like search out for it, they just like to see someone who's honest and relatable.
I agree.
And like you guys are really good at this insane Mr. Beast thing, but like you said, even with sort of talking about the allegations in the beginning, you didn't want to make a video where you're just sitting and it just feels cringe and awkward.
Yeah, no.
Like it makes sense, right? Like I get your perspective and the outsider's perspective. It's cool to see.
He sees both sides.
It's not cool to see how angry people can get, but it is cool to see that there is a possible answer to those situations, like being super ethical and transparent in a way that nobody else has ever been before.
I agree.
Yeah, I feel like you could probably do that. So there's evidence that you put your previous employees, friends, whatever, controlled opposition in your challenge videos, such as the 100 boys versus 100 girls video.
Yeah.
Did you put them in
this retarded point
in that video or videos like that specifically to rig the outcome?
Yeah, 1.5
of the challenge. And if so, do you think that's acceptable, Mr. Beast?
I know that one was a big one. Videos talking about my 100 boys versus 100 girls video in the last couple months. That one people really talked about that one. So yes, Soggy's video, he talked about this and uncovered it. I'm surprised more people didn't. Like my girlfriend after that video literally went on a podcast and described this. So it's not even like this was hidden information. This has been out there.
You were in the video 100.
Yeah, we watched this earlier. Yeah.
Yes. On the day, everybody had to go for COVID tests, and a lot of people came, got their COVID tests, and they tested positive. And the girls.
And Pegasus in his recent videos like, this hasn't been debunked. What a fuck.
Somehow ended up with way too little contestants. So I got a call randomly from the studio, and they're like, we need a female. I'm like, well, I am a female. I guess I could do this 100-hour challenge.
Were you dating at the time?
Yes.
And did the others know you were dating Mr. Beast at the time?
They pretended that they didn't, but I think some of them caught on.
Did he like move to the side of the circle?
Dude, there's like 3 people. 3 people had to fill the space because other people had COVID, and now you're trying to act like this is big deception?
Literally, like she said on the podcast, we had 100 boys, 100 girls. They're competing in a video. Leading up to the video, they're supposed to quarantine. This was years ago when, you know, at the height of COVID. A lot of questions people have on my videos, like that in these recent things I've noticed, usually the answer is like COVID, like why things aren't as like we would normally do it. But in this instance, they quarantined. When they showed up to the studio, a couple people on both sides tested positive for COVID. We didn't have them all in a group. We, you know, isolated, tested. And so now I'm stuck with a tough decision because we have all these people who just took off work for a week and took even more days off work to film this video. You know, a couple people on each side of the 100 girls, 100 boys tested positive for COVID. I can't go grab random people off the street because they haven't quarantined, right? And back then, I think COVID tests are better now, but back then, you know, it took like 2 days for the COVID test to be able to pick up whether or not you had COVID, something like that. I'm not a doctor.
Wow, what a huge deception. Deceived his audience.
Bro, no one knows that though, right? I could just gone and grab random people off the street and it would have been fine. But I was trying to like be protective of the contestants. So my employees were routinely quarantining back then because, you know, in the studio and things like that, we didn't want an outbreak. So I just went to the employees.
Dude, it's just so funny seeing Pegasus coverage and how like he would, if this was Soggy Cereal doing this, he would use this to say like this discredits all of his credibility. There's just so unequal energy. That guy is so inconsistent.
On the 100 Girls vs. 100 Boys video, I was like, hey, I don't want to cancel this video. Who wants to be in it? And so a couple of them volunteered, filled in the empty gaps. My girlfriend quarantined with me, so I threw her in there. And then we got the numbers up. I was good, like good. The video's on. And yeah, that's
literally a couple people
for money like everyone else. Yeah. Transparency. I'll look at the camera. No, they're not there to rig it. I did not tell them when to get out. I did not tell them what to do. They had their own free will. And yeah, I really didn't think too much of it. And you know, here we are a couple years later, and that's turning into proof that I put employees in videos.
Actually, so fucking crazy and dumb that's even being levied.
They're just filling in for some people who got COVID.
Yeah, I think it's another situation in which it's like, sure, there's, you know, there's evidence or whatever of both or whatever. It's like a trust me bro versus a trust me bro.
But this one's not even a trust me bro. Like, I mean,
in case anybody thought I was being a little bit too harsh on Oompaville, like, okay, Lerix, this is going overall pretty fine. Okay, you're just nitpicking Oompaville right now. I get, you know, he's just probably pretty nervous, dude. He feels the pressure of the crowd screaming at him. Mr. Beast Glazer, Mr. Beast Dick Sucker, Mr. Beast, fuck you, just let him fuck you in the ass, bro. He feels it. He feels the pressure rumbling at his feet. He must push back on every point. This is not a trust me, bro. This is just this is just facts. It's just evidence that, of course, you wouldn't know because you didn't look into it. His girlfriend has said this before on podcasts. I thought he watched Soggy's video.
There's evidence or whatever of both or whatever. It's like a trust me bro versus a trust me bro.
But this one's not even a trust me bro. Like, I mean, my girlfriend literally years ago said on a podcast all of this. So it's not even like I'm retroactively making this up. I mean,
right.
I could probably go pull up COVID tests and show you. I mean, it's,
just in terms of like the interpretation of what people have for that specific event. Like when someone like you or someone with this big thing, people just see who they don't care. They see, oh, he's using his friends. Like, obviously it's fucking rigged, you know, but they're not gonna look into it. It's just optically, you know, like there's so many things that.
What is this fallback? What is this fallback? Optically, it looks this way. Optically, it looks this way. Yes, if you take away the context from anything and if you clip someone out of context, you're going to be able to make them look bad. Yes, Oompaville, this is true. This is very true.
It's really easy. Like there's like such a crazy slippery slope for a lot of.
I think Mr. Beast made the correct choice for this interview. Yeah.
Stuff.
Well, and it's like, the thing is, I mean, I could have been like, oh, people got COVID and canceled it. And then
optically, there's always going to be these retards on Twitter that don't care or give a fuck about the situation and are unironically the meme when my influencer that I didn't like just because they were annoying finally has a legitimate reason to be mad at them. You know, those kind of dipshits, you know, optically, they're always going to like think that this situation isn't cool.
We'd be sitting here talking about how I had these people quarantined for 7 days and then I just rug pulled them. You know what I mean? And so like, it's a little bit of damn if you don't. Like either way, I'd be sitting here talking to you about it. You know, so I just tried to take the most ethical, moral stance and, you know, prioritize health and
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
I agree. Well, I mean, hopefully now that people hear the truth, they agree as well. But yeah, I mean, it's been brutal hearing that misinformation.
Tell us more about the optics.
Yeah, I can't imagine that, to be honest. I mean, there's a lot of people who really do not like you at all.
Yeah.
How does it feel in real life? Do you feel it in real life at all, or is it just internet?
No, it's just the internet. We talked a little bit before this. I mean, also, it's late at night. I just flew here to do this. This is a very impromptu thing. Yeah. But for like the 10 minutes we were talking before we started recording, I was telling him like, no one in real life has any idea of any of this. Like I meet hundreds of people and they're all just like, yo, what's up, Mr. Beast? They never bring it up. Yeah. And then you would open up Reddit. I mean, it doesn't help that they're censoring positive posts, but and you think, well, actually, now that I'm saying it out loud, that does make sense. You would think everyone hates me because anyone who does it, their post gets deleted. So actually, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
that is interesting always to think about. Yeah, like how huge of a population exists that isn't online. This is the main thing that shocked me about the election. Okay, if you just look at like Twitter for your discourse information or whatever, information. Okay, you know what I mean? If you just like go on online, you would think that there's a lot more like left-leaning people. You'd think there's a lot more fucking, you know, whatever people in America. But that wasn't the case. And fucking Trump blew everyone the fuck out. Conservatives completely won the election.
Now that I'm saying it out loud, that does make sense. You would think everyone hates me because anyone who does it, their post gets deleted. So actually, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's like, and even some of the YouTubers that I know, like you mentioned sending a clip to YouTubers and they're like, well, it's just not cool. I don't want to be seen as a Mr. Beast glazer. I mean, even the sort of feelings amongst you.
Wait, what?
Actually, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's like, and even some of the YouTubers that I know, like you mentioned sending a clip to YouTubers and they're like, well, it's just not cool. I don't want to be seen as a Mr. Beast glazer. I mean, even the sort of feelings amongst YouTubers, the people who their responsibility is to, well, responsibility, very loose use of the term, to talk about anything online or whatever, you know, even they're afraid or they just don't want, like, so it's just the internet. There's this really weird, you know, sort of echo chamber. Not that obviously everything that you've done is can just be
on the internet, there's this weird echo chamber, you know? It's a pretty interesting dichotomy. Welcome to the Oompaville channel.
You know, the sort of echo chamber. Not that obviously everything that you've done is can just be swept under the rug. I mean, you've admitted to mistakes. I think that everything that you that is a genuine mistake, you once again have.
Yeah, dude, that's what I mean. He is like traumatized. He has Mr. Beast Glazer on his mind throughout the entire interview. All he's thinking about is what people are going to say about him in the comment section and on Twitter. Like that is. It's just completely clouding his mind. He can't think straight. Right. Mr. Beast Glazer. It's like the fucking Squidward meme. Mr. Beast Glazer. Mr. Beast Glazer.
Have the most to gain from all this, so it's not gonna fucking hurt you to just admit where you're wrong or whatever. Yeah, I think that that's a very interesting one, the 100 boys versus 100 girls video, because to me, without looking into it at all, it's like that does seem weird, right? Like it just seems like once again a conflict of interest. But at the same time, you're making YouTube videos. You're not making like. I don't know. You can endlessly make excuses for it and against it. It seems like that's why I'm saying it's kind of.
I mean, I think.
I'm sorry. Okay. I feel I don't want to nitpick. I really don't want to nitpick. But what is he talking about? What is he saying?
It does seem weird, right? Like it just seems like once again a conflict of interest. But at the same time, you're making YouTube videos. You're not making like I don't know. You can.
What is the conflict of interest? That a couple people test positive for COVID on the day of like recording, and he brought in like his girlfriend and a couple employees to fill up the 100 bar.
Endlessly make excuses for it and against it. It seems like that's why I'm saying
you can endlessly make excuses for it and against it. What? The fuck are you saying, Oompa? What are you saying?
You're making YouTube videos. You're not making like I don't know. You can endlessly make excuses for it and against it. It seems like
Mr. Beast just explains like the whole like context of the situation, like completely clearing it up. And Oompaville's like, you know, you can endlessly make excuses for it. So everything you're saying kind of like doesn't really fucking matter. And he's just like trying to say that in the most passive way so he doesn't piss off Mr. Beast.
You're making YouTube videos. You're not making like. I don't know. You can endlessly make excuses for it and against it. It seems like that's why I'm saying it's kind of.
I mean, I think between like the contestants and people we've given stuff to in videos, like pretty confidently say like less than 1% of it's employees. So you know, if you were to take everyone who's ever been in a video, so like we're like, and a lot of it was like I said during the COVID time, where it's just like, well, I'm trying to be responsible, and like, so it's like, I mean, I think when you look at it through those lenses, I feel like any rational person would be like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah.
Just passive aggressively blown the fuck out. Yeah, that's fair. I know I was saying like a complete different thing like 20 seconds ago, but you know what? I see your point of view, buddy. This is so funny.
When you look at it through those lenses, I feel like any rational person would be like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah. Okay, so now
it just moves on to the next point.
Now, on to the response to critics. So
I'm sorry, I get it, Oompaville. I get the whole Oompaville thing. I don't want to like completely shit on him because I get it. Like, you know, feeling pressure, you have a big interview on your hands, you don't want to be seen as a certain way. But it is funny. Like, this is undoubtedly like this is pretty funny.
The first person really to respond to critics was Chucky, but the second person it seemed like was Soggy Cereal YouTuber, commentary YouTuber.
He made a video, and he's been, that video is sort of blowing up a little bit. It's not quite to the level of Dogpack's video when it first came out, but it's coming up, and he did his best to disprove a lot of Dogpack's claims, and even held you accountable for a lot of stuff in his video, which I thought was good. I thought his video was pretty good. I liked his video a lot, and I like him a lot. I've talked to him since that came out. I've talked to him a couple times. Yeah, he has criticized you today and last night, I think, sort of timestamp.
Okay, I feel like there's a lot more to talk about before this. He's immediately getting into the Soggy cereal stuff. Am I refresh. Okay. This is interesting. We're already talking about Soggy cereal, and I feel like there's a lot more, I don't know, chronologically to talk about, but I guess it's not chronological. It's getting brought up pretty soon, though. Okay, let's see.
When this video is being recorded, so people know. He said, Soggy has criticized you sharing his video with other YouTubers as a way to shield yourself from criticism, like DMing the video to people. He also expressed feeling used by you, given that you used his video as a strategy to gather favor from the public. Which
this is actually interesting. I am interested in this
that's
response,
pretty wordy. It's
though.
It just happened today.
Because I do think this is a fuck up, funny enough, optically. Okay. I actually do think this was a mistake by Mr. Beast because it makes it completely seem like Mr. Beast propaganda paid media. So it made him look really bad here. He shouldn't have been DMing YouTubers to cover this video on main.
Today, it's got to be something like, how do you feel about him feeling that way? Because he's not really defending you. He's more so trying to hold the truth, which I appreciate that massively. And I do, talking to him, I do believe that he is an honest guy. How do you interpret his responses on Twitter if you've seen them? Have you seen them?
Yeah, I've seen them.
Okay.
I interpret it as him just trying to be honest with his audience and just expressing how he feels. And I think, obviously he probably, in his head, if he was even being more honest, he'd probably be like, Jimmy, why don't you just say these things? Why am I saying it? And I think, obviously, now that I'm here and doing this, that will alleviate it. But I can see how it feels. Obviously, I saw that video and it, disproved. I mean, there are some things in there I don't agree with, and he does go pretty hard on me, so which people seem to forget. But there are a lot of things in there that he disproved, and I got excited and shot it over to a bunch of creators who covered the false information, and was just like, look, I could see how, that looks like I'm hiding behind it. Luckily, I'm here talking to you, so I don't think that.
This is a good point too. I think this is because the main critique is that Mr. Beast, it looks like you're just shielding yourself behind another person's video, and especially the fact that Soggy cereal was flown at by one of your employees. It really just seems like you're using this guy's. I don't know. I could see the perspective of somebody saying that you're using Soggy cereal as a conduit to try to respond to the claims, especially with you DMing them. It does appear that way. So, but a good way to clear that up is doing an interview. So it is good that this was the next step to do a live interview to kind of denounce that idea. So that's true.
It'll be a problem anymore, but obviously, he's not, when he tweeted that, he, doesn't know we were doing this, doesn't know this is coming out. I mean, he might now, you talk to him, but so I don't blame him. You know what I mean? It's a reasonable thing. I think if I were to
undermines the credibility of the video,
say, I don't want to be a shield. Jimmy, say something. You know what I mean? Actually go address things and
because he's really not defending you. He's just disproving Dogpack. That's the primary kind of driver, or that's how I interpreted his video. I was like, oh, this is pretty balanced.
That's a good interpretation. Cool Better than Pegasus.
He didn't go with the grain and disprove a lot of things. But also went kind of hard on me too. So, but
he's not a big fan of Lunchley.
He's not. That's one thing for sure. He does not like Lunchley.
By commenting on his video, you left a comment on Soggy's video after it was posted. You said, "This is finally a video that doesn't spread baseless slander about."
Yeah,
me.
I mean, obviously that was a stupid comment. Yes.
Yeah. Dude, how do you think that looks? I mean.
Yeah, dumb. Agreed.
Okay.
Especially the LOL. That just
Next.
It's cool that he's okay. It's reasonable. He seems like he's owning up. He sees the way things look.
Dumb.
Yeah.
The answer, dumb. Yes.
Okay.
True.
That's fair. Yeah, I guess so. So it's it kind of gives weight to you sort of taking the situation lightly. If anybody should be taking the situation lightly, it should be like me or Soggy or people people who aren't actively involved in the situation. How would you put that worry, that concern at ease for someone who's willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, which I think is super important. And you say something like that, and then it seems like you were taking the situation in general lightly.
Yeah. No, I mean that's a good question. I mean honestly, there's just a lot of disinformation that was correct in that video. And I just wrote that comment and then right afterwards sent it to a couple of YouTubers, which because I just finally this this thing is here. But I agree. Dumb comment.
Legal and ethical issues. I feel like this is
okay. Yeah, cool.
Probably going to be a little bit more sort of. We're going to need some facts on screen to back up whatever's being said here, just to
because like there's only so much you can say.
Yep.
So, and Soggy did a good job of sort of disproving a lot of these claims just in general, or giving weight to ones that deserve to have weight given to them. Yep. So watch his video. Obviously, he did a lot of work on this stuff. So Dawson claimed that you ran multiple illegal lotteries, and in Soggy's video, he sort of, I think, disproved.
Okay, so here's the legal lottery thing. Okay, this is pretty interesting.
2, and then 1 he still believes was an illegal lottery.
Yes.
Do you believe that you ran an illegal lottery? Did you believe at the time? What was your mindset? Did you check with the FCC? Was there any compliance, any steps taken to prevent this? What is your just perspective on that?
Yes. So I don't think we did. I have people looking into it and like trying to pull the footage and figure it out. He disproved the 2, which I mean, those were crazy. I don't want to just like speculate. I have a team looking into it. I don't think we did though. But regardless, just to be truthful, if people want a refund or think for whatever reason like we did something wrong, like I'll send you a link.
Information on refunds included by Mr. Beast and Doc. Okay, so that's pretty interesting.
You just put in the description where they can get a refund. Maybe just throw it on the screen here.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, at the moment, that's all I really have to say. Maybe I could do a follow up in the future. I'm trying to dig up all the footage from that live stream. This was like many years ago. Like this isn't like something I did 3 months ago.
Yeah. COVID. It was 2020, right?
I don't remember.
I think the first one, the questionable one that Soggy had in his video was in 2020. I think it was in August 2020.
And I just don't have the footage from him, so I'm looking them up.
Gotcha. Yeah. I think. I think.
Okay, this is interesting. I want to see. I'm gonna request a refund. Yeah. I guess we're just gonna have to wait on that. But it seems reasonable. Yeah, that's the thing with Docpack, man. He just like completely fucking flumbered that, fucked up that allegation. Just fumbling. Dude, look at all these illegal lotteries. 2 of them completely ended up being fake and not the case. This seems to be one that's still suspicious. Mr. Beast is looking into it though, I guess. Not really anything to say right now about it, but
I think at the very least, if people felt misled or whatever, or if
100% request a refund. I mean, we do that anyways. Like on our site, if people want refunds, we give it to them. But for this specifically, we can give you a URL, throw it right here. I mean, I have no idea what it'll be, and yeah, just finish your order code. Really, no big deal.
Cool. The investigation confirmed. So the third-party investigation confirmed isolated incidents of harassment. How were these incidents addressed? And what systemic changes did you implement from after the investigation to prevent things like this from ever happening again? I'm assuming it's going to piggyback directly off the
what we talked about before. Yeah, 100%. I mean, agreed. Like we talked about before, I have hundreds of employees, and when we brought the outside third party in, and I was like, hey, talk to whoever you need to, get an honest pulse of how some people are feeling. There were some things that people hadn't made us aware of that they felt more comfortable talking to Quinn and Manuel on, which is obviously ultimately why we ended up doing the anonymous hotline, that kind of stuff. And what you asked, what did we do? How do we handle it? Like I said before, it's just whatever they told me. If they told me like I need to fire someone, we fired them. Like, I mean, it's not like I don't want to be the arbiter of truth. I want people who are professional in these things to, get the information, make sure they have all the facts, and I want them to tell me what to do, right? Because obviously I work with these people, and so I could have some form of bias or whatever, or maybe I like this person better. And so I like to stay away from that kind of stuff. And so I just did whatever they told me to do, to be honest.
How did you feel when you found out that a third-party investigation concluded that there were incidents of harassment in your business?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I was like, well, how can we, like we talked about before, and so I started educating myself, and I've been bringing in new leaders and people who have worked in bigger companies, and I was just like, help me make sure like this kind of stuff doesn't happen.
Can we talk about what was the harassment? That's like one detail I want to know. What harassment? What was the harassment that was being done? Okay, because there's a lot of things, especially today, that encapsulates harassment, what that means. Okay, what kind of harassment? Different scales, different levels. And I guess like reasonably, how much can we prescribe on Mr. Beast's failure as a company for this? Like,
and educate me on these kinds of things. Again, this company has grown so fast.
They might not be allowed.
Say number 400 just so people realize this isn't just 10 employees making YouTube videos like it was for me 5 years ago. And so my first instinct was just like, educate me. Who do I bring in? How do we solve these things? And like I said before, it dials down to 2 things: making sure you're not fostering it, and then when it does happen, making sure you respond appropriately, and just like trying to learn everything I can in those 2 areas, and just find the best people in the world in those 2 areas to just review everything and make sure we're doing it correctly.
Dude, people were fired. How many people were disciplined, fired? Was it more like, how did that feel, knowing that there was like an amount of people that had to be disciplined, terminated, whatever, as a result of an investigation? That's kind of things just happening basically under your nose, due to a lack of business acumen or care or whatever word you would want to use.
Yeah,
how did it feel?
Well, I mean, like, I haven't even met all the people that work for me, because it's so big and we have people all around the world and things like that. Just for context, I don't want people to think like, oh, these are people I'm just working with every single day and are just oblivious. But yeah, I mean, it just felt like I need to improve. I need to learn more, and just I want to fix these things, So I mean, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah. There you go. That's what I was looking for.
I mean, like reasonably, what the fuck is he supposed to say though? Like, what should be pushed back on is like, did Mr. Beast like majorly not have a correct system with checks and balances that allowed harassment to type of happen? It sounds like that wasn't the case, especially most recently. It sounds like that was the case in like when he was 18 and 19, but that was when he didn't have as many employees. So there's a different circumstance there where he didn't do a correct background check. So it wasn't harassment problems back then. But now that it's gotten a lot bigger, of course, there's harassment things, but it's not like his mom was still the head of HR. Seems like the timeline is just like conveniently fucked up to make Mr. Beast look as bad as possible. And I assume like a lot of people think that his mom was head of HR simultaneously while he has 400 employees across the world and whatever, which that's just not the case. And just like reasonably, I don't know, what is he supposed to do? Like, it fucking sucks, then yeah. But what I just want to know, how much blame do we put on Mr. Beast here? And
problem solver. When there's problems, like my default reaction, like instinct, is how do we solve it? And that's what we've been obsessing over, and I feel like we've made a lot of progress, to be honest.
Cool. Are you going to sue Dogpack?
Well, there's tons of examples of him intentionally manipulating things to not be true and posting it online. Tons and tons and tons of that. So has basically an hour and 27-minute video, and an hour of it is just flat out proving manipulation and lies, and caused a lot of harm to my business.
Say yes.
I've literally had people pull out millions of dollars and
Say
then tell me it was
fucking
directly
yes.
because of the video. Don't worry, I instantly was like, can you send that in writing? So, if I win a case or anything, I can directly point damages. No reason why.
Sue him to the ground.
So, I mean,
suffer.
It's just unfortunate. Like, I don't want to be put in this situation.
Do it.
Probably gonna have to. I mean, it's just
yes.
I mean, what do you do? It's someone just spreading
Yo.
misinformation about you, and,
He's Dogpack fucked over. Who's playing Not Like Us now? Oh man, Jake Weddle, all those days of conspiring, Jake Weddle, Rosanna, all those collabs. Now he's getting fucked. Chickens have come home to roost. Wow. Okay, that's funny. He's actually gonna sue him. Jesus. Bent over. Dogpack getting doggy styled. Some may say.
It's just, I mean, what do you do if someone's just spreading misinformation about you and
True.
causing harm to your business and like getting it to the point where you might have to potentially fire people? Because
what do you think, Oompaville? Bro, depending on Oompaville's response, I may go nutto right now. Okay.
Revenue. It's like, it's not
Do you think that's optically the right decision here? Please, Oompaville.
fair to the people in my companies. You know what I mean? It's just sad. It's not a thing I take joy in, but yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. So yes.
They're not done drafting it up, but once they're done, more than likely, yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that's
every law firm I've talked to, they're like, this would be the easiest win they've ever seen in their life. I mean, it's like crazy. I had one tell me, like, you could.
Isn't that mean, Mr. Beast? Isn't that going a little bit too far? You present yourself as like being a nice guy online, but this isn't really that nice. What's your thoughts?
Chop up all the evidence into like sue 3 separate times and win all 3 cases because you'd have enough for each. Like, one person I talked to, he's won like 67 out of his last 70 cases, and he's like, this would be literally the easiest case I've ever done. Like, it's because there's just so much blatant, misinformation and lies spread. Like,
dude, all the smug bragging this motherfucker has done on Twitter, like posting the legal papers posting the cease and desist. Remember this guy's smug laughter, posting the cease and desists on Twitter, laughing in Mr. Beast's face. To see him get sued over this is gonna be the funniest shit in the world. Where is it? Dogpack. Dude. The smugness coming from this guy was fucking crazy. Do you remember this? This was one of his first posts. Remember when he posted his the cease and desist?
So Mr. Beast's legal team did send me a cease and desist, and here's my official response to that.
You want to see slander? Do you want to see your house? It's gonna be gone. You're gonna be homeless. You're gonna be living in a fucking box. That's where your house is gonna be. No money, no rent.
Save the ocean, get slapped.
You won't cease and desist? Get fucked. Get fucked, man. This is my formal cease and desist response. A thread. Dude. Holy shit, that guy's insufferable. Deserves everything coming towards his way. Deserves everything.
I mean, just go watch Soggy's video. Go look at his Twitter where he's redacted multiple ones of it. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to be in this position.
Now, what do you think? Do you think that there could be any sense of regret from that? I mean, optically, once again.
Dude, I'm gonna lose it. Dude, I'm gonna lose it. He did it. He said it. Well, optically, thoughts, Mr. Beast? Mr. Beast, optically, do you think that's a good idea?
I don't want to be in this position.
Now, what do you think? Do you think that there could be any sense of regret from that?
I called it.
Once again, there's a lot of things working against you on a constant basis because you're the biggest person in the world on YouTube and social media, and you're just crammed down people's throats algorithmically. Like if you decide to sue this man, even if he deserves it or not, which is like obviously up to you.
Well, I just want the
Shut
slander
the
and
fuck
disinformation stop.
up, man. What do you mean if he deserves it or not? This is such a... Okay, I'm sorry. This is... Oompaville is a dipshit for this, okay? He has videos up that have over 10 million views. 10 million views. Just lying about this guy. You're saying that's not justified to sue someone who's just lying about you? Spreading it to millions of people?
It would be a bigger reason, but you're saying, when am I worried about how that would affect me PR-wise?
Yeah, just like, what do you think?
Right now, I'm getting canceled because I'm not suing him because they're
optically.
saying, well, you know, Jimmy's not suing him, therefore there was truth, or Jimmy would be suing him. So
True.
at this point, I'm so big, it's kind of...
Mr. Beast smogging.
Most narratives are like, either way, like,
fucked.
there's a vast negative for me. You know, people are like, well, he's not going to sue because he's worried about discovery. No, I don't give a fuck. You know, why do I care? I'm here. This is discovery. You know what I mean? And that they just... no matter what I do at this point, like, there's just a large group of people that...
Dude, okay. I'm sorry. This is just true. This is just true and based coming from Mr. Beast right now. He's just right. No matter what he does, he's damned if he does, he's damned if he doesn't. It doesn't matter, okay? People are going to shit on him if he sues him and says, it's a pretty bad look. Even if Mr. Beast ends up winning the lawsuit, it's going to be like, well, it's still a bad look. It's just people are insufferable.
That are just going to be unhappy. And that's just like a
Oompaville's
reality
part
I
of
have
the
to
problem.
be okay with, to be honest. As long as I agree with what I'm doing and I believe in what I'm doing, I mean, that's all I really can do at this point.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people, you know, it's probably a minority. Well, it's definitely a minority of people just in general who actually care about this type of shit. But like, you know, the silencing critics, for example, something very similar has happened. Well, not that similar, but something is happening to CoffeeZilla, who we'll talk about here in a minute as well. He's being sued, and that just... You know, to someone like me, I care about like rationality and understanding and people being big and, you know,
100%. And I would just say, go watch the Soggy video.
Yeah.
Look at all the blatant manipulation of lies. And this isn't me trying to silence them. This is me trying to like, this is like borderline, I owe it to my employees. It's like, I can't look at someone in the eyes and go, sorry, you're getting laid off because he decided to keep spreading misinformation about us. You know, go complain to
I understand. It's like, there's a difference.
This is bigger than me. I have a lot of people, a lot of families, a lot of kids that, you know, work or are under, you know, the people I employ that work for me. Like, it's not just me. Like, I can't.
Of course.
So.
And it's also, you know, just to finish what I was going to say, it is not silencing a critic. It is preventing the spread of misinformation, proving misinformation.
Exactly.
So I think being able to make that distinction, though, is very important. And that's something...
Oompaville is getting kneeled on. He is.
Consider. It's like how do you stop the misinformation, the slander, but also don't prevent people from caring about things ethically going forward and feeling willing to criticize someone like you. Even though, obviously, this situation, it appears quite clear-cut that this is misinformation. And truth is obviously the most important thing, but also there's like a...
Dude.
sort of a slippery slope of silencing critics and censorship and all this crazy stuff. And
what do you mean slippery slope? It's like he's trying to like fill up an essay for like school or some shit. It's like he knows he doesn't have enough words. He's not giving enough input and pushback. Where he's just like making random shit up on the fly to make it seem like he's like not completely like having a glazed interview.
And truth is obviously the most important thing, but also there's like a sort of slippery slope of silencing critics and censorship and all this crazy stuff. And freedom of speech is so important, but obviously lies.
What
and
are you
slander
talking about?
Freedom of speech. So it's just a big giant.
Is this guy just gonna both sides meme the entire time, just being like, you know, there's this side is this side and this side is this side. You know, freedom of speech is good, but also lies and slander is bad. And this is the dichotomy. This is the complex situation here. You just sound like a retard.
Optical pill to swallow and consider, I feel like.
Agreed.
And I would be really interested to see your thoughts going forward, you know, in your decisions that you decide to make. I would love to stay in the loop on that because, you know, in the very beginning, I thought Soggy had good intentions. Dogpack,
yeah.
exactly, yeah. Soggy does have good intentions, in my opinion. In the very beginning, and now things obviously are, he's turned this into sort of his thing.
Good intentions even.
Yeah, because you didn't do the research. You covered the shit and didn't do any research, dude. If you thought Dogpack had good intentions, that's all on you. It wasn't like some deep cut of Soggy Cereal finding some crazy new information. Dude, everybody who's been covering the story effectively already was going into the Soggy Cereal video knowing that Dogpack's credibility has been shot and fucked. That is just completely on you.
In the very beginning, and now things obviously are, he's turned this into sort of his thing.
Good intentions, even though even the very first video literally was, what, 90% lies?
It seemed.
Dude. The knee is getting placed on the neck. The knee is getting placed on the neck.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Soggy does have good intentions.
Mr. Beast is fucking mogging.
my opinion, in the very beginning, and now things obviously are, he's turned this into sort of his thing.
Good intentions, even though even the very first video literally was, what, 90% lies?
It seemed.
Oh, you got manipulated.
Yeah,
but
of course, yeah, of course, yeah.
You got manipulated. Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked.
Even the very first video literally was, what, 90%
Total beast domination.
Oh, you got manipulated.
Yeah,
but
of course, yeah, of course, yeah.
that doesn't make it good intentions.
Yeah, I'm just saying it seemed, and a lot of people also believe that.
Was it good intentions when he photoshopped a fake live stream and
No,
falsely
no.
accused me of not
Dude.
saying something I did say and falsely accused something? It was a good intentions when he put a king-size Feastables bar beside a regular-size Hershey's bar and didn't disclose that and then lied about us having more sugar than them? Was it? I mean, I can sit here and do this for
No,
the
no,
next
I
30 minutes.
understand.
I think that's just a misconception that everyone has. Is like there's never good intentions.
Yeah, of course, but I'm just.
I watched that video and I was like, this is just lies, and everyone's like, oh my god. I was like, whoa.
We're just talking about optics.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
So,
okay,
my point.
optically.
Right, optically.
People who fell for the optics.
And then he just falls back when he knows he's got nothing, when he knows he's feased and fucked. He just goes back to the safety net of optically. Well, there could be a retard that could take it this way. There could be some dipshit who takes it this way if you eliminate all context and completely clip chimp this guy. Someone could take it this way. Holy shit, dude, he's shitting himself.
I was like, whoa.
We're just talking about optics, though.
Okay,
my point.
optically.
Right.
No, you weren't.
People who fell for the optics.
But that's the lowest common denominator. That's what makes this entire world that we're in.
People who fell for the optics? What the fuck are we talking about? What are we talking about? What is even being discussed here?
Optically.
Right. Optically.
People who fell for the optics.
But that's the lowest common denominator. That's what makes this entire world that we're in go round, is how people are reacting to things. You can't expect
Shut
people
the
to be,
fuck
to
up. It's bad optically because dipshits like you didn't appropriately report on the situation. That's the only problem. Retards like Pegasus, retards like Dogpack, and people like you who perpetuated this information is the only reason, is actually the main reason why people have this warped view of Mr. Beast. You are the problem.
out of their way to give you the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And,
so it's super important to.
You didn't
consider
give
all
him the
that.
benefit of the doubt.
But yeah, and obviously it's been proven now that he is Mr. and misinformation combined, right?
You would have known that if you would have just looked into the first video.
Right. It's for someone like me who actually cares about I like to pretend that I care about the truth of things, and I don't want someone like you who has worked very hard objectively to get where you're at. I don't want you to be
Big
slandered
truth
or
seeker.
for people to lie about you, etc. But at the same time, you are the one who's going to win. You are the
Lerix, it sounds like Jimmy is taking the opportunity to shit on Oompaville. If you think that anything Mr. Beast just said wasn't justified, I think you gotta think twice. You gotta rewind and think twice about what we just saw. Well, everything Mr. Beast just said was completely justified.
the one who will always win. You're the top, right? Like you got this big thing, so you have the most responsibility, and you've got to be the best guy.
Cognizant of the implications it would have.
Yeah.
But it's also on the reverse side. It potentially causes people to not want to spread misinformation and not slander people. So there's also the positive side of that, where people realize disinformation has repercussions.
It's just something to consider.
Agreed.
Right?
I don't take the decision lightly. Trust me.
Okay. I believe
something to consider. He's literally just a meme. Is this optically a good idea when this guy's just completely trying to ruin your fucking life and spreading it to tens of millions of people and nearly succeeded?
I believe that as well. But yeah, I think that's a.
Is that a good decision to sue him?
I mean, if anybody could go and be as ethical as possible and do everything as perfectly as possible and actually take the moral high ground and not just pretend, it is you. You've got all the resources. You are the guy who can do all this stuff.
Yeah.
To be honest. So
Oompaville has contributed nothing.
Yeah, and I think you will. I think you'll do all this stuff cool and right and stop slander, misinformation, etc. Which is good.
Yeah. Disinformation.
Big
difference.
Yeah.
Misinformation could be an accident. Disinformation, not an accident.
Let's see.
Mog. I'm sorry, dude.
Now to move on to CoffeeZilla, one of my favorite YouTubers. There's a comprehensive report published that painted a negative light on crypto dealings allegedly associated with you. To what extent were you involved in these crypto transactions?
Okay, hold on. Mr. Beast is getting too many W's. He might now take a lot of L's right now. Okay, he's bringing up the CoffeeZilla crypto shit. I haven't looked into that. I don't know if it's 100% true or not. So we'll see. I haven't had the chance to cover it on stream because crypto isn't my kind of shit. But CoffeeZilla, if he's looking into something, he's usually reliable. So let's see what we got here.
Light on crypto dealings allegedly associated with you. To what extent were you involved in?
Dude, Oompaville had to bring up the best point just to he just got bent over so hard. He's like, okay, I gotta get him on something. I gotta get this guy. Bring out the big guns. Bring out the fucking beast. Bring out the crypto drama.
That painted a negative light on crypto dealings allegedly associated with you.
To what extent were you involved in these crypto transactions, and how do you respond to CoffeeZill's video on you detailing these allegations? I thought he gave you a benefit of the doubt in that video.
Yeah.
I think he's a very reasonable guy, to be honest. I think he's a very smart, reasonable guy who cares about like doing the right thing, which is pretty rare on YouTube. You know, how do you? How would you respond to Coffee's video?
Yeah, Coffee's video and the report. Well, so I'll start off with the report. I mean, most people probably haven't even read it, but that's what kind of spawned that whole thing was this. Did you see it? Like that? Yeah, so the gist of this crypto report that was, 1 second, sorry, it's not my. The gist of this report was Jimmy is too stupid to like make this kind of money, therefore it must be insider trading. This is his wallet, you know. Clearly there's insider trading because he never would have been able to make this kind of money. When in reality, which is what I told Coffee in that statement we gave him, it was managed by a fund. So I wasn't the one managing the wallet. You know, I've never had access to that wallet. I've never done the buying and selling of that wallet. There's an actual professional who's written books on crypto and lived and breathes crypto every single day managing it. So most of the allegations there like are just answered by like, I am too stupid to do that. That's why a fund was managing it. You know what I mean? And yeah, I mean, like Coffee said, like if he literally said this in a video. If you like Jimmy, then you're like, yeah, he has answers for everything, and this checks out. And if you don't like Jimmy, then you're gonna go, you know, there's obviously wrongdoing here. But yeah, I mean, the honest truth is like, I make videos.
Okay, so basically, it sounds like to speedrun that situation, it seems like the conclusion is that Mr. Beast was found doing like some weird shit and scamming of some sorts, crypto shit, bad shit, whatever you want to call it. Okay, but way Mr. Beast describes it is that it was just like more irresponsibility, didn't really know what the fuck he was doing. And it seems like even CoffeeZilla is reasonable about that, where it's just we got to take him at his word or not, whether or not like someone else is mismanaging or is just mismanaging because of irresponsibility, or he was purposely doing this with malice. Yeah, I don't know all the details of that situation. I'm gonna be honest, it's one thing I didn't look into, but gotcha.
I'm running 7 businesses. I got a lot going on, and yeah, I'm investing in a crypto fund.
It was his team probably,
and I've never like had access to that wallet. They're the one doing the buying and selling. I mean, there are thousands of transactions on there. Like, I don't even have that kind of time. I'm sure you could probably even look at it and see like days where I was like maybe in solitary confinement.
You said it was managed by a fund or something?
Access to a computer and there's trading. So for the conspiracy theorists that think I'm lying and using the fund as a cover up, like, I mean, there's gotta be some way where you could just figure that out, like where I was on a plane ride or something. But yeah, that's like the honest transparency is, you know, I was in a crypto fund and people thought I owned the wallet because it's called Wu-Tang Clan. Do you listen to Wu-Tang Clan?
I have, yes.
I don't. So I feel like that's another indicator. I wouldn't have named it Wu-Tang Clan. Yeah. I had to educate myself on what Wu-Tang Clan was.
Doesn't know the Wu-Tang lore. Only knows NWA, not Wu-Tang. Okay, so apparently there's more context about the crypto stuff. Where is the crypto stuff? I don't know. I can't. Okay. Somewhere else. Refund recipients, 100 wells, purchase receipts, grow farms. Just states if the people refund lotteries. Okay, receipt for the 100 payment, surgeries. Is there proof of people leaving immediately after the challenges? Use claim, Mr. Beast Games, Union. Records of harassment. Rather than just, yes, they happen. Unfortunately, I can't. Attorney-client privilege. Gotcha. Documentation, operating procedure. All right, I don't know. I don't know where I'm supposed to look for that, but regardless, that situation seems to be summed up by CoffeeZilla, yeah, the way he put it, and also Mr. Beast there.
So
okay. Yeah, I don't know. Did they forget to add it? I don't know what's going on here. Is it in here? No, this is the one Quinn Emanuel shit. Did you search the document? Yeah, I searched the whole document. Believe me, I searched the whole fucking shit. That's everything. I don't. Yeah, I'll control F you guys to look for crypto. It's not here. Crypto. It's not here. It says 0 for 0. It's not there. So I don't know what to tell you. Maybe one of these more in-depth ones are in it, and I don't recognize the specifics for like. Do you have proof that the 1 million you had was given to Beast Philanthropy? Like, is this related to any of it? I couldn't tell you. So yeah, I don't know.
I think that's pretty interesting. Because yeah, I mean, like the whole like just YouTubers in any way being involved with crypto in any sense now is just like
well, agreed, and that's why I literally put it in a fund because I was like, I don't want to like fuck with this stuff and like be you know, I just like I want someone who knows what they're doing to do it to make sure things are above board. So that's literally why I did that, right? It's because I was like, if I'm buying and selling it, maybe I mess things up or do something dumb. So
it's like his team fucked up some shit, is what he's saying.
Here you go. You know,
okay.
So that was literally the whole logic behind it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. On to some philanthropy and charitable work stuff. Soggy revealed delays in philanthropic progress.
Why did he leave that out? Nice document, Oompy. Well, to be fair, I don't know if it's Mr. Beast's document that he sent to Oompa to put in, or if it's Oompa's document that he made. I don't know. If it's Oompa's document and he forgot to put that in, that's a huge fuck up on his end. But I don't know if that's the case.
Assistance video due to lost partnerships. He talked about that.
Okay, so what are we talking about now?
Revealed delays in philanthropic projects such as the walking assistance video due to lost partnerships. He talked about that in his sort of disproving video. Yeah, how do you intend on regaining trust between that brand that is literally a vehicle for philanthropy? And how do you intend on regaining trust with the brands to put money to that to generate revenue to use for?
I mean, I hope step one is literally this video. I mean, I hope I just need people to. Just stop making videos titled "Mr. Beast fixes philanthropy" with devil horns on in the thumbnail of my head, and
I don't know what this question's
stating facts
about.
that aren't facts. Because as long as people are just spreading that disinformation, it's gonna be
person.
pretty hard to convince these people. But hopefully, once that dies down, I think it's just more of a time thing. Because it'd be nice, because the charity definitely needs that whole disinformation thing to kind of just stop. I spend $150,000 a month, so I pay for the employee's salary, so all the revenue from the videos goes straight towards doing our project. So I cover all this. Employees, a little bit of overhead, that kind of stuff. So that way, if we get a $400,000 brand deal plus the ad revenue from the video, we can spend all that money on buying shirts for homeless people or whatever it is. So I just put that money in, but this past week when we also put the $150,000 in the account, I put another $1 million in to make up for 2 lost brand deals. So I'm now having to plow money in on top of the $150,000 a month I'm already plowing in, on top of filming the videos and doing all that. And it's just
so it's just about the charity shit. It's the $1 million in charity thing that was referenced.
I'm already putting a lot of money into it, and so hopefully, I don't know.
This is the $1 million into Beast philanthropy.
Slandering it. You can attack me. Just don't attack the channel. It's literally a 501c3. That'd be nice, to be honest.
Yeah, and that one's weird to me because it's
I would unironically. This is a crazy sentence, but unironically, if instead of starting a YouTube channel, giving it to a 501c3 and filming videos and donating millions upon millions of dollars, all the revenue to a charity, and then using that to help people, if I just started any other channel, I don't know, a channel where I just sit down and talk and kept all the money and just bought a $10 million mansion after 2 years, I think that universe where I just sit down and talk and buy a $10 million mansion and make a video on the mansion. That version of me would get maybe 1% of the shit that the version. Yeah, and so it's but that's not why I do it, because I actually would get less hate if I just stopped the philanthropy channel. But I just want to help people in school projects, and I believe in what it's doing. But it's a little funny when you think about it.
I mean, it's hilarious.
Yeah,
it's absolutely the devil horns thing. Dogpack actually cut a part out of his first video about you being the anti.
Wait, he's bringing this up? Okay, this is based. Okay, this I gotta give Impaville a W here. He's bringing up the cutout parts, calling Mr. Beast the Antichrist.
Christ? Did you see that?
I did.
What'd you think of that?
What a joke. All right, I gotta hand it. Oompaville, this is Oompa W.
Out of his first video about you being the Antichrist. Did you see that?
I did.
What'd you think of that? I mean, you did get here a little fast, to be honest. You teleported.
The sad part is he was being serious in it. And
yeah. Okay, dude. Sorry, my things are lagging a little bit right now. Okay, they can't take this. They can't take this. All right, let's see.
I mean, you did get here a little fast, to be honest. You
teleported. The sad part is he was being serious in it. And,
yeah, he cut that part out.
And he showed that part publicly, and people still were like, okay, well, Kim's saying Jimmy's the Antichrist because one of his studios was a church, because there's not many warehouses in North Carolina, so I just bought a church and converted it into a warehouse. And he unironically was claiming I was the Antichrist in the same video as all these other accusations, but everyone's like, oh, that's the only crazy accusation. Everything else is true.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw that, I was like, okay, now people are gonna be like, okay, maybe he's just,
actually so real, man.
I mean, yeah, does it bother you? Did that bother you specifically, or is it just, I mean, because how do you even?
Did being called the Antichrist bother you?
Where's the Bible? I'm not the Antichrist. There you go. Yeah, that's really interesting. I kind of thought you might be. It is a weird one, because I've heard people say that in my real life. They're like, his name is. We live out here in the.
Yeah,
his name is Beast.
Like, his name is Beast. It's got the 6,000. That's a 6. People, I think that's very funny, to be honest, and in an ironic way. I don't actually obviously believe that you are the Antichrist.
I'll be honest. I don't even know what that means. The Antichrist. I see those conspiracy theories occasionally. And
yeah.
I don't even if I was just like,
what
I
the
tweeted,
fuck
yes,
am
I'm the
I?
Antichrist. What does that even mean?
Yeah. Do you ever speak in Babylonian curses?
Only occasionally. Not in the past year. I've kind of moved away from it.
Yeah, you've
oh boy,
stopped speaking in tongues.
Honestly, I kind of wish there was an alternate universe where I saw Pegasus's interview like this. Because I'm gonna be honest, man, I feel like it would have been worse. I don't know. This is pretty funny.
Like this, because that's gonna be the next more Pegasus video.
Mr. Beast Antichrist confirmed.
Yeah, they're gonna take the clip of me talking about the thumbnail with the horns and put that there.
Yeah, I'll show him a picture of my circle with a pentagram in it that you spawned out of.
Yeah.
Anyways, do you plan? So back to philanthropy, to things that actually matter and are actually important, because that's what the whole point of this video is, to try to be.
But we're being serious.
Yeah, it's serious.
Hey, lock in.
Yeah, it's a serious video, and we're trying to be honest.
It actually is serious.
It really is very serious. Do you plan to provide more transparency in how funds are used for your philanthropic efforts for Beast Philanthropy, your 501?
I've seen a lot of people ask about that too. So for the Beast Philanthropy, anyone can audit, we pass audit every year, and we make
I'm be honest.
public,
can I skip ahead here, dude? Guys, we're like halfway in. I'm gonna skip ahead of this. We have already kind of covered this philanthropy type of bullshit. Okay, there's a ton of stuff to get into. I'm gonna skip over this part a little bit. This is just about transparency, being upfront and honest about philanthropic endeavors. All right, there we go.
Our content. I don't want to say it because but it's a disgusting amount. But so we offset it through things like festivals and things like that. As a whole, we're gonna lose money this year, especially because everything going on didn't really help.
Okay, so they're gonna lose money and shit.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, I think the transparency. I mean, obviously, you can, like you mentioned, you can audit.
You okay, Alex?
Yeah. I would love to fly someone out. We've unironically been wanting to do this. We asked a couple YouTubers that just were like, well, if you're asking us, then there's probably nothing there. So why would I do a video on it? Yeah. So like people only care when there's a smoking gun.
Yeah.
But I've been trying to get someone to do a video like deep diving the philanthropy financials because people have so many like theories exactly. And I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to hide anything. Like they just literally say no when I ask. Like anyways, yeah.
Some fans feel like there's a fine line between philanthropy and using vulnerable people for content. How do you feel about people who think that your videos unintentionally exploit vulnerable people for entertainment? So I think that's
exploit vulnerable people for entertainment. Are we getting to Jake Weddle territory?
Nice, yeah.
Some fans feel like there's a fine line between philanthropy and...
Dude, you guys are... I skipped 1 minute. You guys good? We need a fucking mental health check in the chat right now.
Using vulnerable people for content. How do you feel about people who think that your videos unintentionally exploit vulnerable people for entertainment? So I think that's a very valid concern that people have. And I think this is one that's going to be hard to kind of explain because people are going to be like, well, just be a rich guy.
Exploiting random people?
All your money and,
Dude, honestly, dude, am I retarded for thinking this is an opportunity? Like, it's an opportunity. Like, these people are given crazy opportunities. I would love to have an opportunity to make tons of fucking money. Exploiting?
Yeah. You have more money than me, therefore you have to donate it, or I can criticize you. Like it's a really hard argument to win, I guess. But if you had to explain that, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Honestly, that would be an easier one to take video by video because obviously that is something I'm very cognizant of, and I don't want to take advantage of people or use people, and so. But I mean, one video I'm burying myself alive. The next video we're like comparing it. The world's cheapest plane ticket, the most expensive. The other we're helping 1,000 people see. The other we're putting 100 people in a circle. They're just so different, right? The answer to that for helping 1,000 people see again would be completely different than the answer for when I put 100 people in a circle or whatever. So as a blanket one, I'm not 100% sure how to just blanketly answer it. Besides, that is something I'm very aware of, and we try to pick people who don't really fit that bill. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It seems like a difficult line to walk, to be honest. I don't think. Yeah.
Here's the problem. Okay, maybe there's some kind of argument or whatever if we're talking about actually picking up homeless people or people in horrible financial situations. But yeah, I don't know if that's the case. Probably best to steer clear from that and to avoid that. But at the end of the day, man, it just doesn't seem to be the case.
When we're doing the helping 1,000 people see again, if someone's like, I don't want to be on camera, which this happened lots of times, we just be like, that's fine. You can still have the surgery. So a lot of times we do that, especially in the ones where people are more less fortunate. We're very hyper cognizant of it. And we cut people out all the time, or we just don't even film. Sometimes people, we make them aware beforehand, but they'll just show up and then they'll get a little camera shy. And anytime I pick up on that, I'm always like, hey, if you don't want to be on camera, we will still do this. It's perfectly fine. And they're always like, oh, then yeah, I prefer not to. And it's cool. And then we just step out and let them do their thing.
That's cool.
That's an important,
because that's one thing
that's a thing to good burn up.
Be on camera. You have to be a part of it.
That's a part of why I like doing so many, because if I do 1,000 surgeries, it's I don't need all of them. You know what I mean?
That'd be a long video.
Exactly. I mean, we show rapid fire so people can see proof that we did that many, but it's if 100 of them or 200 of them don't want to be on camera, it's not a big deal.
Now, to the 1,000 video, 1,000 people with blindness video, there was a nonprofit that alleged it was...
Oh, that's a good segue.
Yeah, it was alleged that it was not paid.
Yes.
And you eventually paid them 8 months later. What was the cause of the delay?
Yeah, 100%. And that, you said alleged. I mean, we didn't... So they weren't paid. Let me zoom out. Basically, we did a video where we helped 1,000 people see again. We, off camera, actually did 800 other surgeries. So we did 1,800 surgeries. I just only put 1,000 in the video. And for a lot of them, we worked with the charity just to make sure things were, because they had a lot of experience with this. And that charity worked with a lot of doctors on the ground and other little charities. And one of the charities that they worked with did a couple dozen surgeries. I don't know the exact number. I'm gonna say around 30. And then the charity we were working with was supposed to release the funds to them afterwards to pay for it. There's a little bit of a misunderstanding. They didn't get it, so we ended up paying for 970. And I didn't know of this, but that little misunderstanding never got taken care of. So then the charity that did the 30 surgeries made a video saying, hey, we didn't get paid. Somehow that never ended up on my radar for 8 months, which is honestly crazy. I don't know how no one sent that to me. We obviously had no knowledge of it. And then I saw it a couple weeks ago and I was like, whoa, I instantly called the team we were working with and I was like, what's going on here? And then we looked through it all, blah, blah. And then I was I just paid them. So I actually double paid for those surgeries and just paid them separately. Obviously just a little misunderstanding, 1,000 surgeries. Even if here's a couple ways you could look at this rationally. If we did 970 surgeries, why would I intentionally not pay the last 30 to save 3%?
Yeah, okay, so more just oversights, irresponsibility, I guess, at most, but it's trying to paint this broad narrative of deception. It just makes no sense. it wouldn't benefit Mr. Beast. It wouldn't benefit anyone involved. And like, yeah, why would they just like leave out this last bit when they paid for all these other ones? It just doesn't make sense.
Nuke the entire rep of the video. Just
they're trying to deceive them or like scam someone.
What makes it even less logical is we did 800 more.
But everything will be used for the context of trying to make it seem like Mr. Beast in the worst context. He's malicious.
Obviously. I'm over-explaining things, but I have to because there are literal videos using this as proof that I'm evil and using this as proof that I don't care and using this as proof that I fake things, the horns, yeah. So like, but when you think about it, we did 800 off camera. So if I was aware that of the paperwork trail, the mishap, and that we didn't pay those 30, why would I not just take 30 of the 800 we did off camera and swap it out for those and just, you know, put the 30 that people are claiming we intentionally didn't pay for off camera? It's almost like I didn't know. Because if I was trying to be manipulative, I wouldn't have put him in the video because I had 800 other ones. You see what I'm saying? So everything about it just makes no sense. And then even the person, after we reached out, he deleted his video, he uploaded a video saying, oh, it's just a misunderstanding. But everyone just conveniently ignores that because it doesn't help their narrative. So
sounds fun.
I mean, yeah, I don't really know what else to say. Like, these are huge projects. Like, I'd love to see any other people making videos on this, like, try to just help 10 people see again. Now picture 1,000. Like, 1,000. That is, well, actually, we did 1,800. So 1,800 is just a lot of stuff. Like, it's, you know, it's not like I can individually call all 1,800 afterwards and things like that. Like, some of these were in poor places. They don't even have phones.
True.
Yeah,
okay. I hear cat. Yeah, my cat was in here for a second.
I mean, that's not truth.
Yeah, I mean, you can't expect to not make
Holy
mistakes
fuck, man.
with an operation that's big. It's just gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
When I do,
true.
You fix them.
Yeah, and then say there's transparency there. Yeah, I mean that's definitely a non.
The video is 1.5.
I mean, you would think that, but plenty of thumbnails.
It took Team C's 3 years to remove the equivalent of 10 hours worth of trash being dumped into the ocean every day. And a lot of people have criticized the campaign as being ineffective and that you should have been doing something else instead of Team C's. Yeah. Like how do you respond to that?
Yeah. So first off,
this is like the Quinn Theo talking point when it's like you should be more encouraging politicians who will put into better like policies as opposed to doing Team C's, or was that Team Trees or something like that? Wasn't that the Quinn Theo retarded video back in the day? Tipples, thank you for the 5. I took a nap and you're still streaming. Good job. Thanks, buddy. There's not enough pedophilia talk. I agree. Okay.
There's a ton with Team C's. Like, this isn't even like a new thing. Ever since we did it, people constantly bring this up. So I just also, to the people who allege that criticism, because obviously you're just trying to be the mouthpiece for the internet. I assume you don't believe this, and you can probably already guess what I'm going to say. But to the people who I see this every single day on Twitter and Reddit, first off, let's just contextualize what we're talking about. We're saying only 34 million pounds of trash was removed out of the ocean. We're talking like multiple Empire State Buildings worth of just trash, if you piled it up, is out of the ocean. And we're acting like that's not a crazy thing if you just look at it in absolute terms. Like,
true.
34 million, not 34,000 million pounds. You know how crazy
that is? But Mr. Beast, you could be doing more effective things. You could be doing
there's a couple things I want to say on
this
this
thing
that
I
find funny.
personally
It's like
want.
I don't even know where I get this analogy from. When a firefighter, stops a building from burning down, you don't go, well, 100,000 buildings burned down today. You only stop one. What are you doing?
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. So A, that's I don't even know where that's a good analogy. That just popped in my head.
That's good.
B, what was I actually gonna say? Oh, the whole point though of Team C's, which we've said this multiple times publicly, same thing with Mark Rober, was to inspire millions of people around the world to be more conscious of these things and to like just care and be more aware, right? Like over 1,000 creators made videos on Team C's talking about the environment. I made a video that I believe has 100 million views. Mark Rober, all these other big creators, and all these people that look up to these creators saw a video of these creators talking positively about the environment. And like my thing I would say to them is like when people are like, oh, it only removed like half a day's worth of trash that's put into the ocean. How do you quantify the impact of those millions of people who got inspired to be more cognizant of these things and extrapolate that over the next decade? You know what I mean? Like, no one seems to factor that in because it doesn't fit the agenda. I stand by Team C's. I think it was a phenomenal project. I think it did a lot of good. And I would challenge anyone else to try to remove 34. I mean, it wasn't me. It was the whole YouTube community. But, like, if you have a better solution, go do it. But to me, 34 million pounds of trash out of the ocean plus, inspiring millions of people to be more cognizant of it, I think it's a win.
True.
So I'm actually glad I got to say this here because that is just something that I just feel like is absurd, to be honest.
Yeah. Another topic in the same vein is the 100 Wells in Africa project.
Yeah.
In that video,
You know what this really puts in like perspective? Like the amount of scale, the amount of shit thrown at Mr. Beast. Fuck, man. You know what I mean? Like to make a cinematic experience movie for 2 hours and 40 minutes for an interview, just to, like talk about all the allegations. It's crazy.
For that video is that a few of the wells that you built were showed in different shots, or the same wells were showed in different shots.
Yeah.
That would imply to some people that you may not have built all 100.
Yeah.
Did you build 100 wells in Africa?
Yes. So you already know what I'm going to say. I mean, I would loop this in with the same thing as the hospital thing.
So people were claiming you didn't build all the wells. So I guess where's the evidence of the wells? Okay, yeah. Can Jimmy supply any receipts for to show that the 100 wells were built, or any other information that could quantify how many wells he built in Africa? Wells of Life was one of the partners who built the video. You can read more about it on their website. Wow, look at that. Okay, dude, I can't wait for him to address that one guy who said that he was flown out and like he stole the ideas of. I can't wait to get to that. That's gonna be so funny. What was his name?
Seems like I need to like
Ty
like QC things before we upload it. More hardcore. I need someone who literally goes frame by frame. Like we finish a video and then they spend like 3 days just going frame by frame, making sure there's no mess ups. Yeah, I think like 1 or 2 of the wells we actually showed this like same well as on different numbers. But once again, like I said with the blind thing, like why would I spend 98% of the money and then
can we get an African child to confirm if they drink out of the well?
2 wells like and destroy the entire integrity to save like 2%. I'm glad we're hitting these though, so I can. Anyone who made those videos like saying the philanthropy's fake, like that's the one that bothers me the most because we go so above and beyond. Like honestly, if you could just delete them, like that'd be great. So like it's so bad, man. Like because it makes charities not want to work with us, and it makes like it just really like has made doing the projects we want to do like a lot more difficult, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we're hitting these.
Aside from it being just difficult, does it make like how I've asked you how it makes you feel? You said it doesn't feel good with regard to that. Like this charity thing, it's got to feel good to do this.
Yeah.
And you're surrounded by people who I'm assuming are enjoying the work that they're doing. I know a guy, fellow Darren, is involved in the philanthropy, or at least was. I'm not sure if he's still around, but you know. There's some good people obviously involved in this. Like, how does it make you feel after all these allegations that are coming out that you can't really do this anymore?
Well, we can still do it. It's just infinitely harder. I mean, we're never gonna stop. But yeah, it's
there's a time limit on it. It's finite.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping like that's why I'm here. Like one of the reasons why I'm here. I'm hoping this like puts this stuff out there. These things kind of die down. We can go back to the status quo. Where
delete your video, little bro.
And charities want to work with us and things like that. But
look at the doc. There's a photo. There's a photo with them with a bunch of African kids. Wait, wait, it was actually here. Look at me with the gang. Look at me with the squad. Below are photos of me working on farms in Ghana. Dude. Looking out for the communities. How could you hate this guy?
You know what I mean? It doesn't feel good. But it's not even about me. I mean, it's a lot of these things, what bothers me is that they're employees, even for the charity. Like, regardless of the people we help and the projects we do, I also just have a lot of people who work for my charity. You know what I mean? Like, and those people, like, I just, a lot of these things, like the first thing that jumps in my mind is like, it's just not fair.
Why do you say
like,
Ghana like that?
Like the Wells Project. We worked on that for a year. You know what I mean? Like, think of my employees who worked on that and poured everything they had into that project over the course of a year, and then like some small editing slip up, and now everything they did that they put their stamp of approval, they put their name on, they showed their families, so they made is now being discredited. You know what I mean? It's like it's kind of like it's very depressing for them too. And I'm like, you know, what do I say? I'm like, you know, it's brutal to be honest. For them, you know, even more than me, because they're like, obviously I have a lot going on, I'm multi-business, and I'm always filming videos, like, but you know, we have certain teams dedicated to certain videos, and like when those videos get like deliberate disinformation, it's like I can tell like it really impacts the people that worked on them.
You know, I said it before, but I actually am so fucking interested to see like Pegasus's coverage on this. I'm so fucking interested to see how people are going to respond to this. It really is going to be really interesting.
That was your life, and then people are just like, oh, this small little mistake is fake. Yeah, it's brutal.
Because watching this video alone is more research than the daily topic commentator does like per day. Okay. Even just like the time limit of this video, 2 hours and 30 minutes to watch through that entire thing. Okay. That's double the amount of research they already do for like their daily shit. So how will they report this?
Charity do you do off camera, if you don't mind me asking? Also, you know, some people say that filming these types of things sort of calls the authenticity or the intentions into question. If you're filming charity, like, is it
yeah, I'll be awaiting the WestJet video. Too long, didn't watch. Yeah, dude. Dude, you know, nobody's got time for that. The fucking WestJet meme.
If the bear shits in the woods, you know, it's one of those old adages. What do you do off camera? What do you feel about that? Because that's a big criticism that a lot of people have had on YouTubers for a very long time.
It's a big criticism I get, which is funny because if I do something off camera, how do you know about it? So all the people who tweet all the time or whatever go, you wouldn't do anything unless it's on camera. He only does it because it's on camera. How do you know?
Yeah.
Literally, how do you know? I mean, and does it defeat the purpose if I tell you right now? I mean, I will, just because now everyone assumes the worst. So, but it's just that one's always been a crazy one to me every time I've seen those go far. But I mean, now it sounds like weird to just list them off because it's like feels like I'm bragging. But I mean, the first one that pops in my head is like the Mark person that would give $1 million that actually got slandered in a lot of this controversy. I knew that a lot of people who come into that kind of money typically go bankrupt, so I gave him a couple $1,000s a month every month for like 4 or 5 years after that video. Never mentioned it publicly, just to help us transition to his new lifestyle.
Wow.
That was an easy one.
What a good guy, Mr. Beast. Look at that.
We did 800 surgeries off camera for blind.
Bro.
Never mentioned that. I'm bringing it up now because the controversy is making me. It's funny because like even things like Feastables, we do a lot to ethically source it, and you know, and
I mean, yeah, like just genuinely put yourself in his shoes or whatever. Like imagine this fucking picture where everybody's saying this crazy shit about you because of like a few irresponsible mistakes that the company made or whatever, and now discrediting everything you've ever fucking done when you've not only done a bunch of great shit like for PR wise and publicly and for your channel, but also just behind the scenes, just being like a fucking like stand up dude, fucking, I don't know, paying for a bunch of people's shit, helping people out. And all of that just gets completely discredited because retards and disgruntled ex-employees come out against you with their retarded stories because they're mentally ill and fucking insane.
like I spent an entire week in Ghana, early this year, just going like working on the farms for Feastables, on the cocoa farms, and then cutting the cacao and fermenting it to QC, working alongside the farmers, the entire supply chain to make sure it's ethically sourced. I never posted that anywhere. I don't think I did. I don't remember posting anything. I didn't make a video out of it. I just went there to inspect our supply chain, do that ethically. I mean, I could go on and on, but it just feels like a little weird to like.
Him with the homies.
Yeah, this is not true. I do tons of stuff. I mean, even me and my mom, that's part of how we bond is we do things and projects and things she's passionate about and stuff like that off camera. So, I mean, that's something I'm never get away from. Till the day I die, people are always going to say, "Oh, you only do it because it's on camera." And I mean, there's technically no good real response. It's like if people want to say that, they can say that.
Yeah, that's valid. Yeah, that's a. Yeah. If it doesn't, if people don't know it exists, obviously they're not gonna know that it fucking exists. Yeah. And if you're doing it, you're damned if you do. Once again, if you're
because even me saying it here, did that just defeat the purpose of everything I did? Oh, he only did those things so he could
eventually use it as a way to make.
Of course, I'm sure that like the r/YouTube drama post is gonna say that, and then someone's gonna debunk it, but that reply will be deleted, and then everyone's gonna believe the post. And
true. Calling out the top Jannies, sweeping it up.
The internet alleges.
Let's fucking go.
Some people on the internet allege that you use philanthropy as a shield against criticism.
Yeah.
And like they say that about a lot of people, not just you.
Good meme.
A lot of YouTubers. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're always gonna say that. So it is a little ironic in my case, especially. I feel like towards this, it was different years ago, but these last 2 years, do you remember when I uploaded like the Wells video, the blind video? Do you remember like how people like lost their minds and got really mad? Do you remember that? Like, I think I was trending on Twitter for like 3 days straight after the blind video. It was not positive. It was like super negative. It was like, it's actually interesting because I talked about this earlier. Like, I actually think I would get less hate if I didn't do philanthropy. So I actually think it's having the inverse effect, at least in the last 2 years. Like, people hate me more because I do good. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's like too crazy. I'm not trying to sound like a victim here or anything. So maybe that's too crazy of a statement, but it's just something I'm noticing. Like, I'll do a video, whatever, buried myself alive. No one criticizes it. It's like, oh, it's a good video to watch it. And then I'll do a video where I build 100 houses. Everyone loses their mind, and give it to homeless people. And Twitter erupts. And so using philanthropy as a shield, I just don't even agree. Like, I actually think it paints a negative spotlight on me, to be frank.
Yeah, I mean, you've definitely been a target of a lot of negative things
If I took $5 million and built wells, it would trend on Twitter.
The main thing that's entertaining me right now through this conversation is just Oompaville like getting interrupted and just like, oh, okay. Dude, listen, look at this.
Of a lot of
Oompaville in the middle of a sentence, Mr. Beast starts talking, and you're just like, oh.
Negative things
If I took $5 million and built wells, it would trend on Twitter. If I took $5 million and made the world's largest firework, I would not trend on Twitter and get hate. I mean, that's the honest truth. So that's my answer. Like, by doing it, I do the videos because they're just fun, and like I've always said in podcasts, like I could make up. Some
all right, guys, we're obsessing.
Like,
we're obsessing.
I just find
Stop.
videos where I help people more fun than videos where I don't, and so I just like to occasionally mix them in because it just makes life more fun. But yeah, I mean, if I was actually didn't want to get hate, I would stop helping people, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it's weird because it's like your philanthropy videos, they really are a huge point of contention on Twitter. And people, you said that if you spent $5 million building a firework, people wouldn't really even get mad. When you did the fucking Squid Games thing, they still were mad at that. They're like, why didn't you give that to? Like, you're always going to be making a lot of people upset, no matter what.
Especially at my size, you know.
Exactly.
And it's like if I get 200 million views on a video, if only 1% of people,
especially at my size,
more people mad than like might even watch this video. You know what I mean? So it's just like because of the size, like it just that's the world I live in.
Yeah, and that's sort of like the grander point
size.
that I've tried to sort of clarify is like you're the guy. You're the guy, right? You're the guy. You have the highest expectations from everybody. And like people expect you to have extremely high expectations of yourself.
And I don't take that lightly.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, of course. So on to Feastables, my favorite chocolate. It's just a simple bar of chocolate that happens to not be very good. When
you live in America, there's not much competition here.
Yeah, with all the allegations.
You had to make sure to edit that in. Make sure it wasn't sweeping.
Over the last few months, people noticed that on the Feastables website, it originally said that the chocolate was child labor and slave labor free. A lot of people probably don't know that the production of chocolate is it's difficult for it to be ethical, especially at scale. And it no longer says that on the Feastables website, and people have interpreted this to mean that your chocolate is no longer ethically sourced, and it implies that it is
the child slavery allegations. What do we got?
Yeah, that one was a crazy one when I woke up and saw those videos claiming I used slave labor. What's funny is any of those creators, I'm just gonna say it, you could have just literally messaged me, and I could have given you the facts, but they didn't, and so that was like a crazy few days. Like, I actually. Before I go into how we do ethically source our cocoa, and these are just flat out lies, I even when there's so many arcs of like allegations.
So is that just completely wrong?
I even put out an Instagram story about how we ethically source our cocoa, and we even did a press release, and like I literally shared these things, and people still were claiming we use slave labor and just ignored it and everything. But is it fine if I just give?
So did people just completely make that shit up? Wait.
A little bit of a longer answer on this, so people truly, because I want to make sure people actually understand how ridiculous this claim is.
Yeah, I think it's also very important as well.
No, this is actually probably one of the most serious allegations of all of them. Like saying we use slave labor is like that's crazy.
And also, we preface this by saying that Feastables is one of the reasons that you are capable of making money on what you're doing.
Yes.
So the ethics of that are even more important, arguably, than.
Well, and it's also hypocritical with everything I do if I just turn around and use slave labor.
Honestly, now that I'm thinking about it again, this is such a good play by Mr. Beast because not only do like this environment works to respond to allegations, having this interview talk through thing, you come across as very genuine. I said that before, but also while talking to Oompaville, he's able to kind of like make him look like a jackass because he's been one of the main people like perpetuating this and pushing forward these stories. So he's able to kind of confront him like what we were seeing earlier on and like disprove a lot of the bullshit that he's been saying about him. So it kind of like it's killing two birds with one stone, which is pretty good, and it works.
Or even more important, arguably, than...
Well, and it's also hypocritical with everything I do. If I, just turn around and use slave labor, then it's like, okay, it's just... Yeah, so anyways, to get into it, yes, there's a lot of unethical stuff in the sourcing of cocoa because Big Chocolate just wants to buy cocoa as cheap as possible. Majority of the world's cocoa comes from, again, I'm going to really lay this out. I have lived and breathed this. I've visited the farms. I personally put over 1,000 hours of my own time into this. And like, yeah, so majority of the world's cocoa comes from West Africa. Feastables early on, we sourced from Peru, which Peru doesn't have ethical problems. But after we started getting bigger, all roads lead to you have to source from West Africa because that's just where most of the world's cocoa is grown. And that's where things are the worst and the most unethical. So when we were switching our supply chain to West Africa as we're getting bigger, the company that is the gold standard that has been living and breathing this for the last 15 years is Tony's Open Chain, or Tony's Chocolonely. Have you heard of them? Yes. Yeah, I mean, phenomenal. They are nuts about this stuff. Like they've done all the research. They live and breathe it, like on how to eliminate child labor, how to best support the farmers, how to everything you can think of, which I'm about to go in depth on. And so I was like, hey, I need to talk to these guys. These guys know what they're doing. And so I spent a lot of time with them, and we actually formed a joint partnership with where we sourced through Tony's Open Chain with Feastables and Tony's Open Chain when we were moving over there. And this has been a thing well before the controversy. Before anyone says, oh, it's only because of controversy, it was a thing before the controversy. And basically, 100% of Feastables cocoa is fair trade certified, which is expensive. It's basically the most expensive certification you can have on it, which for most chocolate companies would be enough. You'd get your cocoa fair trade certified, and then like, do you even know what fair trade certified means? Okay, do you think your viewers know? No. So if someone was like, you're unethical, and I just said, my beans are fair trade certified, my chocolate, 99% of people would be like, okay, good enough, that makes sense. So like, I could just hid behind that, but I didn't think fair trade, I don't think that's enough. And so not only are 100% of Feastables beans fair trade certified, but 100% of them, we also pay a living income reference.
So all this is just bullshit.
Have I mentioned any of this to you before?
Like
okay, so 100.
Man, that's crazy. So not only is this guy like people are saying the worst shit about him, he's using shit like child slave labor, which sounds like that's like the industry standard for like mass producing chocolate products or whatever. So not only was he getting accused of the worst part of it, but it was also simultaneously while he was going above and beyond to pay the most expensive avenue to make sure that that wasn't happening. Jeez.
Living income reference price, this is why it's hilarious how people are like claiming we unethically source our cocoa. I'm ready to lay this out because everyone who said I use slave labor and I don't care.
Everyone suck. Fuck. Okay, we're lagging a little bit. We're back. We're good. This
is why it's hilarious how people are like claiming we unethically source our cocoa. I'm ready to lay this out because everyone who said I use slave labor and I don't care, I hope you delete your videos because you were literally spreading.
Oh, dude, come on. Dude, we got a good part two. Stop. Lerix, the slave labor improves flavor. Musty got scammed bad. Dude, no. My computer's coming. It's on the way. I'm telling you. There was a retarded delay that happened because of the website that I was on that I ordered it from. But don't worry. Okay. No. Nobody got scammed. I'm not scamming anybody. It's coming in. Don't worry.
So 100 living income reference price, which this is why it's hilarious how people are like claiming we unethically source our cocoa. I'm ready to lay this out because everyone who said I use slave labor and I don't care, I hope you delete your videos because you were literally spreading severe disinformation.
Oh.
So for us, one of the main drivers of child labor in cocoa is poverty. Like they don't make enough money. So you can't just go to a farmer and say don't use child labor because if they can't afford to pay a grown up, then you're telling them, hey, go starve. They have to make money. So one of the ways you can eliminate child labor is you have a living income. So there's a thing called living income reference price where they look at, and tell me if I need to dumb it down or whatever, I don't know. But they look at inflation, cost of bread, basically the cost of living in these areas in West Africa. And they say, hey, if a farmer sells you a metric ton of cocoa, they need to get paid blank to actually be able to live. If you're paying under that, it's just not reasonable for them to live, which then will mean for them to live, they're going to have to use child labor. So 100% of our beans would pay living income reference price. So if a farmer theoretically sold us a metric ton of cocoa,
we're back.
We're back. And the living income reference price is $1,000. We'll go, hey, we actually want to pay you $1,000 for that, a $200 premium. On top of it to make sure you make enough money to live off of. And that's what we do for all our beans, which is like crazy, you know what I mean? But if we're doing this, we don't want child labor on the farms. And so there's child labor mediation system. There's a lot of stuff. And this is where Tony's has been great to work with. We have people who check in on the farms and, interview the families, interview the kids. If there are cases, remediate it, follow up, make sure the case was remediated. And it's about part of solving child labor is making sure the farmers make more money. So We also have coaches that will work with farms to, on their theoretical hectare, see if there's any way they can educate them so they can get 10% more yield. So for the same farm, they can make 10% more money. Therefore, they're not as in poverty. So it's easier for them to pay, actual labor that's not children. And even I could go on and on. I mean, you tell me how in depth you want to go, but the gist of it is Feastables, we are super cognizant of our supply chain. And I've been over there. I've worked on these farms, literally. I mean, I could probably send you a video if you want to throw it up on
This
screen.
is provided by Mr. Beast in his link in the description. What's the farms then? Was this the farms as well? The Gahana in Gahana Cocoa Farms. By the way, that's the correct pronunciation.
For this, I just did it because I really wanted to know.
Pronunciation.
I mean, this is something I was working on. I mean, sometimes 4 or 5 hours a day for like months straight, like 4 or 5 months, because I really wanted to make sure we are ethically sourced and we have the best people in the world working on it. So, I mean,
being associated with Tony Chocolonely as well as that's like they're huge in that world, and there's like some unaccredited sources that claim that they're not slave free, but they're once again unaccredited. Like Tony Chocolonely.
No, Tony Chocolonely is super transparent. So you can.
Yeah, this that's a good point, Slime Beast. This has been on them for not marking Feastables with a fair trademark. Like, why leave it off if you have it? That is true. I don't know why they're I don't know what's going on there. That was I don't know why they wouldn't do that. They kind of fucked themselves there, and by taking off the not produced by child labor thing on their website too. Yeah, it's kind of dumb. But regardless, like, these people going forward with their shit, they should either course correct and take their videos down and, update.
It's either every year they drop a transparency report. And in the last transparency report,
and they were saying
pretty sure, I mean, you can look up on screen. They said there's no evidence or any traces of slave labor found in their supply chain. So that's not a thing. But the thing is, to answer actually the original question, and it's even Soggy showed it in his video, but I'll just restate it for anyone who hasn't seen it. They're big on saying exploitation free instead of slave free, which is why we switched it. And on top of that, we just we have new information there instead of just this blanket thing. We're now, or maybe it's being populated or updated. I don't know if I'm quoting like a demo site that we're about to go live or whatever, but I wanted to everything I'm telling you here, I want all that up there. You know what I mean? And which we've been working on. Just honestly, just with all this stuff going on, I've had a lot going on. But I want to these are the kinds of things I want to talk about in videos and start telling everyone. It's just these are a little bit more complicated things, like explaining a living income reference price and the premiums of fair trade certification and child labor remediation systems and stuff like that. That's stuff I'm very passionate about. But a lot of these things viewers might not understand. So and my videos aren't as this setting. So it's easy for me to say here, but these are, anyways, before someone's like, why did you talk about that publicly? It's like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. Oh, I spent a year plus of my life and all millions of dollars and all this time ethically sourcing my cocoa. And because I didn't show up publicly, it's like, oh, now everyone's criticizing me and they're assuming I'm not, and I don't care. And it's like, so this is why I have to do things on camera. Next time someone asks, why does he do things on camera? This is what happens when I don't. I get accused of using slave labor.
That's a mog. That's a Mr. Beast mog. That's true. It's fucking true. True.
And I don't care. And it's like, so this is why I have to do things on camera. Next time someone asks, why does he do things on camera? This is what happens when I don't. I get accused of using slave labor.
He's got
That's a crazy accusation.
A baseless accusation.
Yeah, it's really, I mean.
That's good contribution. Good contribution, Pavel.
Once again, being associated with Tony Chocolonely is that's huge.
I'm too hard on him.
I mean, those were the first people I hit up when we were switching our supply chain over. Yeah.
It's cool. Now on to Lunchly.
Okay.
Right. So, friend of the show, Rosanna Pansino, happened to get a moldy Lunchly and a couple of...
Oh, yes. Yes. Rosanna Pansino mentioned. Here we fucking go. All right. Now we go. Now we got this.
Got moldy Lunchleys. And then that began the claims sprouted out of that that Lunchly had been recalled due to those problems, due to the mold problems.
Yes.
Moldy cheese. How do you plead?
Yes. How do I plead?
Is Oompa using slave labor? Address the allegations. Good point. He does have a candy company. What are we thinking?
Due to those problems, due to the mold problems.
Yes.
Moldy cheese. How do you plead?
Yes. How do I plead? What am I on trial? Well, there was no recall. I mean, that's been said, which again, it's like, it's so annoying. It's the disinformation, man, because that makes it seem like there's an actual serious problem. Oh, we're recalling Lunchleys, and there's a sign that I think Logan even did a video if you want to throw up where he went to the store and that just wasn't real. That someone put on a door that said Lunchly has been recalled when the shelves are empty by the FDA, which was just a made up thing. On the mold thing, here's the thing: we every single Lunchly with cheese meat is USDA inspected. There is no mold when it leaves our factory. Like, we have the highest QC standards imaginable. Like, what do we have? Why would we ship that out? Like, that doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? And we obviously have the best experts in the world. I mean, even once these things come out, we brought even more. They're pouring up and down the lines, making sure everything's good. It's just, the thing is, here's a context a lot of people leave out. Look at, I don't want to name specific brands but take a specific brand that comes into your mind when you think of something like Lunchly, something that's very similar, specific brand, I don't know, other brands, competitors, and Google their name and put the word mold behind it. You'll see thousands upon thousands of examples. And that, I think, is a key context a lot of people leave out in this, because they're acting like this is just the thing with us. Once it leaves your factory, a truck that's delivering it could technically take a sharp turn and a box fall and puncture the seal, or honestly, even something as dumb as when it's put on the shelves at the store.
So is that the whole thing? Are they saying it's out of their hands or whatever? It's just the distributors for the Lunchable thing? I mean, hey man, at the end of the day, okay. At the end of the day, this fucking mold retarded Lunchly drama. You know what I mean? Not good, shouldn't have mold, but fuck, man, what do you want Mr. Beast to do here? A lot of the main thing what I want to get at is that what people have been accusing Mr. Beast as is they're attacking his character. He's saying he's a fucked up person who's purposely scamming people, deceiving people, and he's a fraud. Okay, that's the main thing that I'm concerned about. Not if just like there's irresponsible things and he ran his business like in a retarded way and didn't have all the like fully like fucking checks and balances in order so that like people got moldy lunch leaves or whatever. Obviously, they're gonna do things to correct the record. They're not intentionally sending out moldy lunch leaves that wouldn't benefit anyone. So they're just gonna try to do the best to fix that shit. Like,
I can't stop someone from walking to Walmart and grabbing a lunch leaf,
Right.
going to the potato chip aisle, putting it there, and then like a day later, an employee going, "That doesn't belong there," and put it back in.
Right.
Like, I mean, obviously they shouldn't do that; they should throw it away.
course.
But like, so there's no mold when it leaves your factory because that's just
Mr. Beast must
it's probably gonna let that
inspect
happen. But,
each
after that
lunch
point,
leaf himself.
there are variables that we just
Go
can't control.
through
That's
it,
why every
Mr.
single product
Beast.
in that section, Google their name, put mold behind it. It just occasionally happens. I mean, but we're talking like, I mean, it's moving over 1 million units a week right now, and I'm seeing like maybe a couple examples here and there. So it's like, it's really they would have you convinced this is like. It probably
comes with mold.
Yeah, exactly. When you're talking about very rare, and it's like I bet you if you trace most of those cases, it'd be things like, oh, someone just like I mean, it could even be like someone's refrigerator cut out, or
Mr.
they, like,
Beast,
when they put it in
invent
their car, they,
cheese
like,
that
threw it in
doesn't
their car,
mold.
and then like you know what I mean? Like they're just I can't control these things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, mitigation of mold and shit like that's difficult. You have to. There's a process.
But there, it's just there
What do
is
you mean
like, we literally
hardworking
everything with cheese
employees?
and meat that we use is USDA inspected and held to such a concern like you wouldn't even understand. It's like so it's not a thing until after it leaves. But I mean, when you buy the product, like it's there are just variables that we can't
I
control.
understand. Yeah, definitely. And like, you know, you're using the logic of you can look up the other brand and then mold. Logan Paul had a moment on Twitter where he basically did that exact same thing, but the reverse logic, and said that other brand led, and then compared that with Lunchly. But I think it's important to state the same thing you're saying about
What is this? This is the lead thing?
mold. It's possible that, you know, someone could toss something, there's a hole in the package. It's important to also note that you know, food products do contain trace amounts of like cadmium, lead, arsenic, and it's really important QA, like you're talking about. You know, across the board, that sort of transparency is important.
Yes. And if there's anyone who, I mean, I have like people who have done this their entire lives running this stuff, but if there's anyone who thinks like anything they can educate me on or we're missing, like I'm down. You know what I mean? DM me.
Yeah, I think it was actually really funny. I'm not sure if you saw, because like the food stuff I find very important, and because I have educated myself in it a lot since having my own food company. Like we manufacture here in this town.
Can I see it before I leave?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
The main obvious takeaway from all of this is that you should be seeing people report on is that Mr. Beast isn't like doing a lot of this shit intentionally or to try to like deceive people or fucking whatever. You know what I mean? That's been the main thing trying to be like perpetuated, is he's like this bad guy. But no, there's just been a lot of irresponsible mistakes at worst that he's made. And like, you know, young guy trying to run this huge fucking multi-million-dollar business. Of course, there's going to be flaws and missteps along the way. And because he's a social media influencer, that's going to be put on a microscope, and everybody's going to be looking in depth on every fuck up he made. Especially when you get someone like Dogpack putting it all together, prescribing malice onto it. He gets just to paint a narrative and slander the guy. So
so like that's super important to me. And there was a video that like the actual misinformation stuff that bothers me outside of YouTube drama nonsense, because it's hard to like feel like it's, I don't know, it's a strange world being in YouTube just in general. I know you're very well aware of that, but
that's an understatement.
Yeah. But like seeing somebody like Logan Paul with so much influence, and like you guys promoting Lunchly, and like somebody like Logan Paul acting as if you can find lead, like traceable amounts of lead in a metal detector. With like that, it's just there's misinformation from like both sides. You know what I mean? And for someone like me, I find that to be very important. I did make a video about that.
Yeah.
And you know, the same thing you're saying about the mold, you know, giving Lunchly the benefit of the doubt. It's important to do that across the board. I feel like so. You know, which you didn't make the claim that there's no lead.
I honestly, I know what video you're talking about. This is what I'm too ignorant on what that machine does, so I don't. Yeah. I'd have to.
We've got the same one. It detects metal. Every product, like Feastables, has lead in it. All cacao has lead in it. You know, anything that comes from the earth has lead in it. It's very difficult to get lead out of things, and like the lead that they measure for is parts per billion. So like you can't detect it. You're not gonna find like a little.
This is where you're in a different league than me. I'm so ignorant on this.
It's important though. I mean, it's really important to note that, because it's like it's just like you said, use the word ignorant. It is really ignorant to, you know, it's just as ignorant for people to say Lunchly's got mold in it that it is for people to say that Lunchables has, or the other brand has lead in it. You know what I mean? And that's like one of the reasons, because there will be recalls no matter what. Like eventually there's going to be a recall.
What do you think about Logan Paul's statement,
so,
Mr. Beast?
Yeah, I think it's important to like hold the candle to it all the time. And like just like you're doing with Feastables. I mean, like if there is a good example of approaching things ethically, I feel like you guys have done an excellent job with Feastables. And your PR with Feastables is, in my opinion, leaps and bounds better than the PR with Lunchly. I think you're doing a really good job with that, to be honest.
Well, Lunchly though, the next SKU, or why would I say, it's not everyone listening. What's a different word for SKU? They might not know what that means. Next
iteration.
The next one.
Flavor.
Flavor. I guess that's what you'd call me. The next one we're dropping, I think people will be very surprised. Like we're obviously, this business is like 2 months old. Like Lunchly, like we're just getting started. We obviously saw the feedback and we're incorporating that into the next one, and I'm excited. I should have checked with the team beforehand if I could just say what it is, but I'll tell you off camera. But it's I think all the criticism and things we obviously are seeing it, and like think everything can be improved, and I think people are gonna be very happy with it.
Something healthy is gonna come out.
We're thinking I don't think they would care if I say maybe like grilled chicken nuggets with maybe like some barbecue sauce, like high quality meat, perfect good source, and like trying to figure out what the side is, but like taking the criticism and applying it. It's like and just like something like that. I'm very excited about because
that's huge.
Yeah,
that's good. That's awesome because it's like I mean, it was funny. The day that I filmed that video, I got a box of Lunchly sent to my house as if it was like some kind of sign. Like I don't know why or how or who sent me it or what. I don't know how the fuck.
Yeah.
But
it's
it was good. It was good. It's like it's just a quick snack food. And that's what it is. It's nothing crazy. It's nothing. It's like sure, less bad, whatever. But who the fuck cares? If you're doing something like that, what you're saying.
It's just Mr. B is a guy with a fuck ton of money invested in like a new company. Of course, he doesn't know fuck about the amount of lead that's in this shit. He doesn't know the details. He's just a big fucking guy, a lot of fucking money, and he wants to make some more money. So therefore, he's going to invest in some big fucking Lunchables thing that could be a good business opportunity.
And bounds better.
I know. I'm very excited. I'm like I want it out so badly, but it's probably going to be early next year. I'm very excited for it.
Yeah. People allege that you hired a registered sex offender named Delaware.
Okay. Moving on to fucking Lunchly, to registered sex offender. Holy shit. Okay, this is the most important part of the thing, basically. All right, here we go.
Badly, but it's probably going to be early next year. I'm very excited for it.
Yeah. People allege that you hired a registered sex offender named Delaware. There's a big whole conspiracy with it. Why did you hire Delaware? And were you aware that he was a sex offender before you hired him? By the way, to preface this question, this is something that I think a lot of people probably feel like is really important.
Yeah, I don't know why this was put 2 hours in. Okay, whatever. Weird structure here, but whatever.
So, that in mind, this is one of the most important things to me. I would love to hear the full truth response from you in regard to this.
Yeah, and I'm excited to put it out there because I think what people are envisioning is completely different than what actually happened. Yes, I did hire him.
So, the main things to keep an eye out for is the biggest incriminating detail or whatever is Jake the Viking's statement saying that Jimmy and his mom sat down with a Delaware and he's claiming that Delaware told them the whole story and then Jimmy went forward and continued to hire him and keep him on the fucking company. So let's see. What do we got here?
Put it out there because I think what people are envisioning is completely different than what actually happened.
Did Jimmy know?
Yes, I did hire him. But for the context around it, I heard him when I was 19, so I was a teenager. And this is kind of leans a little bit into what we were talking before. This is back when it was just a couple of my friends from high school, my mom. My videos were getting bigger. I needed more help. And so I walked in because I'm dumb. I probably should have gone on some site and hired people who had production experience. But instead, I walked into my local Best Buy and I just hired multiple people. Obviously, when I was a teenager, I didn't know what a background check was. And I just hired a couple people there that wanted to help me make videos. One of them was a person named Delaware. And no, I did not know he was a registered sex offender. There's a rumor that's gone around that said that he sat me and my mom down and told us. Obviously, I don't remember that happening. And when I read that tweet, the first thing I did was called my mom and I was like, hey, this is...
Okay, so he doesn't remember it happening?
This is 7 or 8 years ago. Just put this in context. 7 or 8 years ago, not indicative of my company today, but I was like, did this happen?
Did Jimmy not know?
I would have literally quit or honestly probably shut the business down before I ever let my teenage son hire a registered sex offender knowingly, which I have a very protective mom. So, I mean, even if you don't believe me, you should at least believe that. I feel like it's not absurd to believe that my mom wouldn't have knowingly let her teenage son hire a registered sex offender. That just doesn't even, in what world does that even make sense? It's that just, that's not even rooted in reality. So, but yeah, it's just an unfortunate thing that happened. Not that this, I take accountability. Yes, if I could go back in time, I would tell teenage me, hey, you're supposed to do back.
So is that the whole thing that is addressed there? He's just saying that it was just some dumb fuck rumor that he doesn't even remember happening. Okay. I guess. Well, if they're denying it, that's all that can be said. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Yeah. It's just if someone's going to supply proof. Can we get Delaware's take on the matter? Can we hear from the registered sex offender? How's he doing in all this? Can we get him to call in? Yeah, I guess it's just that. Unless there's any evidence provided otherwise. Dude, people got to really fucking course correct the way they cover this story. This is what I've been saying. Yeah. This is just very reasonable. This just seems to be very reasonable, very understandable. That dumb fuck kid, 19, younger, 2 years younger than what I am right now, hiring Delaware, didn't do background checks, didn't even know what the fuck he's doing. Irresponsible guy running his YouTube channel. And he didn't know the guy had a crazy fucking history. But what I want to know now is that why was he let go? And when did Jimmy find out? So this, this needs to get answered.
Background checks. 19-year-old me, he stared at retention charts all day. He obsessed over YouTube videos. He didn't know anything about running a business. I can't fully put myself in the mind of me 7 years ago, but I'm sure teenage me also thought hey, Best Buy's worth tens of billions of dollars in a big corporation. They also didn't do background checks. And I probably thought oh, I'm hiring from this big business. It's probably fine. You know what I mean? Or maybe I didn't put much thought into it because I was just making videos. But regardless, we do background checks now, you know, and we do these things. I've been doing it for a long time, and it's just an unfortunate thing. But I just for context though, just to give to a lot of people listening, like, or watching, I called after that stuff came out too, because I was just curious. I called like, I don't know the exact number, maybe like 24 YouTubers, and I asked them, like, do you guys do background checks? And I think like a dozen of those YouTubers have like more than 10 employees, and literally only 2 of the like 24 YouTubers I called do them. You know, like 6 of them were like, I don't know how to do a background check. You know what I mean? And they all had employees.
It is reasonable, but it is concerning that there was water cooler talk about him, plus claims that they knew he had a criminal record. Right. So that was like the talk around. That's what even like Jake Weddle was saying, right? Is that Jake Weddle was saying, because that's how Jake Weddle found out in the first place, is that, have you heard about this guy Delaware? Yeah, apparently they talk about like he's not allowed back in Delaware. So that was like a meme in the community. I mean, in the fucking company. So yeah, I honestly, I need Oompaville to fucking increase his power level for this next question. He needs to ask this question.
So like, I do, not that I'm not trying to deflect anything or whatever. I'm just trying to give context. Like, you know, it's like, it is a little much to just think that 19-year-old me was just supposed to know that and have this knowledge, but, and it's unfortunate. And like I said,
when did he find out? And why was he fired?
I was not the guy.
So
it was like, calling what I had back then a company was, would be generous.
That was the bully. You were the bully.
That was the boy. And but yeah, now I have hundreds of employees. We obviously have
please.
That kind of stuff.
Yeah, and to speak on that as well, we do background checks for everyone who works at our we have a video game development company and a those background checks. But my YouTube channel, I think I've hired 2 people from Indeed. Both of them have been given background checks.
Did you background check this guy?
Nope, I've known him for 7 years.
Okay.
Now on to Jake Weddle. Yes. All right, another guy.
The entire dog video.
No, dude, what the fuck? Oompaville, what the fuck? What the fuck, bro? We just are never gonna find out when he knew that he was a registered sex offender and what was the reason why he fired him? What the fuck? Why was he let go, Oompaville? When did Jimmy find out? Was that the reason why? That's bad. That's bad. That's so important. That's so important. That's bad. What the fuck, man? Wow. On to Jake Weddle?
But my YouTube channel, I think I've hired 2 people from Indeed. Both of them have been given background checks, and everybody else.
Did you background check this guy?
Nope, I've known him for 7 years.
Okay.
Now on to Jake.
Queeman, what is this? Expecting one of Mudhar's even more retarded friends to get an important interview right. Couldn't be me. Queeman, shut the fuck up. Look at you coming in, just being like, told you so. I was right about this specific fucking guy. Nobody likes Oompaville, dude. Oompaville fucking sucks. Okay. Nobody had high hopes going into this interview. But I didn't, damn, that's a rough, fuck. That's a rough non-ask of a question there.
Them have been given background checks, and everybody else.
Did you background check this guy?
Nope, I've known him for 7 years.
Okay.
Now on to Jake Weddle.
Yes.
All right.
Wow. All right, well.
Another guy.
Moving on to Jake Weddle. Here we go.
Entire dog tag video.
Yeah, dude. He also has a mustache as well. I'm not sure if you know. There's an interview with a former employee and contestant named Jake Weddle in which he alleges inhumane treatment on set, even war crimes. Use the turn of phrase war crimes. How do you respond to these allegations, and do you plan on putting procedures in place to make sure this doesn't happen again?
Yeah. Glad we.
So okay. Also, this is a very important thing because this is getting the full story behind the treatment of Jake Weddle, and also to see the main thing of like if the guy couldn't sleep, they kept the lights on and they just like chose to do it despite him asking otherwise. This will be really interesting. I don't even know if Mr. Beast will take the defensive approach here. I think he's probably going to own the L, but all right, shut the fuck up.
How do you respond to these allegations, and do you plan on putting procedures in place to make sure this doesn't happen again?
Yeah. Glad I can talk about this one. So I think I should set the floor because maybe not everyone here fully even knows what the challenge was or anything. So yeah, I think it would make sense to. So for the Weddle video, Jake Weddle was the person who competed in one of my videos. The video was we built a room in our studio, and then the challenge was every day you live in this room, you win $10,000. And then it was like kind of like a white padded room. There's like a pool table, a bed in there, bunch of other items, blah blah. And let me just gather my thoughts on this one. How do I want to say? I think the best way to talk about this is to also talk about how we did similar videos with other people. Because one of the things is like multiple people can do the same thing and experience it differently. That's what's a little tricky about these like contestant-based videos. I can never know 100% how something's going to affect someone, right? So similar to the Weddle video, I just want to lay the foundation before we go in specifically to that. Similar to that, we also did a video where we put did you see the video where we put 2 people in a room, Bailey and Susie, 100 days trapped together? So one thing that Weddle struggled with was the lights being on, and he mentioned that in the video. But Bailey and Susie, on day 20 of 100 Day Trap Together, I offered to turn the lights off for part of the prize pool, and they said no. And like the lights wasn't, I mean, I'm sure it was difficult, but it wasn't like that big of a difficulty for them. And so it's like something for them that's not that big of a difficulty. For other people, can be, you know, challenging and hard. And like what I'm trying to say is you never know how someone's gonna react to something, right? It's impossible to.
So this is like, I guess, admission that he kept the lights on the entire time. I guess like the question would then be, did Jake Weddle ask specifically to turn the lights off, and you guys like didn't do it?
Fully predict, and so that's one of these variables of these challenges, which is why we give people the ability to quit, you know what I mean, or to leave at any point. And so in his video, you know, he went 11 days, $110,000. Right? I believe it was 11 days. Yes. And then he decided to quit on that day, and you know, he mentions this in his video, like around day 11 or 12. I don't know what the day is off the top of my head, but he was struggling, and so we did turn off the lights. We sent a psychiatrist in there to check in on him, and we were like, yeah, he's not doing too well, and we ended the challenge, and we paid him. Didn't go long enough where we got a video. So
okay, we need more details here, please. Oompaville, press him on more details. He's not giving enough details here.
Didn't end up uploading it. But
did he ask? The big thing and did you guys say no?
That's why we allow people to leave these challenges. Like my goal when doing these obviously isn't to like, you know, break people mentally or push them past their limits. It's just
so
like,
they turned off the lights. Okay, it sounds like Jake Weddle was having some kind of like breakdown or whatever, and like a thing on the 11th day. And that's when they turned off the lights. We just need more context.
Create an environment where they can challenge themselves and do something interesting or cool. And then when they've had it, like, leave. You know what I mean? So I guess that's kind of how I would describe it. Mm-hmm. I mean, what are your thoughts on what I'm saying?
I think that makes sense. It's important to note that it's also voluntary.
Yeah, it's a voluntary challenge. You can leave at any point.
Paid exponential amounts of money. And you know, after all that stuff came out, and he sort of made the claims of how he was mistreated, etc. You reached out to him after the fact as well.
Yeah, I mean, now that I didn't want to bring that kind of stuff up, but yeah, also off camera after he made that video, I reached out and was like, hey man, like obviously we weren't trying to cause you any, you know, mental stress with that video or anything, and is there any way I can help? And I ended up, you know, he seemed like he really needed some financial help, so I ended up sending him $50,000 completely off camera or anything. I mean, he talked about it publicly so people know, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure he was good.
Oh wow, you took money from Mr. Beast after all that stuff.
The lights were optional. Where are you guys saying this? Did I miss this? I don't remember that being said. All of Mr. Beast like said, well, they probably were optional. We'll have to see, because I'm pretty sure what Jake Weddle's claim is that he did ask for them to be turned off, and they didn't do it, and they just like continuously kept them on.
Probably so people know, but yeah,
because they said they want like time lapse shots.
Sure, he was good.
Oh wow, you took money from Mr. Beast after all that stuff. You said, yeah, this money. Is this $50,000? Well, first of all, you're gonna tax it, so let's say it's more like $30,000.
Yeah, I mean that's good. That's good. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's to me that one's interesting because it's just a sort of a voluntary challenge. And it's difficult to it's a very YouTube thing, right? It's a very YouTube thing. And the comparison of that to like war crimes, fairly tone deaf.
Yeah.
Right? To compare, like that's a ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can move on from that. To be honest, there was litigation.
Yeah. I mean, this is just what happens when you just have someone who makes videos when they get sent a script and they repeat it. Like, they just don't know any of the context, the details to be able to press back on and ask about, or like fact check and like go back and forth. This is just what happens when you run this fucking 5 million subscriber slop channel where someone else writes your shit. Jesus. That was bad. That was probably something that needed to be the most expanded on, and that was like a 2-minute segment. Like getting the full details, the full response, and the nuance of it. And it seemed like Mr. Beast was reluctant to give all the details too. So you could have poked in pride to get something out of him there that it seems like he was reluctant to share. And he just moves on? That is a huge L. That is the back-to-back huge L's.
Litigation found against you surrounding Beast Games, your show on Amazon, in regard to unsafe workplace conditions. And a bunch of talk of, you know, files and videos and images and everything being sent to
like, what the fuck did we even learn from that? What the fuck did we even learn from that? What did we learn? What did we? Different people take different things differently. Like, what? What was the?
And all this shit coming out in regard to the Beast Game show on Amazon. What is the litigation that?
That was so important to get the details of. Okay, whatever. Oh man, yeah. How long did we spend on chocolate and CGI, dude? And we did like 2 minutes of fucking the Jake Weddle entire interview. How is that? How do you make that oversight? There were so many things Jake Weddle brought up. You don't even have like little more details, like ask questions about the specifics of. What the fuck? But you'll go on a cringe little spiel about his retarded candy company and like, this is my personal opinion, this is what I deal with lead. No one gives a fuck.
Yeah. Oh, well, you know how litigation is. Obviously, I'm not allowed to talk about it, which is a little. There's a lot of things I want to say here. So this is good.
All right, this is Beast Game stuff.
On the lawsuit so for context, so people have 5 anonymous Beast Game employees.
I assume Chris Tyson is going to be brought up at some time.
And they sent it to the press.
We got 30 more minutes.
All the actual claims are redacted, blacked out, so you can't actually see it. And I'm not allowed to disclose what's behind those black lines. But Beast Games, we had 1,000 people.
We waited 2 hours for the most important topics, and we're doing them in 1 minute bursts.
I'm not trying to say like everything went great. Like one thing that happened when we were filming one part of Beast Games is you remember CrowdStrike? That was pretty brutal. We had the most contestants of any game show in history together. That was weirdly, God hates me, during the CrowdStrike accident. And so as we're like eliminating hundreds of people and trying to get them home, airports all across America are down, hotel room keys aren't working, and that created a lot of confusion and that caused a lot of problems in our systems, and that was pretty brutal. And they're I'm not trying to just disavow everything, you know what I mean? There was one woman who when we were filming, we had obviously tons of feminine care products and stuff like that, but there was one woman who was allergic to the feminine care products, and we didn't have allergen-free ones, like tampons and pads, and she told someone, I don't know who she told, I haven't been able to find it, but I mean, I believe that she did, that she was allergic, and they didn't obviously do the logical thing, which is tell us or just drive to local Walmart. And
I mean, this guy's getting sued by this for this Beast Games. This isn't any small business either. This guy's getting sued by 5 employees. We made a lawsuit against Mr. Beast for this, so this is another huge
which is unacceptable. So I learned a lot of little things like that, but I think in general, a lot of it's just been blown out of proportion. People have claimed we didn't use unions because I didn't want to pay people fair money, when that was just a flat out lie. We did use unions, and that there are dozens of broken bones, and which is crazy to think that
union proof.
10 people broke their bones. Let's keep filming. You know what I mean? That doesn't even make sense. After that claim came out, we literally called 1,950 contestants of the 2,000. We couldn't get a hold of all 2,000.
You claim to use unions for Beast Games. What union did you use?
I mean,
these are the unions apparently.
Information like that being spread. Okay. So which makes it hard for me to just come out.
Matt Betts and DGC.
Other things where we did mess up on little things, and there are definitely things we could have done better. But then there's just it's mixed in with all these crazy outrageous claims, and it's just so.
What about you not paying people?
Dude, seeing Rosanna's coverage of this, oh man, that's gonna be awesome. That's gonna be awesome.
I mean, we did, but yeah, that's something people like to leave out. We gave everyone who showed up. You could literally show up, and then a second later leave and receive $2,000. Which with 2,000 contestants, that's $4 million.
Yeah.
And we told everyone they're gonna get $0. This is something
Jesus.
This is the damned if you do, damned if you don't. So we told everyone no guaranteed money if you show up. I'm glad you asked this. No guaranteed money if you show up. You could walk away with $0. But then I wanted to surprise everyone. Gave them each $2,000, $4 million, which is a lot of money. I could have gone and just bought a mansion instead of doing that. But what's even crazier is then people tried to, not the contestants, but the internet, their theories, tried to frame that as hush money. I gave them all $2,000 to make them happy because we weren't we didn't tell them beforehand, to surprise them as they got eliminated. And then people were like, you just did that because of hush money. I'm like, what does that even mean? I also didn't give them legal paperwork tied with it. That's just
sinful.
It was just completely baseless. It just shows how crazy people go with the conspiracy theories and everything like that. But no, we did pay everyone $2,000, and on top of that, we gave away more money than any competition show in history. I mean, we had the largest cash prize in history, on top of millions upon millions upon. Throughout the show, we literally give away 8 figures, tens of millions of dollars. So it's
dude, Jake, just think about everybody's reaction right now. Jake Weddle's reaction, Rosanna's reaction, Dog Packs. Mr. Beast content is actually back, and it's interesting.
And I do all this, and normal competition shows don't even pay anyone except for the grand prize.
Jake Weddle's girlfriend's reaction.
Once again, it's funny because people actually compared it to reality. It's just not even in the same stratosphere.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of wild shit. How do you feel after all this stuff? This is the first time you've been able to really speak in a broad, sweeping way about all the allegations and everything negative that's happened over the last couple months. What do you think your biggest mistakes were over the last 4 months?
You already know what I'm about to say. We've hit it a couple of times. I wish right after we dropped the results of that investigation, I could talk a couple weeks ago. I wish I just instantly did this. Sorry, I have a little bit of cold. The thing
it's
is,
important, but I'm still unlocked by Delaware speedrun.
This is controversy. This is 100 controversy. Yeah. So truthfully, I was just ignorant on how to handle these kinds of things, and so it's been a good learning experience for me. I definitely realized me just sitting on a couch addressing a camera on serious things, just not my style. I put a lot of time into trying to figure out how to, not just be weird. I like this more conversational, where you can also ask follow-up questions, and it feels a little more real. You know what I mean?
And I'm able to mog you and
so in the future, I'll probably
fucking own you.
Do something like this. You know what I mean? Or not. I don't know. If people throw out much more baseless claims, I also don't want to set the precedent where every time I have to come on here. So, give or take.
People got fucked.
Yeah, honestly, I just kind of wish I did this sooner.
Yeah, and I think something that's really important to note as well. People are going to be like, well, he's media trained, he's got a PR team, he's a genius, he's going to walk circles around you, he's going to manipulate you, he's the Antichrist, he's the fucking devil horns guy.
You got owned.
But I'm asking questions that my team and I wrote based on information that's publicly available, and the assumption is after this, you're going to send receipts to back up any additional questions we have in the post process. So that's what's huge. I'm not trying to debate necessarily.
I mean, there were definitely a couple things you asked me that I'm a little uncomfortable with.
I'm not trying to debate. Yeah, because you can't. You don't know fuck all. Your team is the one who supplies your whole fucking revenue source, okay? You are just... All right. I don't even want to go on Impaville because I don't even know much about him, but it comes across he's just like an actor. He's just an actor. All he does is get sent a script and he just reads it out loud for his fucking channel, man. All right? It's like, it's just what it seems. Every video I've seen, it comes across that way.
After this, you're going to send receipts to back up any additional questions we have in the post process. So that's what's huge. Like, I'm not trying to like debate necessarily.
I mean, there were definitely a couple things you asked me that I'm a little uncomfortable with. Like,
I can tell. Yeah.
I was, but yeah, I mean, if that's what the internet wants to know, then I just want to give them what they have, so I can just wake up and
Chris Tyson mentioned
obsess over making the best videos possible and that kind of stuff, like I used to do in the good old days, aka 4 months ago.
The good old days.
What I want people to, because I get a sense you're winding things down. I just want to make very clear though, like, I'm not perfect, and I don't want people to think I'm trying to give off this impression you can't criticize me. Obviously there are things I've done in my life you can criticize me for. It's just this whole last couple months is a little unfortunate because they're like these things are, sure I do deserve criticism, but then it's shrouded by these other disinformation. All these things are just being stretched and blown out of proportion and things like that. So I just want to say I'm not perfect. I'm going to make mistakes, even though I've done this thing here and we're addressing a lot of things. Like
we haven't talked about Chris
yet. I'll make
more
mistakes as well.
Like his involvement with Chris, how much he knew. Which that is important to bring up.
You have to just put yourself in the position of like we're doing things I've never been done before. I'm like
LaCoya Hill. Good point. Yeah.
Who's even built a company this large on YouTube? Like everything I'm doing, from the videos to the spectacles to building the companies, it's really never been done before. And your boy is going to make mistakes. And one thing I hope my track record shows is when I become aware of mistakes, I do everything in my power to try to fix them. You know what I mean? And I hope that's what my track record shows, and that's what I hope people take away from it. Not that I'm like perfect or I never did anything wrong. That just like, yeah, I mess up, and when I do, I try to fix it.
And if you had like a final message for critics and fans, what would the final message be?
Final message?
I think honestly what I just said there.
Wait, this is it. This is the end of the interview. This is just Oompaville on the phone for this. I don't know what the... Does he never bring up LaCoya Hill or fucking Chris Tyson? I feel like there's a bunch of other shit that needs to be talked about too. These are just the things off the top of my head.
I mean,
fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. And then your people who still, I guess there's not really they don't know about any of this stuff. So your fans, they don't.
Does he recall him on the phone?
I'd love to see what they think of this. Yeah. I feel like we hit everything. I mean, you hit the Delaware thing because I saw that a lot. And,
yeah, maybe he calls him back.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about it. There's nothing where I'm like, oh, we didn't hit this. Like, I think this should give people the answers they're looking for, and I feel better doing it.
Even this.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, my chat's moving fucking fast. Guys, you're spamming my chats. It's making my stream lag. You guys are too active. All right, so look at this. Look at this chat. All right, here we go.
Soggy stuff today. I mean, that's about as fresh as it gets in terms of.
Yeah, I mean, just.
Bro.
Just throw it up. Just upload this thing raw. Just throw it up there. Get this turned around before something else drops. It's like, oh, why did they talk about that?
Good point, yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
That sounds good.
I'm going to show them episode 1 of Beast Games.
Okay.
December 19th. I'm kidding. Is that an inappropriate way to end it?
I feel like that's pretty Mr. Based build. That last part was completely wrong. We did miss a few questions, and I called Jimmy the next morning to get clarification on a few more things, specifically Ava Shadman and some more of the crypto allegations. Here's that footage. Talk a little.
Okay. Ava Shadman, crypto allegations, and I guess LaCoya Hill is not going to be mentioned. I feel like that's probably important to be mentioned, right? Like, that was the fucking COO, and he was being accused of what? Like, a sexual assault? Did he party shit or something?
A little bit about Ava Tyson and specifically the Shadman stuff. I know we talked about the third-party investigation, which found no wrongdoing in like a legal sense from that perspective. A thing that a lot of people care about is Shadman's a fucking freak and is a disgusting person. Did you know about the painting in? Did you know about that? Have you ever interacted with Shadman before? Like, what is your relation to that, and specifically that relationship between Shadman and Ava Tyson and you?
Yeah, no, that's actually a good follow-up question. So this is what it was like. I don't remember 7-8 years ago. Back then, I used to have like a bunch of anime posters up on the wall. I just like set a foundation for context. We used to have a bunch of anime posters and things like that on our wall in the house. And one day, Ava put up this poster that was like an animated character holding a fidget spinner and a gun. Admittedly, it was a weird image. I didn't know who made it. I just kind of assumed it was a meme. I obviously did not know who Shadman was. I've never spoken with Shadman. I did not buy the poster or commission it or anything. And yeah, I mean, to be honest, I didn't really think too much of it because we just had like a lot of anime posters and things up.
Did Mr. Beast not know Shadman or anything, or know anything of it? There are interactions that Mr. Beast has had in the replies of Shadman on Twitter. What? Can we bring those up? Let me see. I could like Google that, right? Mr. Beast, Shadman. Okay, fuck, I can't show this though. Okay, let me make sure not to show this. Mr. Beast Shadman, like Reddit. Chris Tyson. Did Jimmy have direct interactions? Okay, what I remember is that there was this interaction between them where like Chris Tyson added Mr. Beast saying like, we're going to get this art of some sorts. And then Mr. Beast's like, yay, our dreams are coming true or something. And it was in regards to Shadman and being referenced. Was it some, I feel like it was something like that. This is what I remember. Someone else, someone's going to bring it up. I can't find it right now. But I remember Mr. Beast. Wait, it might be in my main channel video on Chris Tyson that I made. Wait 1 sec. Okay, real quick, let me fact check this. Lerix. Are you sending the link? Do you got it? Oh, cool. Yeah, I think you got it. Oh, but Drama Alert fucking, like, clip this out of context. Okay, someone has the full context in the replies, though. Blue stank. Alright. Mr. Beast's connection to cartoon CP artist Shadman. So this was the interaction. Need a big titty anime girlfriend, and this is like art by Shadman. And Drama Alerts they fucking suck, dude. They clipped this to be as if Mr. Beast was saying, this is all we've ever wanted, we can quit now. When that wasn't even, they clipped Chris adding him. Like, that is a brutal, out of context chimp to do. Like, are you kidding me? Like, no, it wasn't Mr. Beast directly responding. His buddy Chris added him. Well, just a random Mr. Beast meme on Shad, love it. This is all we've ever wanted, we can quit now. Okay, but so this is the thing that's in reference. So Chris Tyson is referencing Shadman. Lol, just a Mr. Beast meme on Shad, love it. And then Mr. Beast saying, this is all we've ever wanted, we can quit now. I assume what the plausible deniability could be given to, like, the benefit of the doubt to Mr. Beast is that what he's referencing is like that they need a big titty anime girlfriend. Is that the meme? But also what's the context here is that he's saying a Mr. Beast meme on Shad. So this meme is just brought up by like a random fan in reply to a Shadman tweet. And then Mr. Beast is referencing that. So I don't know. It could be the case. It could not be the case. I couldn't tell you 100%. Keep making tweets like this while his company is propagating actual misinfo. What is this? Guys, I'm going to be honest. If I open up that link, my computer's going to like fucking explode. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. All right, back to the video.
And it was an animated character that was clothed, obviously. And yeah, knowing what I know about Shadman now,
I couldn't tell you 100% on if he did know, if he didn't know. It just sounded like his buddy. I would need more evidence to show his interactions with Shadman, but there is enough plausible deniability that, you know, it was just his buddy adding him on a meme, and he just fucking memed up like big tit girlfriend.
it was a very weird thing to buy. I'm not really sure.
It's not important. It's him doing a victory lap about being right about Mr. Beast. Well,
why she bought it, to be frank. And yeah, I mean, I wish I could give more details. I mean, this was so long ago. Obviously, I don't know the like exact thoughts going through my head, but I just remember, like, I agree, it is a little bit of a weird poster. But I also think, like, you know, I had like Naruto posters up, or I had like Code Geass posters, like random animes I used to watch, and like, you know, I never like reverse image search and Googled, oh, who made this Code Geass anime poster that's sitting on the wall or whatever. I don't, you know, I don't. your first instinct.
I mean, at the end of the day, dude, I don't give a fuck about this. Honestly, I don't care about this at all. What it sounds like is that, you know, Mr. Beast was hanging out with his buddy friends, had a bunch of anime posters. His creep retarded friend Chris Tyson bought this degenerate piece of Shadman, hung it up on the fucking wall or whatever, and he just thought it was a retarded meme, and like his friend was like a fucking shitter. Like, I don't, dude, realistically, I don't give a fuck about this that much.
Things when you just see a poster is not to just go, who made that, and deep dive them. So
yeah, are they pals? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, I agree. It's her buying it is very weird, and I obviously, if I had known what I know now, I would have been like, what the actual fuck.
Yeah, that's fair. Because I also, after all this stuff, I didn't know who Shadman was. I've heard of him a little bit on Twitter and shit, but I didn't know. Total ignorance there. So okay, and that's just one that's important. You know, people, because that's fucked up. That guy is disgusting. And you know, people do care. It's like you've got pedo art, and you were saying you didn't know. That's Yeah.
Ask him what he thinks about Chris Tyson's goon behaviors.
Okay, you said that I was manipulated by Dogpack. But before that, you said that you DM'd some comment.
Did he call him back to try to re-debate the part in the conversation where he got mogged and feased? You said I was manipulated by Dogpack? Yeah, you were. Yes, you got fucked.
You said that I was manipulated by Dogpack. But before that, you said that you DM'd some commentary guys or some YouTubers, like evidence of like the Delaware stuff, basically context. And I just wanted to know, so you did reach out to me. We talked a little bit in the very beginning. You know, it wasn't like we were friends or anything like that. But and it was very short and like.
Dude, he rewatched that footage and he's like, oh wait, dude, this is a bad look. Okay. Dude, Mr. Beast like bent me over here. I gotta call him back.
I just wanted to know why you didn't give me that stuff or provide me with any information when I was the biggest channel platforming Dogpack. I think that, you know, I would have taken it under.
What is this question? Why didn't you send me this? Okay, dude.
As my responsibility to I hope people, you know, would believe that I want to do what's truthful and I want to show the actual facts of a situation. I don't just want to like shit on Mr. Beast for the sake of shitting on Mr. Beast. I just want to know why early on you didn't provide me I guess specifically, why wasn't that? Did you think I was a controlled op? You know, I would have gladly seen whatever you would have shown.
Okay.
That's actually a great question. I mean, we did have a call. I called you after the videos and I told you.
I don't even understand this question. It just seems like Oompaville's like complaining or I don't know. This is so unimportant.
Explained to you a lot of things that weren't true. You're right. I didn't send you that Delaware photo. I guess I might not have even had that photo at the time because I think I literally called you right after you posted.
Yeah,
but
is that it for Chris? Really?
And, you know, explain a lot of things. I mean, but yeah, agreed. I'm not throwing you under the bus. I didn't send you any full-hard evidence. Maybe I guess I was a little hesitant because, you know, you did speak with him and it did seem like, you know, you were going a little easy on him. So I guess I didn't fully know. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I did send it to people. Why I didn't send that to you? Honestly, I don't really know, to be honest.
Yeah, it's fair, and it's just, you know, because I would have appreciated it is all I'm saying, because like you know, in the very beginning I did genuinely believe that, you know, I like the idea of whistleblowers. I think people should be able to criticize the guy. You're the guy. We said that a lot yesterday, and you did refute a lot of stuff, but there was just I didn't get any sort of evidence or anything like that. It's just I think it's a lot of you know, a lot of this
I think in my head is I just called you.
Why didn't you send this to me, Mr. Beast, when I was platforming and completely like accepting uncritically all the retarded shit that Dogpack has provably said that was wrong?
It's like, hey, off the top of my dome, here's a bunch of things that aren't true. And then you just said, hey, you probably did say something along the lines of I need evidence. And then, you know, at the time, that's where it's just like, it's all a blur. I don't even remember what days it was. Maybe back then was like when I was working on my response video or whatever. But agreed. Like, I don't think you did anything wrong. Like, I didn't send you like, oh, here's a doc of everything. You know what I mean? And then you just ignored it.
Right.
Yeah. So
I mean, no, you know, and I'm not trying to like guilt you or whatever. It's just, you know, this whole thing is really crazy. And it seems like it's gone so far just because, you know, you tried to do what was right, which is have a third-party investigation, and like a lot of the stuff is just because the information wasn't conveniently accessible to YouTube, which is like a really big problem in a weird way. It's like it was like we're suffering from trying to do it right, but also suffering from people not having convenient access to like just a doc or something, like a doc of information. So I mean, I guess in the future, hopefully this, you know, anything that's disproven or that is not true, obviously is no longer propagated, and like everything else that is important
We're almost
is credible. But yeah, dude, I feel like in the future, if you got evidence, show me or somebody or just like a Google Doc. I mean, because you didn't make me sign an NDA.
Why show you? How are you? You're not trustworthy, dude.
Anything like that, I've consistently.
Who would trust you to get across like appropriate information?
Because I think it's really important, and I feel like there is a level of transparency you're operating with.
Is this all about Chris?
And you know, yeah, it would have been. I feel like this wouldn't have been as bad earlier on if like that, you know, that's sort of the approach, which is it's tough. You've obviously never been through this, and this is not, you know, there's only one Mr. Beast. So yeah, it's just something I wanted to clarify because, you know, you feel like I was manipulated, and I genuinely, and a lot of other YouTubers as well, I'm sure, commentary guys, probably don't feel like they're manipulated. It's just a drastically different perspective. You know, you are.
Dude, he's calling back because he was pissed that he got fucking fees and lost that conversation and no response. You got manipulated in the sense that there was provably wrong information about Dogpack, and you uncritically went forward and spread it as if, without doing enough research, as if it was legitimate. That's the problem. That's where you were manipulated. And then you were saying things to Dogpack in the call, like, you know, actually at this point in time, I actually 100% agree that you're not just doing this out of like, you know, you're an honest actor. That's what he said to him. Like, you're doing this out of like the goodness of your heart. Like, what?
Commentary guys probably don't feel like they're manipulated. It's just a drastically different perspective. You know, you are Mr. Beast, so it's tough to say, not to you know, say I deserve the benefit of the doubt or whatever. I absolutely should have researched more. But once again, it's a bigger problem. I feel like that I think hopefully will be mitigated more in the future by this all coming out, and hopefully this,
bigger problem is dipshits like you not doing enough research. The bigger problem, dude.
transparent this video that I'm making right now with you is.
Yep, all fair points.
Cool. Okay, so now a little bit more on the crypto stuff. I know I talked about CoffeeZilla a little bit yesterday. He's awesome. I think he does really good work on YouTube.
Take it back, Mr. Beast.
Holds people accountable.
Take it back.
You know, it's just impressive. He does actual real investigatory work. Like, he's not the guy who makes videos out of convenience like most of other, like me and a bunch of other commentary YouTubers. So, you know, I feel like it's my responsibility to ask some more questions about the crypto stuff, because we sort of glossed over it a little bit yesterday. And it's one of those things where it's note heavy, receipt heavy. So, you know, if you don't know something, you just let me know. And if you have to go find information or whatever to back up what you're saying, you know, I don't expect you're like a politician and have all your fucking, you know, we're not debating philosophy or politics. Like, I don't expect you to have everything at your left hand. I understand you're busy. So, you know, if there's information you can provide so we can put it in post, just let me know. Okay, so first one is Wu-Tang. You have said that you do not control the Wu-Tang wallet. You said that last night. You said that a friend did it. You said you didn't know what Wu-Tang was.
A fund did it, yes, that's right.
Right. Okay, a fund, okay. On a podcast with Logan Paul about CryptoPunks, you talk about a call you had with Mr. Gary, where you claim to have bought and or sold CryptoPunks, but then later decided to roll the money into VFriends. And this is all like video, obviously. And this trading activity all happened within the Wu-Tang wallet, which we talked about last night.
Yes.
So if it was your decision, you know, if semantically, if what you're talking about on the podcast, if it was your decision, your trading decision to buy and sell the punks or VFriends, even though you didn't press the buttons, was it actually your decision? Did you press the button? Did you not press the button? Was it your decision? And if it was your decision, and even if you didn't press the button, it still, to me, would mean that you had control of those trading decisions.
Yeah, these are good questions. Actually, I'm glad we're doing this follow-up thing so we can also just put all this stuff out there. So, yes, I did say that on the podcast, and I obviously did not press the buttons. Like I've been saying, I didn't pick what punks to buy or anything. Gary Vee, like I said on that podcast, called me and a bunch of other people, said crypto punks were the next big thing. I thought it was pretty crazy, but you know, the first thing I did right after that is just called the guy in charge of the fund who invested my money and it's other people's money as well, and just said, hey, Gary Vee, you seem very passionate about these punks. You should look into it. If it makes sense, buy it. And so, you know, he did the research, picked what punks to buy, bought them. I don't even truthfully know how to buy punks. I've never bought one, like me personally. Okay. Like I've said, I don't have access to that wallet. So, I mean, in other transparency, like that's kind of high level how it went. But you know, if he was like, oh, this is a shit investment, then he wouldn't have bought them. So he, you know, he was the one who was doing the buying and selling and managing things. Okay,
but you did make some decisions to buy or sell in the Wu-Tang fund.
Well, I mean, yeah, I just told him like, hey, Gary, like in transparency, Gary called me about CryptoPunks and said they're cool, look into it. I mean, so at the end of the day, bro, I don't fucking know. Like, I don't know which punks to buy or which ones we should buy if it's a good investment. Like that's why I, you know, put the money in a fund and have professionals managing it.
Gotcha.
Refresh.
Okay. Yeah, they're stupid as shit. I don't like any of the NFT stuff. I'm glad that's all kind of come and gone now. I like the newer era we're in. Okay, so next is the super tweet, the super coin tweet. For context, on May 12, 2021, you, Mr. Beast, tweeted in response to it was an Elio Trades tweet. There's a gym sitting there on the market at an eye-watering price set to explode during DeFi Summer 2.0. And then you responded by saying super ? With a crazy emoji. So why did you not disclose that you had a vested interest in the coin that you were tweeting about, super ? Yeah, we'll start there.
Well, I replied to a tweet, so I didn't tweet it out. And I think a lot of people, you know, that are just getting second hands of the story think I literally tweet out, go buy super, go buy super. Yeah, you know, the fund did hold some super, and I just saw that was the owner of super, the guy who made the coin, and I just went scrolling through Twitter, just replied super to his tweet. I did not tell people to buy super or anything. I just replied super, and I know the next thing where people are going to go, but this is...
Dude, I'm going to be honest, I don't give a fuck about any of this, dude. I hope this... like unless I see anything like definitive. Like I'm hearing what he's saying. I'm hearing what he's saying. What am I supposed to add, dude? What am I supposed to add? And I have like zero faith in Oompaville at this point. Like what?
A plan coordinated thing. It wasn't. It's not like
what do you
I'm
say?
on the phone with the people managing the crypto fund, going, "Hey, I'm about to reply super to this tweet." Like I just was scrolling Twitter and I replied super, and like I highly doubt anyone bought it because they saw me reply super to a tweet. I mean, just to be honest. So I didn't think too much of it. Obviously, though, in hindsight, I mean, I could see how people might think that is a weird look optically, and so like I wouldn't do it, but. I mean, I really don't think it's that malicious. Like, if I just flat out tweeted, I think super is the next big thing. Go buy it. Super. Like, I think this is a different conversation. That's the kind of stuff actual people do. You know what I mean? And like,
scammers.
So it was just interesting too because Coffee never said I was a scammer in his video. Yeah, you know, there's so many comments on it.
Why does Smaggle's tweet has like 60 likes? Being hey mythic horse, which is Pegasus, big YouTuber La Raze Rix wants to have a conversation with you about your recent video on Soggy cereal. Are you interested? Dude, Stucky's in the replies. At Mythic Horse, Pegasus, there's no way you're gonna run, are you? What? Dude. What is this?
Right, you know, whatever. People who don't like me, like you said in the video, are not going to like me, and they're, you know, going to run with it. People who do like me are going to be like, oh, it was managed by fund, and Jimmy has answers for everything, which I mean, it's not excuses. I literally was just a fund. I was not the one buying or selling or anything. You know what I mean? I had other people managing it.
Right.
So that's the honest answer. I just replied super, and I guess if I go back in time, I just not reply. I mean, I didn't think it was a big deal when I did it.
Yeah, but now, I mean, obviously, with because crypto is changed massively in the last couple of years, so I mean, you can consider that a mistake at this point. Like that's definitely
And another little context point I think a lot of people are missing. A lot of people who do this kind of stuff do it on low volume coins that sell $100,000 a day, so it actually dramatically pumps it and blah blah. Super is like the 100th biggest crypto coin out there. Super is like a legit coin. It's a legit project that's massive. Like that tweet didn't move the needle for shit or anything, right? So that's another context piece people are missing. Like if anything, buying Super. Actually, I'm not even gonna say that. I was just would probably be a good investment because it's one of the biggest coins out there. It seems to be doing really well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But now I have to say, disclosure, we still hold Super to this day. Yeah, that's honest. That's the honest truth. I mean, nothing malicious there. Just reply to a tweet.
Yeah. I think I mean, we have a lot of evidence of people genuinely scamming, and it doesn't seem.
Apparently, Chud Logic and Nick are going to be talking on Chud's stream tomorrow. Harmful Opinions and Nick. Fuck, dude, I never got around to watching that Harmful Opinions video about Soggy. I wanted to do that, but this video came out. But apparently they're going to have a conversation, which will be interesting. They were going back and forth on Twitter that I saw. So all of this lined up. This looks interesting to take a look at. So that should be good because I heard Nick was saying crazy shit. People giving Nick a really hard time because he was saying that he was really like bigging up the Soggy cereal video, and I think doing a lot too much because he was like, I don't know, excited for a video shitting on Dogpack. He was saying like it's the commentary video of the year or whatever, like the video of the year. When, I mean, undoubtedly, there was a bunch of shit. I didn't watch his coverage. I don't know, did he call out like the necessary things that were wrong about Soggy cereal, or when he overstated his claims a little bit too much? I don't know if he was doing that. So I couldn't tell you or not, but I know people are giving him a hard time right now or something that I saw.
Along the same vein, to be real, but it is important to ask about and important to get total clarity about, because you do have a lot of influence. And regardless of what you say, whether or not you say, I'm sure nobody bought it, like maybe somebody did, who knows? There's no way to really prove or disprove.
But even if they did buy it, the coin, I mean, it's a 100th biggest coin. It seems to be doing really well. So
yeah, I think the problem would be that obviously that you have it, that you would benefit off.
I got you. I mean, I see what you're saying. Yes.
So now, I'm assuming your answer to this will be that you didn't think it was important, but why would you not mention that your fund, Wu-Tang, had been selling and continued to sell Super on the day and after you tweeted about it or responded to a tweet for clarity?
Yeah, so again, I wasn't involved in the day-to-day of the fund. I mean, if you look at the sell charts in that report, they were selling, I mean, I believe off the top of my head, like months prior or then months after, it looks like the fund was just dollar cost averaging it. So there's really no correlation to my just little response to a tweet and what the fund was doing. So, I mean, yeah, it's kind of the same answer as before. I just replied to a tweet. Clearly, it wasn't a coordinated thing.
Gotcha. And then the final one, this one's a lot more complicated and involves a lot of stuff. So I mean, maybe you would want to reconvene with like receipts or evidence or whatever. But it's the crypto charity stuff, Team C's Eternity.
Yeah.
So I mean,
yeah, I mean that one. Eternity gave us NFTs to auction off for Team C's. Only one sold after like a day, I believe, and that was it. And then yeah, it looks like the fund sold like 27 days later. A little bit of Eternity. It was not combined or planned or premeditated anyway. I mean, honestly, the charity auction was a bomb. It only raised $7,000. No one cared, so it didn't really do anything. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of the full story. Not again. I mean, there's nothing nefarious there.
Yeah, okay, it sold $2 million of the earn tokens.
Yes.
Okay, dude. Fuck, man, I'm done.
You know,
I'm done. I'm fucking done.
They died. It's not going up. No one's buying it. No one ever buying it anymore. And almost a month later,
Jesus Christ.
I mean,
maximum transparency there is like talking about. It's not you saying that is this guy.
So I'm glad like people now can see what I have to say on both those things, and I actually appreciate this follow-up call. And this is good. Like I actually feel like I mean, unless you have any other questions, everything's been hit.
No, yeah, that's it. I mean, I can't. Can you think of anything?
I'm actually never doing that.
Yeah, LaCoya Hill. All right, guys. Holy shit. There we go. The whole entire interview. I've already made my thoughts very clear throughout this entirety thing. You already know how I feel. It'll be very interesting to see all these people course correct and adequately see that Mr. Beast isn't like this over fucking like, fucked up person who's trying to scam people and like deceive people. Like, no, at the worst, like, dude, this is what I was saying like months ago, man. That irresponsible guy running a business while he was a young kid trying to figure it out, and he made some mistakes along the way. But because he's a social media influencer, there's a face attached to him. It's very easy to throw tomatoes at him, and especially when you have Dogpack people coming along, putting all this together, prescribe malice, you end up like being able to paint this picture, which isn't an honest display of like the full events. It'll be really interesting to see everybody's coverage of this and course correcting throughout the next few days. But yeah, overall, bad interview from Oompaville.
Honestly, I don't even think I could say you did the bare minimum. Like, of course, anything is going to seem good because it's inherently like a good piece of content, an exclusive piece. But I don't know how we spent like 10 minutes on fucking chocolate and 2 minutes on Jake Weddle, 2 minutes on, like, basically no minutes on Chris Tyson, 2 minutes on the registered sex. When you need to ask more details, like, when did you find out and why was the reason he was let go? That shit out, man. But yeah. Okay. There we go. Guys, my stream's lagging. I gotta get off air. My stream's lagging. My stream's lagging. Holy shit. Okay. All right, my stream's lagging. I gotta get the fuck off. Okay, 6-hour stream. Holy shit. See you tomorrow.